Today, I am here to talk to you about a book series, or rather an entire expanded universe, perhaps even a lifestyle brand, that walked so many other things could run. This property never got some kind of big theatrical movie release. Its online fandom was mostly confined to the Web 1 era due to the fact that the series largely took off in the mid-90s and died off in the early to mid-2000s. But today, we need to talk about everything there is to unpack with a series called Amelia's Notebook. Before we had Dork Diaries, we had Amelia's Notebook. Before we had Diary of a Wimpy Kid, we had Amelia's Notebook. Before we had Teen Girl Squad, we had Amelia's Notebook. Before we had the widespread adult millennial practice of bullet journaling in our planners, we had Amelia's Notebook. Amelia's Notebook was distributed through the American Girl Company back in the late 90s, then continuing to be a part of their brand through the early 2000s, as American Girl was at that time transitioning into being a Mattel-owned company. However, midway through the 2000s, American Girl and Mattel dropped Amelia as a property, and the remainder of Amelia's Notebook series was then acquired and published by Simon & Schuster before finally ending for good in the mid to late 2000s. When Amelia's Notebook first debuted in 1995, American Girl, which was then owned by Pleasant Company, was primarily a historical fiction brand. Kirsten was a great doll to have if you were a little girl with Little House on the Prairie vibes. But what if you were a really weird 90s kid? The kind of person that went through the 90s raised by the TV to adult stoner who watches cartoons every night pipeline. What if you were the kind of kid who in 10 years would start speaking exclusively in strong bad email memes? What if you were the kind of middle schooler who found both the aesthetics and the plot lines of As Told by Ginger to be relatable? What if you were the kind of preteen girl who related to Ginger Foutley through her wacky family life and her love of writing, but wanted something just a little bit edgier? Like a version of Ginger Foutley that would go on 4chan just once in high school to see what all the fuss is about, find it thoroughly unpleasant, and then go on to get diagnosed with ADHD at age 30. Then, American Girl had something for you. They had Amelia's Notebook. Amelia's Notebook was primarily a book series, but even more than that, it was a whole lifestyle brand. It was an aesthetic. Amelia was the first true influencer, or at least she was the first true online personality to influence me. And yes, I did say online, because though the book series was where we got the majority of our Amelia content, Amelia's presence on the old school American Girl website was iconic, perhaps even more iconic to some of us than the book series was. But Amelia hasn't gotten the same nostalgia revival that so many other 90s properties have gotten. So I decided I wanted to visit my old beloved friend Amelia. And through the past month of rereading all of Amelia's books, finding archives of her page on the 2002 American Girl website, ordering used versions of her old merch on eBay, trying her suggested activities, doing her DIY crafts, and more, I realized that Amelia had so much of a greater impact on my childhood love of reading and my development as an eventual professional writer than I ever noticed before. So today, we are going to dive so deep into all things Amelia, the one true, relatable child influencer.
Get you some nuts.
Yeah, you effing.
Up yours, woke moralist. We'll see who cancels who.
Hey, what's up everybody? I'm Savy, and this is Savy Writes Books. On this channel, we do book reviews, media analysis, video essays, and more. If you're interested in the type of stuff I talk about here, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on the notifications. I have multiple videos coming out every single month, so you won't want to miss that. I'd like to give a quick thank you to my Patreon supporters who make it possible for me to continue to put out long videos like this every single month. Your guys' contributions have been so incredibly helpful to me. If you guys are interested in checking out some bonus content, including blog posts, behind the scenes type of stuff, all of that, you can take a look at my Patreon page, which is linked in the description below. And also, while you're in that description, check out my top tier Patreon supporters who contribute $5 a month or more per month, as they have the option to link their own small businesses, their own crafts, their own websites, that type of thing there as well. I have a really exciting announcement before we continue with the video today, which is that you guys can meet me in person. I'm doing a little meet and greet. Who's ready for this? All right. So in Chicago, we have the big comic convention every year called C2E2, or the Chicago Comics and Entertainment Expo. That's going to be running this year from April 11th to April 13th. It is full day Friday, full day Saturday, full day Sunday. I'm going to have a table there, which is going to be super exciting. In the past, I've had a table there to sell my Forever Home Friends books and plushies. And since I made a video about a month ago now announcing that 2025 is the last year that I'm running this business, as a special thing, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to have a big table there then with Forever Home Friends stuff. Plus, I will have my novels there, including like One Final Vinyl and 90s Kids. I'll be doing a book signing there. You guys can come up to my table, meet me, say hi. I think I'm going to be making some friendship bracelets that I can hand out and things like that. So my table is going to be a lot of fun. There will be dolls and puppets and all that kind of stuff there as well. So if you're planning to go to C2E2 or you're going to be in the Chicago area at that time, please come and stop by my table and say hi. I would love to get to know you guys face to face. We can take a picture together. I've done that in the past. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, I'm just really excited about that. So that was my big announcement. Now, let's get back into the video topic, okay? So you may be wondering, hey, Savy, okay, if the Amelia's Notebook series was a property owned by the American Girl Company, then did Amelia herself ever get an American Girl doll? And that is a great question. The answer is sort of. Yes and no. So Amelia did get a doll in the sense that she got this plushie, which I have right here, but she never got like the official vinyl bodied 18-inch American Girl doll. She never got an official one of those. And I think that's a crime, okay? I think that's not okay. So guess what? I made one. To make this doll, I bought the parts on the website Doll of a Kind. I started by removing the head from the body and then drilling a hole into the base of the head so that I could fill it with boiling water. I poured boiling water into the head to soften the vinyl, which took about 10 minutes. Then I tried to insert these nice, lovely green eyes here that I got for her. Only I kept having trouble getting the eyes to squeeze into the head, so I decided to borrow Tyler's heat gun to help me soften the vinyl quicker. That was a huge mistake because instead of softening the vinyl, I just burned a chunk of her nose off. That's what happened. So then I had to order a new doll head, and then I had to wait a couple weeks for it to show up. Then, once we drilled another hole in that head and repeated the boiling water process, I let it soak a little bit longer, let the vinyl get a little bit softer, and then I wore a glove. Smart idea. I wore a glove so that I could also stick my hands in and work through the inside of the head without burning my hands. Drilled a hole a little bit bigger to get my fingers in there a little bit deeper, and then I also softened it a little more and wore a glove. That's what I needed to do. So I was able to pop these eyes inside. Then I painted on some eyebrows with acrylic paint markers. I fastened her hair on with some tacky glue. I believe I got this wig on either the Doll of a Kind Etsy shop or the Zazu Dolls Etsy shop. I usually shop there for wigs. Got that on her head, and voila! This is my homemade Amelia doll, who, since there's no other 18-inch doll, there's just this plushie, I have decided this might as well be the official Amelia doll because it's the only one that exists. I tried to dress her as similar to the plushie as possible, which is why she's wearing Julie's shirt right now, but we are going to be changing her outfits throughout this video, okay? So get excited. The outfits are going to change to match with the story. We're going all out today. And not only did I make this doll, but I made one of the outfits that she's going to be wearing today. I decided it would be really fun to give Amelia a set of pajamas so that throughout this video at times we could have like a cozy slumber party vibe. So, ready? You want to see the outfit I made her myself? Look at this outfit I made. How did I make this outfit, you might be wondering? Savy, this outfit looks so beautiful. How in the world did you learn how to make that? With the help of today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Craftsy, an online maker community for all things creative. Craftsy offers members more than 2,000 classes to help improve your skills in various creative practices like sewing, painting, cooking, knitting, and more. As I've mentioned in a few of my recent videos, I've been getting more and more into handmade art. I'm sure everyone here knows how much I love toys and dolls, if you couldn't tell, and I mentioned a few times that at the end of 2024, I started learning how to make my own custom doll clothes. I was so excited to take Craftsy's class called How to Make Doll Clothes, taught by a seamstress named Joan Hines. During the past few months, I've used a lot of different sewing patterns, but what makes Craftsy different is the detailed video tutorials that it contains to go along with those patterns. When making doll clothes in the past, I'd always have times where I'd get stuck when I'm I'm trying a new technique. So having an instructor on video in addition to the written instructions that are included in the pattern PDF download, that has helped me so much. That's another thing I really love about Craftsy. A lot of their classes in topics like sewing, quilting, crocheting, and knitting, they can include PDF pattern downloads to go along with the class so that you can follow right along with your instructor while you're making your new project. And now that I'm learning more about sewing, I'm hoping to take more classes and maybe learn how to make human-sized garments as well. Plus, you may notice that I am wearing a ton of handmade jewelry, and that's because I've been making so many of my own necklaces, bracelets, earrings, things like that during the past year. So imagine my excitement when I learned that Craftsy has jewelry making classes as well. So I cannot wait to improve my skills in jewelry making as well as doll clothes making and sewing in general. Overall, I'm just really excited to have this platform dedicated to giving creative people step-by-step instructions to help them create something new, something one of a kind. If you're interested in trying Craftsy for yourself, head to the link in my description below. The first 1,000 people who use my link, go.craftsy.com/SavyWritesBooks, will get a full year of Craftsy's premium membership for just $1.49, a special offer for new Craftsy members. By signing up for Craftsy's premium membership, you'll have access to thousands of creative classes, plus live stream tutorials where expert instructors share their best tips and answer your questions in real time. If you decide to give Craftsy a try, I'd love to hear about the projects that you try making or the new skills that you want to try out, the new things you work on. Thank you so much to Craftsy for sponsoring today's video and helping me improve at my artsy and craftsy hobbies. All right, let's kick off our deep dive with a discussion of the genius behind the Amelia's Notebook enterprise, the girl boss of the decade, assuming, of course, that that decade is 1995 to 2005. That's the decade in particular. And that is Miss Marissa Moss. About the author. Marissa Moss is an author of graphic novels, historical fiction, historical graphic novels, and more. She's honestly one of my author role models, and her style has influenced me to such a degree that I don't know if I can even put it into words. You're just gonna have to kind of see it in this video. Marissa Moss is definitely the type of author that we'd call prolific. She's like Stephen King levels of prolific, except instead of writing about creepy clowns and things that attack you called the shit weasels that come out of the toilet or whatever, she instead writes about the real life psychological horror of being a preteen girl who likes to write in the 90s. Her Amazon author page shows 92 book publishing credits to her name. And while Amelia's Notebook is what I know her best for, she's actually written a ton of other super cool and really important books as well. Actually, I just want really quick, we need to take a look at her latest release because it's so awesome. In 2024, Marissa Moss published Spying on Spies, How Elizabeth Smith Friedman Broke the Nazis' Secret Codes, which is a historical graphic novel based on real history. It's based on a true story. Listen to this description, okay? One of the founders of U.S. cryptology, who would eventually become one of the world's greatest codebreakers, Elizabeth Smith Friedman, 1892 to 1980, was a brilliant mind behind many important battles throughout the 20th century, saving many lives through her intelligence and heroism. Her crowning achievement came during World War II, when Elizabeth uncovered an intricate network of Nazi spies operating in South America, a feat that neither law enforcement nor intelligence agencies had been able to accomplish. Despite her unparalleled accomplishments, Elizabeth was largely written out of history books and overshadowed by her husband. Only in very recent years has her name begun to receive the attention it deserves, including the U.S. Coast Guard naming a ship in her honor and the U.S. Senate passing a 2019 resolution to honor her life and legacy. Back matter includes codes for kids to learn. I'm considering getting this book to read and review. Maybe I'll do it as a Patreon special or something. I'm not sure, but just how cool is that? How cool is that as a book? So graphic novels have really taken off in the past decade. Back when I taught kids creative writing classes, which was mainly from 2017 to 2020, the kids I taught, they were obsessed with graphic novels. I love them too, okay? As an occasional visual artist myself, I have so much respect for graphic novels as a medium, and I love anything that gets kids passionate about reading and about learning. Marissa Moss, okay, I can't understate this, she was the queen of graphic novels. This might be another throwback for my fellow 90s kids here, but who remembers the Young American Voices books? I'll be honest, I'd completely forgotten about them until I started looking at Marissa Moss's website in preparation for this video, but then when I saw this, I was like, holy shit, I read that in 4th grade. I remember reading these books, these notebook-looking books of girls throughout history, and being so inspired to then write my own versions. I started writing stories in class that were supposed to be like historical fiction, but in journaling format, and I'm not sure if any of them were good or where I even put them or what they were even about, but my point is these unlocked a memory of a time that I was inspired as a childhood writer. Emma's Journal, the Revolutionary War book, is the only one I remember reading, but the series also included Rachel's Journal, Journal, a book about a girl traveling in a covered wagon on the Oregon Trail, and Hannah's Journal, a book about a Jewish immigrant from Russia to New York at the start of the 20th century, and Rose's Journal, a diary of a girl growing up in the Dust Bowl. And then there was a series I'd never even seen before called Max Disaster, which, as we're going to discuss later, turns out is a spin-off of the Amelia's Notebook series. Amelia makes friends with a kid named Max in her class, and I did not know at the time that Max would later get his own series. The reason I did not know this was that the Max Disaster series started releasing in 2007, which was the year I started high school, and I forgot that I was allowed to read books below grade level just for fun. Well, I mean, I did still read Junie B. Jones right up until Barbara Park died in 2012. I read like every single release of that, but that was the exception for me. Beyond that, no fun, only work, boss babe, right? But my point is, I wasn't the target audience for Max Disaster, so I didn't know about these books, but now I'm like, oh my god, maybe I need to read these. Maybe I need to make a Max Disaster video. I don't know. Max Disaster was similar to Amelia's Notebook in that it was a kid writing his thoughts down in a notebook and drawing little comics to depict his everyday life and normal struggles of being an adolescent kid, but with an imaginative flair, getting to watch his imagination run away and seeing how everyday happenings inspire him to write his own stories. The Max Disaster series only had 3 books, but they sound really fun, especially this one, Max Disaster number 3, Alien Eraser Reveals the Secrets of Evolution. Max grapples with the outrageousness of divorced parents beginning to date and other mysteries of evolution in his 3rd quirky notebook. Welcome to Max's book of inventions, experiments, comic strips, and random thoughts about school, the universe, evolution, and parents who definitely don't act the way parents are supposed to act. Luckily for Max, he has a place to jot down his biggest questions and most amazing discoveries. This zany mix of comics, concoctions, and contraptions helps Max tell the story of his topsy-turvy life and how he comes to terms with the changing family. So this is Marissa Moss's overall style. Hopefully it's clear what we're in for, because in just a moment we are going to start unpacking the main Amelia's Notebook series book by book, before then going into Amelia's more expanded universe of crafts, flash games, and more. There's going to be a lot to unpack here. You guys ready? Let's do it! The main book series. I think this is a good outfit for Amelia to wear as we kick off our first book review, because she kind of looks a little bit like she does on the cover of the book. I'm going to do my best with each of these outfits to match the book as the best I can. For some of them, we'll have to repeat them. For some of them, we're going to have to match the vibe instead of the exact outfit. But I think this one kind of works for the cover of the first book. I like it. So first up, of course, we are going to talk about Amelia's Notebook, the first book in the series as a whole. But let's start off with the publication saga behind these books. Amelia's Notebook first debuted in 1995, and at that time it was not yet an American Girl property. In 1995, American Girl was owned by Pleasant Company before it was eventually bought by Mattel in 1998. In 1995, American Girl, or Pleasant Company, was going through some changes of their own. First of all, that was the year when doll manufacturing switched over to China, whereas previous dolls had been manufactured by the Goetz factory in West Germany, or I guess by that point it would have just been like regular Germany, right? Okay, this is the part I don't get. American Girl was founded in 1986, and the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, and Pleasant Company didn't switch manufacturing to China until 1995. So why do all my dolls either say made in China or made in West Germany? What about the dolls manufactured in the years in between? What about the dolls made in like 1990 through 1994? I even checked my Felicity doll, who I'm pretty sure is from 1991 based on her face paint and her eyelashes, but she has no tags on her at all, so I'm just at a loss. Anyone who knows this piece of old doll manufacturing trivia, please just leave it in the comments below, okay? Anyway, that was just a tangent to say that 1995 was a year of change for the American Girl franchise, which was both switching their manufacturing to China and launching their new line of modern dolls, at that time called the Girls of Today, who later became what we now know as the Truly Me line and the Girl of the Year line. It kind of split off into those. So this was part of American Girl's expansion into being a lifestyle brand for kids, preteen girls specifically, which really kicked off in 1992 with the launch of American Girl magazine. At this time, in 1995, Amelia's Notebook was a series published by a small company called Tricycle Press. Tricycle Press was an imprint of the California-based company 10 Speed Press, a small publishing house that was founded in 1971 and later bought out by Random House in 2009, before the company then became Penguin Random House in 2013. All my videos can be interpreted as a commentary on capitalism, okay? Make of that what you will. But before all of those mergers and acquisitions, 10 Speed Press was its own company, and Tricycle Press was its imprint for children's books specifically. In 1998, 3 years into the Amelia series, American Girl magazine began publishing these stories about Amelia, starting with their July-August 1998 issue. The Amelia's Notebook fandom wiki page has a great chart compiling a list of all of the Amelia's Notebook series that were published in American Girl magazine, the issue they appeared in, and a note on whether they were ever repurposed into a later Amelia book, which we're going to discuss more in depth later. In 1999, Pleasant Company Publications, which was the book imprint of American Girl, who was now technically no longer owned by Pleasant Company but had just been bought out by Mattel like recently. Whatever you want to call that company, okay? That's who at the time acquired the Amelia's Notebook series, which at that time had 5 books. Let's start with the beginning of the series. The first book, published by Tricycle Press in 1995, then republished through American Girl and Pleasant Company Publications in 1999, the titular middle grade comic book, Amelia's Notebook itself. So when you first open up Amelia's Notebook, you'll notice that much like in a real composition book, the inside of the front cover is a class schedule that you can fill out. These books do a really good job of playing with the composition notebook format. It's, of all books that I've read, this one takes advantage of its medium so well, okay? Amelia makes little doodles and jokes throughout these parts of her notebook, especially in the part of the chart where you're supposed to write what time your class starts and ends. When it says from and to, Amelia writes things like from here to there, from me to you, from rags to riches, from east to west, from left to right, from sea to shining sea, etc. She continues this bit at the start of most of her notebooks. Every page of the Amelia's notebooks, even the title page, is filled with cute little doodles with fun lettering, and that is because these books are fully hand-drawn and hand-lettered. As a kid, I used to wonder if there was a special font created for these books because it looks believably handwritten, but it's also pretty consistent, but it's not too consistent. As a kid, I'd look at the letters and try to study the subtle differences between them, the differences in each M and each O and each E to try to see if they were consistent enough to be a font that a computer was just repeating the exact same letter. And no, they're not. They're not a font. Each letter is just slightly different enough that it's without a doubt fully written by hand. And then in one of the copyright pages, I found that Marissa Moss does hand letter these books. And I love that. I love that so much. The next thing I noticed is that Amelia is really ADHD coded. And I say that as an adult who didn't get diagnosed with ADHD until I was 29. Now, it's entirely possible that Amelia doesn't have ADHD and just has a wandering mind and a vivid imagination. She's a creative kid. But I do think there is something super relatable in these books for people who grew up with ADHD but didn't know they had it because they always got good grades. At least it resonated with me personally, okay? On the first page, we see this with Amelia's drawings in the margins. These things have all the same shape: worm, toothpaste, hairdo. She just draws whatever thoughts pop into her head at any random moment, whether or not it's relevant to the plot. And that's what's so fun about these books, especially the early ones. Amelia writes in such a stream of consciousness format that you think she's just giving you a rant of whatever thoughts pop into her head. But when you reach the end of the book, you can look back on it and you're like, wait, that was a complete story. That was a complete book with a fully resolved plot separate from each of the other books. Everything was resolved. That was a satisfying book with a complete resolution. It's a level of organic verisimilitude in writing that I can only dream of one day being able to emulate, so I'm just going to show you how this plays out in the book, okay? In the first book, Amelia's problem is that she's moving. She's leaving California and heading for Oregon, and she's not happy about it. Amelia, who's in 4th grade, or about to start 4th grade, she wants to stay at her current school with her best friend Nadia, who also loves writing and drawing. She doesn't want to squeeze into the car with her mom and her annoying older sister Cleo to move somewhere else. Amelia says moving was weird. That's another running bit in all these books. Amelia struggles to spell the word weird. She can never remember if the I comes before or after the E, and then she always makes a little quip about how it's super weird that she can't spell the word weird. Ironically enough, I probably got the spelling of weird hammered into my head so hard from reading these books as a kid that I never had a problem with that. That was the word I knew how to spell the best, I guess. We then get the other running bit from these books, which is the thing everyone seems to remember most based on the comments I got when I first announced this video. And that's that Amelia's sister Cleo has a jelly roll nose. Cleo is 2 years older than Amelia, meaning in this book she's going into 6th grade, and they have their typical sibling rivalry type relationship. They have moments where you can tell they truly love each other deep down, but these two just love to antagonize each other nonstop, leading to some fairly believable sibling hijinks. But Amelia's favorite insult for Cleo is to tell her that her nose looks like a jelly roll, I guess because it has a little curve where it connects to the rest of her face. Cleo is such a funny character throughout this series because it's clear that Amelia sees Cleo as like, she's older than me and she thinks she's so cool and popular and she does teen girl things like paint her nails and talk to boys. But it's so clear that Cleo is just as much of a goblin as Amelia is. Actually, she's probably more of a goblin. She's always like snoring and wolfing down her food and playing pranks of her own. It's clear how similar these girls are, but how much they want to deny it because it's not cool to get along with your sister. Their antagonistic relationship is just so funny, okay? Like this intro to Cleo. She thinks she's Miss Perfect just because she happened to be born first, but I know secrets about her that show she's not so perfect. Like she snores, and she picks her nose with her little finger, and then we get this lovely drawing of snot. Amelia likes drawing pictures of her bedroom, so we get a picture of what her old bedroom looked like, and Amelia also really likes pointing out the electrical outlets in rooms. It never has any relevance to the plot, but she just enjoys drawing them, I guess. Amelia's special interest is just electrical outlets and where they're placed in rooms, so we're gonna always see where the outlets are in each room. She just likes to point them out to us. It's a fun detail. I like it. And throughout the book, we also get Amelia's little drawing exercises in the margins, like when she draws a bottle of ketchup from multiple different angles as an exercise in perspective. When Amelia and Cleo are on the road trip to their new home, Amelia documents more of Cleo's goblin behavior, like making fun of her for eating so many hamburgers at each diner and rest stop. I told her she was going to turn into a big fat hamburger. She was already beginning to smell like one. She just laughed at me and stuck french fries up her nose till mom said to quit. I saved matches from each restaurant. Now I have a collection. I just love the non sequiturs through this. It feels so organic for a child's writing. The best part about moving, the only good part about moving, was eating in restaurants and staying in hotels. At hotels, I don't have to make my bed. I can leave towels on the floor. I can jump up and down on the bed. And best of all, I can watch cable TV. Hip, hip, hooray. And that was relatable to me because my favorite part of staying in a hotel or motel was a kid that I got to sleep with the TV on. To this day, I fall asleep in front of the TV almost every night because it's way more comfortable than trying to fall asleep in silence. But yeah, as a kid, watching TV in bed was such a luxury. I don't know if it's the same nowadays because we have smartphones and people have iPads or whatever, so you could probably just carry a device into bed with you to watch TV in bed. But man, back in the day, watching TV in bed was like the peak of relaxation. It was a special occasion. That was when you were living in luxury, okay? I'd also like to point out that in Amelia's drawing of her hotel room, she makes sure to tell us where the plug is, where the outlet goes, because that is her thing. We learn the main reason Amelia is upset about moving is that she has to leave behind her best friend Nadia. When I first read these books as a kid, I always called her Nadia. I'd never seen the name Nadia before, and my only reference was the character Nadine on Hey Arnold, who Nadia I thought kind of looked like. So to me, she was Nadia. And my mom kept correcting me, like, it's pronounced Nadia. And I was like, no, I don't think so. I think it's Nadia. And my brother would be like, it's Nadia. I'm pretty sure it's Nadia. And I would be like, no, you don't know anything. And my mom would be like, Savy, your brother's right on this one. It's not Nadia. I don't know why I really liked Nadia as a name. On this page, we get more of Amelia's stream of consciousness. We start with a bit of the plot that she's sad to move away from Nadia, but then we go down the rabbit hole. Amelia draws a picture of Nadia, and that reminds her that Nadia has braces. Then she starts thinking about other things she could draw to represent braces, like train tracks where the train cars get filled with the little bits of food you eat, or a mouth zipper, which she'd like to give her sister Cleo so that she'd shut up. I love these moments because, again, they feel really organic to the experience of a kid with a short attention span who still manages to hyper-focus and get lost in a creative task. So many of these little quips and details have no bearing on the story as a whole, but they do so much to round out Amelia as a character and develop her sense of humor, so I think they're extremely valuable for such a character-based series. Amelia introduces us to her new teachers through her drawings, including her favorite teacher, Mr. Noodle, who always likes to make puns about how we should all use our noodles. I always liked Mr. Noodle. I thought he was cool. Amelia and Nadia stay in touch even after Amelia moves away, and this part also felt like a fun 90s throwback. You ready for this? Every Sunday, Mom lets me call Nadia and we can talk for 10 minutes. Dude, imagine telling a fourth grader today that they can talk to their best friend for 10 minutes a week. But it was different in the 90s, okay? The phone bills piled up. Staying in contact with people you don't live near was not as easy and as normalized as it is today. When I read that part when I was a kid, it didn't even faze me. It sounded totally normal. But when I reread this the other week, when I was getting ready to make this video, I was like, damn! Things have changed. 10 minutes a week? That's nothing. What? Because Amelia and Nadia decide to wear their homemade matching friendship necklaces, I made Amelia a friendship necklace of my own. This is her friendship necklace. We can imagine it's the one that she has and that Nadia has a matching one that says Nadia on it. I also remember this drawing a lot from childhood because then I would often go and draw similar doodles in my own journals of myself and my friends talking on the phone like this. It seemed like a good illustration to convey that information. While Amelia is missing Nadia, Cleo very easily makes a new best friend at school, a girl named Gigi, who as an adult now, I am positive Amelia had a crush on. Amelia cannot stop gushing about how beautiful and stylish and amazing Gigi is. I know the point is to poke fun at how much of a goblin Cleo is by comparison, but the way Amelia idolizes this girl, like, I'm just saying, when I reread these books as an adult, I read them with the knowledge that I have today, and that's what it felt like to me personally. Literature is open to interpretation, as always. But I remember this page a lot because it shows the differences in how Gigi and Cleo eat. Gigi is so graceful, but Cleo loves to chomp huge bites of food and gulp them down. And this diagram of Cleo swallowing a hamburger has just been burned into my brain for a quarter century at this point. Amelia and Nadia decide to start sending each other postcards as a way to keep each other updated on their lives outside of their prison payphone allotments of 10 minutes a week. So now we get a lot of fun postcards throughout these books, which also become a staple of the series. This page just felt so ADHD coded to me, okay? It's going to be really hard to convince me otherwise. Just let me read this. I start to write, but then things get in the way. Like suddenly I notice my hand that's doing the writing and I start thinking, why are our hands so wrinkly? Why do we have a thumb? Why 5 fingers and not 4 or 6? Isn't it amazing how our fingers move and how many things they can do? You got a hand, it says, this isn't nail polish, it's marker. And then it says, hands are very hard to draw. It takes a lot of practice, which is absolutely true. Once Nadia colored her fingernails with marker, I stole some of Cleo's Purple Passion nail polish and painted my fingernails and toenails. It looked great, except when I was about to eat something, sometimes I forgot I had painted my fingernails and I'd think I was about to eat a grape with whatever I was eating. Cleo was mad at me for a whole week, but it was worth it. And then after we just return to the regular plot, I just love Amelia's weird tangents, okay? Amelia wants to make new friends in her class, so she tells us about the other kids. First, we get Leah, who's like a quieter and more focused version of Amelia. She's like neurotypical Amelia. She loves writing and drawing in her notebook, but she's super organized and super well behaved. For now. I don't like Leah. Leah's unhinged. Just wait. We're going to get to that. Then we get to Max, who will later become the main character of Max Disaster in that series. And then we've got the twins, Amy and Franny, who appear a few times in the series, but as far as I remember, never become that important of characters because I don't remember ever thinking about them again. Amelia starts hanging out with Leah, and they do things like draw together, and Amelia draws a picture of herself, Leah and Nadia all having a picnic under a rainbow. So now Amelia has a new friend. Before the book ends, we get an Amelia original, one of her fictional stories. This is also established as a recurring bit in each book, much like in a musical when the characters can't quite express their feelings in natural dialogue, they'll break into song. Amelia does the same thing but with writing stories. When she wants to process something that's going on in her life, she puts those feelings into a piece of fiction. She ends up writing a story for the Young Authors Fair about a girl who wants a cloud as a pet. Through this story, we get a resolution to the plot about Amelia wanting to write something new for the Young Authors Fair, and we also get an emotional resolution to the difficulty she's had processing the changes going on in her life. Through this story, we see Amelia's process of coming to understand that just because you travel to a new location doesn't mean that you have to leave your friends behind. Even if those friendships might look different than you expect, they can still hold value for you in a new form. I love this device throughout these books, especially because it contributes to the realism of Amelia being this girl who loves to write and draw, and she does it all in this one notebook. This is the notebook she carries with her everywhere to write down her ideas, and that includes ideas for fictional stories. Amelia isn't writing a graphic novel for us, the audience, to read. She's writing her own notebook, and we're going to see where her thought process goes. When we reach the back of the notebook, we get the typical interior back cover measurement with conversion tables that come in a composition book, and Amelia once again adds her own flair to this. For example, table of time measure, 60 seconds equals 1 minute, unless you're mom, then in a minute means half an hour. Or table of linear measurement, 660 feet equals 1 furlong. And how many feet in a fur short? Fur with a little drawing of a cat saying, I have short fur. So much of this first book felt very random and disjointed and in the moment, but there was a certain charm in that, especially because when you think back after finishing the book, you're like, yeah, that was a complete story. In this book, Amelia's conflict was that she didn't want to move and leave her best friend behind, and by the end of the book, she found a way to both stay in contact with her best friend, and she made another friend closer to her. She learned to be at peace with the way life changes, even if it's difficult, and she's using the power of writing, drawing, and creativity to help herself find those conclusions. Book Review 2, Amelia Writes Again. I decided for this book review to put Amelia in this t-shirt. Amelia is going to start off this book by having her birthday. So I put her in the t-shirt that you get for your doll when you have your birthday at the American Girl store. You want to guess which birthday I had at the American Girl store? Which birthday do you think I celebrated at the American Girl store? Lock in your guesses. The answer is 30. I had my birthday at the American Girl store when I turned 30, which was great because I wore a full suit and drank breakfast mimosas. And my doll and I matched as boss babes. I would say there were a bunch of other YouTubers there with me, but most of the other people who were there don't do YouTube anymore. The one person who's there who still has a strong YouTube presence who was there with me was Savannah Marie. Shout out to Savannah Marie, who came to Chicago for my American Girl store birthday when I turned 30. That was fun. I need to do a big birthday like that again. Anyway, Amelia's about to have her birthday, so that's why I dressed her like this. The second book in the series, Amelia Writes Again, is where we first get Amelia's iconic caution tape. If you remember anything from the Amelia's Notebook iconography or merch from back in the day, you probably remember the big yellow caution tape on everything. This girl used caution tape like it was washi tape or something. But what I'd forgotten about was the context of how the caution tape comes into play. And it's dark. It's dark, you guys. I did not remember Amelia having such a traumatic story behind the caution tape, but here we are. We're going to get into this, okay? So the inside cover has its usual little jokes, including this fun little rhyme about Cleo. It says, "There goes Cleo, floating down the Delaware, chewing on her underwear, couldn't find another pair. 10 days later, eaten by a polar bear. That was the end of Cleo," with a cute little polar bear with his tummy full because he just ate Cleo for dinner. So that's how Amelia kicks this off. Now we're going to head into the story. Even the copyright page of this book isn't safe from Amelia's chaotic goblin energy. Like, when the book is categorized as fiction in the little like Bizet codes, Amelia is there to remind us that no, this book is too true. She also reminds us that this book having a copyright means that there will be no copycatting allowed. I appreciate how even for the parts of these books that are just structural and necessary for the sales of book as merchandise with SKU numbers in the US, they still find a way to situate it within the canonical Amelia universe. This book starts off with Amelia's 10th birthday, which she spends at Space World with her new friend Leah because Nadia lives too far away, but Amelia has a new friend. For now. Again, I don't like Leah. Leah's unhinged. We're going to get more into this as the book goes on. Leah absolutely sucks. But Amelia goes with Leah. This is also where we learn that Amelia's interested in space-related type of stuff. She's very interested in science and that kind of thing. That's going to come back a lot throughout these books. Amelia tells us that she's writing in a new notebook now, as we can tell because this is a new book, and that this is a birthday gift she got, and she received it from, surprise, her sister Cleo. Amelia was shocked that Cleo did something nice for her, and Cleo tells Amelia that this notebook is a conditional gift. She is giving her the new notebook with the understanding that Amelia is going to write something nice about her in it. So Amelia talks about how Cleo has good hands and how her hands look nice because she doesn't chew on her fingernails, and so her nails look nice. And Amelia goes on a whole tangent about hands. She draws hands in a bunch of different ways. She shows different types of fingernails and discusses how she's interested in sign language, which will come back later in the series, but not in this book. None of this is going to come back in this book at all, and none of it has anything related to the plot at all. But Amelia's early interest in sign language will resurface later on in the series, so we have that. But for now, it's just like Amelia wants to practice drawing hands. Hands are difficult to draw, so we're going to have a hand drawing study session right here in the middle of the story. This book follows the previous book's pattern of Amelia going off on tangents and giving us a ton of what seem to be non sequiturs, which makes it feel like you're really reading an actual 10-year-old's journal. But then at the end of the book, I'm like, wait, nope, that was a coherent story. Nice job. Good job. I feel complete. Like on this page, Amelia gets distracted doing her math homework and decides that each number has its own personality. 5 is cranky about being an odd number. 4 is even-tempered, etc. It's good to develop those bisexual pun skills early, Amelia. We'll say that. Then Amelia just gets completely distracted from her homework because she's lost herself in the story she's created about these numbers she's drawing, including the subplot where the number 6 is trying to raise its baby, which is the fraction 1/2, and then 5 and 2 get in a fight, and then 1/2 shits itself. I'm telling you, dude, there's ADHD coding in these books if you look for it. And then Amelia tries to go back to her original focus, which was supposed to be writing nice things about Cleo, and eventually this prompts her to have one positive memory with her sister, which is when they were younger, Amelia and Cleo used to play this game where they'd throw these big marshmallows at the ceiling to see if they'd stick up on the ceiling, and then their mom came into the room, but they didn't get caught because mom never bothered to look up at the ceiling, and the marshmallows didn't start falling until the moment mom left the room. This all finally comes to play in the main story when Amelia recounts the marshmallow story to her friend Leah at school. She tells her about this, and then Leah's super weird about it, okay? She's like, I thought we were friends, Amelia. Like, okay, dude, all she did was tell you a story about how she and her sister used to throw marshmallows at the ceiling, and Leah's over here like, I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends, Amelia. Why do you just tell me about these stories that you're writing in your notebook? Why don't you show me your notebook? Why can't I read the whole thing? And Amelia's like, because I don't show anyone my notebook. It's for my ideas only, and I keep it private, which I get, okay? I'm not at all a private person. I put myself out there, but there's a huge difference between writing something that you know somebody else is going to read, writing something that you're aware is for consumption, versus playing around with ideas in a space where you know none of it is any kind of finished product yet. It takes all the pressure off. It lets you be as creative as possible and brainstorm ideas that might or might not work or might eventually lead you to the idea that does work, and then you can put your best ideas into a later piece that you can then show off to other people. It's just part of the writing process. But Leah, who also likes to write, somehow doesn't get this, okay? She's just like, are we friends or not? Why are you keeping your notebook from me? Are you keeping secrets from me? Are you hiding things from me, Amelia? Ugh. Like, this girl is just paranoid, okay? Then Leah refuses to eat lunch with Amelia because she thinks Amelia's being dishonest and hiding something because she won't show her the notebook. This is so frustrating to read, okay? But keep in mind, these are fourth graders. They're all 10 years old. None of them are the pinnacle of emotional maturity just yet. Still, Leah's annoying and she's gonna get worse, okay? Then the story takes a wild turn. Just snap. Wild turn. And this is where we get the caution tape. Out of nowhere, some random guy commits arson. In the middle of the second Amelia's notebook, some random dude, like a random grown man that never comes back in the series, we never learn his name, just commits arson. I thought yesterday was bad, but now a horrible, awful thing has happened. Much, much worse than any fight with Leah. There was a big fire at our school last night, and the fire department says it was arson. That means someone set it on purpose. I heard a lot of sirens, but I didn't know it was my school till I got there this morning. Then it has like a piece of charred wood, probably from a desk. Oh my God. There was a crowd of reporters and yellow caution tape across the whole wing of the school. I wonder if this is why American Girl eventually picked up these books. They were like, ooh, Kirsten's books have arson in them too. Amelia is a great example of a 10-year-old girl who's going through normal life for her era, then bam, one day arson. That's such an American Girl thing to happen. Amelia comes up with an idea to help everyone at school emotionally recover from their school being intentionally set on fire. Everyone is going to bring in a prized possession to school, and while they're pouring new cement, they can put their treasures in there with their initials next to them, so it's like you're in the cement now. Then we get the most 90s description of political unrest that I've ever heard, okay? They caught the arsonist. It was some man who wanted to protest against our government. I can't figure out how burning down our school sends a message to the government. Couldn't he just send a letter? Or if he was really in a hurry, a fax? Apparently Amelia got this idea from her mom because it says in the margins, Mom always writes when she doesn't like a law or something. She writes tons of letters to Congress, to the president, to anyone she thinks should listen. Shout out to Amelia's civically engaged mother. I love the image in my head of Amelia's mom sitting at the table writing letter after letter to Bill Clinton while Amelia's like, what you doing, Mom? This is like a year before like Bill Clinton's creepy sex scandal broke. So dude, imagine Amelia's mom's just always writing Bill Clinton letters, and then like next year in 1998, or I guess this book 1996 it came out, or it's about to happen, right? And then she's gonna be like, dear Mr. President, I always thought you were someone I could confide in, and now I find out you're a creepy sex pest. I'm just imagining this whole like separate lore with Amelia's mom. I love it. So the further we get into this series, the cooler Amelia's mom becomes. While there are some things she does that it's valid for Amelia as a child to find annoying, we also learn how many sacrifices she's made for her kids and how much she cares about genuinely making the world a better place. And it's all very subtle. Amelia's mom is always just a side character, but we get those bits of development through Amelia's drawings and recollections, and that's just really nice to see. Amelia and Leah write a story together in her notebook, and we get to see how they write back and forth. This is Amelia's compromise to get Leah to stop harassing her about showing her the full notebook. Also, I loved writing these like back and forth type of stories when I was in middle school and things like that with friends, so this is a very relatable experience. Let's take a look at their joint story. There once was a boy named Nick who had a terrible secret. He wrote about his secret in his notebook. His best friend George begged and begged and begged to read the notebook. Oh my God, I love these self-inserts they've created of themselves. George was glad that Nick trusted him with his secret. He didn't think it was terrible at all. Nick felt better having someone else know his secret and still like him. The secret was that Nick had a tail. And that's the end. And then the tail says useful for picking things up and carrying them. And that's the end of this tail. And then Amelia adds in her own commentary, I like the story Leah and I wrote together. So does she. And now she knows the kind of things I write in here. Maybe I'll show her the rest someday. I guess she felt left out when I wouldn't show her anything. I didn't mean to leave her out. She is my best friend after all. And I'm just like, Amelia, no, honey. Do not let Leah gaslight you into feeling bad about keeping your own business to yourself. But I do like the story that they wrote together. And I'd like to point out that this book came out 3 years before the movie Shallow Hal, in which George Costanza from Seinfeld has a similar arc where he secretly has a tail. Sorry if I spoiled a movie that came out in 2001, a movie that did not age well at all. It stars Tony Robbins as a good guy. I think Amelia Writes Again might be the most unhinged book in the series. Amelia's just like, it's my birthday. My friend and I are fighting. I like to throw marshmallows at the ceiling. Here's a comic I drew about numbers. What if numbers could talk? Oh my God, arson! But like I've been saying, when you're a creative kid who gets good grades and whose special interest is writing, they just forget to diagnose you with ADHD until you're 30. That's just how it goes until you're a 30-year-old having brunch at the American Girl store. All right, that's Amelia Writes Again. Let's continue. I have now dressed Amelia in a fun summer outfit because it is summer vacation time and Amelia's about to go on a fun summer road trip. The copy of Amelia Hits the Road that I have, strangely enough, was not distributed by Tricycle Press or by American Girl. This is a Scholastic Book Fair edition from 1998. Amelia Hits the Road was originally published in 1997, and I guess the Scholastic Book Fair version came out in 1998, and then in 1999, when American Girl acquired Amelia's Notebook and acquired the entire IP for that, this book was then re-released as Amelia's Are We There Yet? Longest Car Trip Ever. No matter which title it was under, this is the Amelia's Notebook that Amelia keeps while she's on a summer road trip with her mom and her sister. And here is how that car trip is going. Being stuck in a car with Cleo is not my idea of fun. She stinks up the car with the smell of nail polish. She burps so loudly, Mom jumps a foot off her seat. She turns off the air conditioner so high my teeth start chattering, and she sings the stupidest songs ever, off key, of course. Mom says we should enjoy this togetherness. It seems like too much togetherness if you ask me, especially when Cleo gets car sick. Then the last thing in the world I want is to be together with her. I couldn't get over the illustration at the bottom of this page. Amelia's face here just lives rent-free in my head. I feel like this face should be used as one of those reaction images, like me when I'm on a date and the man suddenly mentions the sexual marketplace. Insert this face, something like that, right? Then Amelia and Cleo just continue acting like typical kids. In the motel, I couldn't stop laughing. Cleo kept on cracking me up. When she saw the paper strip they put on the toilet seat, she acted like it was a present wrapped up for her. And Cleo's over here being like, a surprise for me? You shouldn't have. It's too much. At last, a place to throw up. No more bags for me. We opened all the drawers, tried all the TV channels, and inspected the closet. It was too late to go swimming in the pool, but the Bible in the nightstand drawer gave me a great idea. Cleo and I wrote funny notes to leave in all the dresser drawers. And then she writes things that are like, P.U., don't put stinky socks in this drawer. Didn't your mother teach you to fold your clothes neatly? Did you flush the toilet? Did you wash your hands? Beware of chewing gum left in drawers. Yuck. No eating chips in bed. I believe they're driving through California for this road trip, so they stop to see some of the old mining towns. Cleo finds a bone that she thinks belongs to someone, but their mom's like, no, that's just a chicken bone that someone didn't throw out when eating wings. And Cleo's like, no, that is a real human bone. I'm going to take it home and I'm going to use my Ouija board to find out about it. And then things suddenly take a turn for the serious. Once again, proving Amelia's place among 1990s American Girl books. We get some serious bits of American history just jammed right into the story right there. Amelia's mom stops at a different type of historical site, a former Japanese prison camp from World War II. We hadn't gone very far when, even without me nagging, Mom stopped the car at one of those historical markers. It said we were in a place called Manzanar, where 10,000 Japanese Americans lived during World War II. It was like a camp for war prisoners, only these people weren't enemy soldiers, just regular people, kids even. But since the US was fighting Japan, our government thought even Japanese Americans were bad. I can't believe a president could be so stupid. I hope he got a lot of angry letters. The next page is what really sells the emotional impact of this. I thought Mom would give us one of her see how lucky you are lectures, but she didn't. We let the weight of that hang there for a few minutes. Amelia and Cleo have just learned some of the dark realities of US history and what our country has done and gone through. They get back into the car and start traveling to Yosemite, and I guess this could be a moment where like the story takes a turn or Amelia's forever change. But keep in mind, she's a very believably written 10-year-old. I don't think it would be realistic if the entire tone of the story just flipped after that. So instead, we let the weight of that hang there for just a few moments, and then we ease into Amelia and Cleo fighting again in the car, getting back to their usual hijinks. In this case, Cleo won't stop whining about how much she doesn't want to go to Yosemite because she hates hiking and doesn't want to be outside anymore. So Amelia pours a can of soda pop over her head. Mom gets angry and Amelia loses her motel TV privileges, which, woo, that would have got me as a kid, okay? That would have really got me. Like I said, getting to fall asleep in front of the TV is the best part of staying outside your home as a kid, or like sneaking out of your bedroom at grandma's house, right? Like falling asleep watching TV is the greatest luxury in life as an adult too, okay? So anyway, Amelia sacrifices those privileges to dump soda pop on Cleo. While hiking, Amelia meets a kid named Mako who lives in Japan and is here with his family for a trip. Mako is about her age and they decide to become pen pals, which that's going to be a recurring bit in later books. She talks to her pen pal Mako sometimes. During this trip, Amelia is finally going to see her best friend Nadia again, and this awakens a new fear for her. What if she sees Nadia, but Nadia's different? What if she doesn't like her anymore? What if the time apart has ruined their friendship? As usual, to work through these emotions, Amelia writes a fictional story about it, and this story is just... oh my god, we need to read it, okay? We're gonna read this story. The Visit. A boy visited his grandparents every year. They lived far away, so he couldn't see them more than that. When they saw him, they always said, "Oh, you've grown so much. Look at how you've changed." But the boy felt exactly the same. Finally, one year, he noticed that they were the ones who were changing. His grandma had more white hair. His grandpa had almost no hair, and they both had lots more wrinkles. That scared him because he knew they were getting very old and could die at any minute. That visit was the first time the boy felt he had changed too, just like they said. He did feel older, but not better, just sadder. He hugged his grandparents very tight. Then Amelia's like, no, that story did not make me feel better. So then she writes a second one about a girl who gets a puppy. As the puppy gets older, he starts to change. He gets bigger. He calms down and starts behaving better. And the girl realizes that even though her dog is different than he was when he was young, she likes the new parts of him and she likes the new him as he is. Amelia gets to Nadia's house, and guess what Nadia's made for Amelia? A notebook! During the past year, Nadia has written tons of new stories in a notebook, and she's giving it to Amelia as a gift. Then Amelia draws a picture of Nadia's bedroom, and what do we think she makes sure to include? If you guessed the wall socket, you would be a winner. Amelia and wall sockets name a more iconic duo. It turns out that it's actually Nadia who thinks that Amelia has changed, but not in a bad way. Nadia has changed too. For example, she's gotten her braces removed. That's pretty much the major change she goes through. The final page of this book is something we also see in later books. Amelia's face in the center with pieces of the story drawn all around her. And I've got to say, if this is Amelia's drawing skill at age 10, this girl has a real future as a landscape artist, okay? My new fan theory is that Amelia's going to be the next Bob Ross. Instead of having a PBS show, she'll just have like a Twitch channel where she live streams herself painting landscapes, because wow, look at that, okay? Wow. Book review 4. Amelia Takes Command. We've got the Amelia doll dressed in her space suit because Amelia is going to space camp, y'all. This outfit is actually from American Girl's 2018 Girl of the Year, Luciana Vega, who also goes to space camp. But we need to discuss a book that came out about 2 decades before Luciana and about 3 years before American Girl even started the Girl of the Year line. We need to talk about the 1998 hit story, Amelia Takes Command. I know earlier I said that Amelia Takes Command, which was originally titled Amelia's Bully Survival Guide, or no, was changed to Amelia's Bully Survival Guide. We'll get into the nuances of that later. It's also sometimes known as Amelia's Bully Survival Guide. It's a little confusing. Anyway, I know earlier I said that was the 5th book in the series, but now I'm saying it's the 4th. There's a reason for that. This is the 4th book in the main series, the narrative series itself. However, it is the 5th total Amelia book that was published because in 1997, we also got My Notebook with Help from Amelia, which is a DIY craft book filled with writing prompts for readers to create their own versions of Amelia's Notebook. It's like a DIY guide to create your own version of Amelia's Notebook, and it's so fun. We're going to go into that. So technically this, My Notebook with Help from Amelia, technically this one is the 4th book in the series, but it's not part of the main storyline. Actually, wait, no, hold on. I've got an idea. This is going to be more fun. We have been talking about books for a long time now. We're going through a lot of book reviews and we've got more to happen. I think we could use a little craft break. I think, Amelia, what do you think? You can sit in your spacesuit for a little longer? Yeah, I think we can use a craft break. We're going to talk about this one first, and then we're going to return. We're going to review Amelia Takes Command, and then more books in her series. But we need to take a break. We're going to do some crafts together. Let's make things. Let's go. Craft break! My notebook with help from Amelia. So I am fully notebook themed in my outfit right now. I've got this little notebook necklace that I made. I made it out of a Monster High notebook. I got these notebook earrings that I got at a local craft fair. And then I have my notebook dress on. This dress is actually one of my own merch items. It's available on my website, hipsterunicorn.myshopify.com. I did all the art for it. This is my own notebook and doodles outfit. I bet Amelia would have worn this, so that's pretty cool. So that's what I'm wearing right now while we have our first craft break. My notebook, with help from Amelia, was published in 1997 and then re-released by American Girl in 1999. I had this book as a kid. I actually had 2 of them because I enjoyed filling out this notebook so much that I wanted to get another one and do it again. However, when I then went to look for it before making this video, I could not for the life of me find my old notebooks of this type that I wrote in back when I was like 10 years old. So I decided to order a new one on eBay. And then I got super excited because it meant I got to fill it out all over again. And that meant that I was going to get to do some fun writing and drawing exercises, which we're going to go through right now. Like I said, I ordered this used on eBay. So when I first opened it up, I was hoping that the book wasn't already filled out, right? Like that someone hadn't already filled out all of the prompts in it already. And thankfully, only a quarter of the first page is filled out and then nothing else. The notebook was all blank except for this section right here. So it says like, if your name isn't blank, keep out. And that's what Amelia wrote there, because you're supposed to write your own name there to be like, this is my private notebook, keep out if it's not me. But whoever bought this notebook originally, whoever I bought this from on eBay, they had filled in, if your name isn't mom. So I guess this is mom's notebook. I guess whoever bought this for their kid, the mom filled it out. I don't know. But all I did was write who. You're not my mom. And then what the mom wrote in the first section of this notebook, she filled out 4 lines and it says, "It is red, safe harbor ahead. So we march on. We wait for the house to be done. And so we continue our journey, blessed by the joys we receive each day of the journey." I have no idea what that means, but I decided to just turn it into my first journaling exercise. I decided to use that on its own as a writing prompt. So I was like, whoa, what? I bought this book used on eBay. I did not write that thing above. This page is the only one of the previous owner used, so the rest of the notebook will be mine. But IDK what that is. Anyway, I don't need to worry about privacy in this notebook. I'm making this for a YouTube video, so I'm going to show it off online anyway. The whole internet's going to read it regardless. I ended up using a lot of stickers in this notebook. I had stickers that I'd get like with products that I've ordered before and stickers that I've gotten like at conventions or on people's Etsy shops. And then I ended up just buying books of stickers additionally. So I've been having so much fun with stickers. I've been doing doodles and stickers in this to try to make this like a full, fun, carefree notebook experience. So what am I going to write in here? Well, I like to think this notebook could be a great place to try out some writing prompts. Plus, I want to try writing in Amelia's style. This was a test to see if my calligraphy markers would bleed through the pages. Calligraphy markers passed the test. So I want to write in Amelia's style as a writing exercise, especially because she inspired me so much when Child Savvy first read these books back in the 90s. Every time I say back in the 90s, I get BoJack Horseman theme song stuck in my head. Can you believe it's 2025? That's 28 years since this book was published. So that's the kind of thing I start writing in it. And the next page, she has a prompt that say things that make me feel good, and all around the margins, she's drawn things that make her feel good, like the smell of cinnamon, comic books when read in bed with a flashlight, hot chocolate, clothes warm and toasty from the dryer, etc. So I started writing and doodling a bunch of things that make me feel good. A slow cup of coffee in the morning with real dairy, half and half of course, getting into bed for a nap in the early afternoon on a day off, beverages in the bathtub. I love coffee in the bath, wine in the bath, beer in the bath, scotch in the bath, tea in the bath, THC seltzer in the bath, but mostly coffee in the bath. Snuggling with my dog, and then I drew a picture of Harlow. A nice relaxing scented candle when hotels have their own bathrobes, taking a bath in a hotel room and spending the afternoon watching TV on the hotel bed while wrapped in the bathrobe, doing amateur yoga when I'm really stoned, listening to a really long but ultimately inconsequential YouTube drama video as I fall asleep, wearing an open hoodie and a sports bra on my walk home from the gym on a beautiful fall day after completing a really good workout. It was fun. I just came up with like very specific scenarios of things I enjoy. And then on the next page, she has me do things I hate. I don't know why I put a sticker here that says nevertheless persist. It was in one of my sticker books that I was like, I guess these things I hate, but I'm going to persist through them anyway. Oh, Amelia, you sweet summer 90s kid. It's so hard to think of normal things to hate when it's 2025 now and everything constantly feels like it's falling apart all around us. But I want to write about goofy little things that annoy me, so I guess I should try to put myself in the mindset of 90s Savvy. I hate broccoli and no one understands. Everyone keeps saying you just haven't had it cooked the right way yet, but I've had it cooked just about every way you can imagine. The problem is broccoli itself has such a disgusting flavor it makes me want to gag, and I drew a little gagging emoji. I hated it in 1997 when this notebook first released, and I hate it now in 2025. Maybe what I really hate is when people pretend to know your own preferences better than you. You can't read my mind. And then there's a little guy being like, oh, you'll like my broccoli. And I'm like, it's not you, it's the vegetable. So that's what I did on that next page. Already doing some journaling. But then this is the part I had just like a ton of fun with right here, which was Amelia flash fiction. So this page was blank. Like, some of the notebook pages, like, they have little writing prompts, but then some of them are just completely blank with just notebook lining on them. So it's like, write whatever you want here. So I was like, what should I write? Well, I'm going to write some fan fiction about Amelia on this page, but I'm going to do flash fan fiction, meaning like it's really short. If you guys haven't heard of flash fiction, it's usually like there are short stories, right? You've got novels, you've got novellas, you've got short stories. And then flash fiction is usually under 1,000 words. Sometimes it's under 500 words. Sometimes there are flash fiction competitions that are like, write the best story you can in 50 words, write the best story you can on the back of this postcard, and they do them as like contests to publish things. So anyway, that's the concept of flash fiction. So I was like, I'm gonna write flash fan fiction, and I'm just gonna write 3 little brief stories to fit on this page. So here we go. When Amelia was 31, she visited a psychiatrist for the first time ever because she found that viral post someone made that said if you get good grades, they really just let you raw dog ADHD. I was really into the idea that Amelia has ADHD. That's like my headcanon for her, so we're gonna go with that. When Amelia was 16, she visited her stepmom's family in Chicago and ended up meeting Lindsay Bergman, the 2001 Girl of the Year. They hit it off instantly. Okay, so we're going to get into Amelia and her stepmom, who I mean by that, her connection with Chicago. That's all foreshadowing for later stuff that's going to happen in the books. But Lindsay, who's the 2001 American Girl of the Year doll, I love her. Lindsay is a Chicago girl. She has curly hair and freckles, and she's a wind instrument player. She's a band geek and she loves dogs. So I'm like, Lindsay's my girl. Lindsay also comes off very ADHD coded in her book. And I just had this vibe that Lindsay and Amelia would have been friends. So I'd like, maybe they meet as teenagers. So maybe they're friends. During her junior year of college, Amelia did an independent study under the supervision of an English professor and a visual arts professor. Her goal was to complete a graphic novel by the end of the semester. She ended up writing a cozy Halloween surrealist comedy thriller about pumpkins who grow human bodies. The story serves as an allegory about the objectification of women. Those are the 3 Amelia flash fictions I wrote. And then let's read one more section that I filled out in this notebook before we wrap up our first craft break and head back into some more book reviews. We are going to have multiple more craft breaks throughout this because this book has multiple things I've done in it, and then there's also some more crafts in some of the other books, so we're gonna have a lot of fun with this, okay? So we're gonna do one more section. So Amelia filled out the entire next page, right? Like this whole page was originally blank, and then the next page she filled out entirely, and I didn't write anything on it because I thought that she kind of nailed it. Like I thought she had that page covered, but then the next few pages I completely did, okay? So basically what Amelia has here is this is your notebook, so you get to do whatever you want. Here's what I do. Sometimes I write stories, sometimes I write whatever I'm thinking while worrying about. Writing is weird, which she crosses off a million times and then eventually tries to get the spelling of weird right. It's kind of like cooking because you throw a bunch of stuff together and you never know how it will all turn out. At least that's how my mom cooks. Amelia's secret family recipes for writing. Recipe for a journal. Take 3 tablespoons of what's on your mind. Stir it well and chew it over. Season with descriptions. Spice it up. Gobble it up. Don't let anyone see it. Recipe for a story. Take 1 cup something interesting. Mix in an exciting beginning. Add 3 teaspoons characters. I mean, who is the story happening to anyway? Blend with a dash of plot. What happens next? Simmer until well done. Serve piping hot. Yum. How does it taste? And then she just has a picture of Cleo putting raisins up her nose and snorting them out. Which is kind of funny. But I like this idea of coming up with recipes for different types of writing. So I was like, ooh, that could be a good writing exercise. First, to create an extended metaphor, like coming up with an extended metaphor for food and how food compares to writing in those ways. And also using that to analyze how I break down my own structures when I write things. So I was like, I'm going to try what she just did. So this is what I did on the next couple pages. Amelia had some things in there, like she has like add salt, dig in. Exactly. She has a bunch of things on those pages already. And then she has one where it's like, tallest sandwich in the world, tallest mouth to eat it. And those are kind of in the border of these pages, but then the middle of the pages are blank for me to fill out. So I'm like, I'm going to fill out my own writing recipes on these pages. So here's Savy's writing recipes. Journal recipe. 1 pan of notebooks with nice smooth paper. 1 cup of nice pens that write smoothly. At this time, when I was writing in this, I had just gotten into like sensory notebooks and things like that. I'm really into like paper that feels good and pens that feel good. So I've been enjoying that and it's been on my mind a lot. Set your kitchen timer for 5 minutes and write everything that comes to mind before the time runs out. So that's like a writing sprint exercise, right? I love doing those where it's like for 5 minutes, you write everything that comes to mind and then see if anything good comes out of it. Do a little writing sprint, no pressure. So it's kind of like, you know, setting the timer on the oven. I thought that made sense. So then I did a romance novel recipe. 2 characters, raw. Carefully knead each character until their greatest fears and desires are visible on the surface. Mix the 2 unraveled characters together in a large mixing bowl. Lay out your mixture on a large baking sheet into 20 even chapters. I guess that is kind of how I write romance novels, right? I like divide it into 20 chapters, try to make them roughly even. Yeah. So it caused me to like reflect on my own writing process. So then I also have the YA novel recipe. Source fresh ingredients from your own life experiences. Harvest the juice of the remaining emotions of your teenage years and then fully marinate each character in it. Season the mixture with jokes and pop culture references. Bake at 420 degrees. And I drew a picture of a brain and said, dig deep in here for highest quality ingredients. And then my nonfiction recipe, this recipe is for baking, not cooking. You need to be very precise with your ingredients and ratios or else it will come out all wrong. I've heard people say that like cooking is an art and baking is a science. So I was thinking kind of in that realm, right? Writing fiction is an art, writing nonfiction is a science because you can't lie. So I have source your ingredients only from reputable quality growers. Make sure you know exactly where you got each ingredient. Measure each ingredient down to the teaspoon. And then I just had these little tiny stickers of food items. So I had nonfiction is like baking. The ingredients quantities matter. All right, so that's where I'm gonna wrap up this craft break for today, but we have a couple more craft breaks throughout this video, so we're gonna do a lot more of the prompts and stuff from this book together. If you like the pages you're seeing on screen, try some of these prompts yourself. Follow along with me while we're doing this video. You can look up on the screen, see the prompt I have. You can pause my video, set a timer, do the prompts for yourself, and then we can all write together. That's a great idea, right? I think we should do that. But anyway, in the meantime, we are gonna head back into reviewing some more of the books, and I'll see you guys in a little bit for another craft break. Bye! Back to our book reviews. And we're back. Amelia has been sitting here in this spacesuit for way too long, and this girl is finally ready to get her ass off to space camp. So let's talk about Amelia Takes Command. Timeline regarding publication of this book can get a little confusing, at least it is to me. So according to the Amelia fandom wiki, Amelia Takes Command was the original title of the book when it was published in 1998. But then after American Girl acquired Amelia in 1999, the title was changed to Amelia's Bully Survival Guide. But that's confusing because right here I have 2 different copies of Amelia Takes Command. I have 2 different copies. One I got in a lot of books that I ordered used on eBay, and one that I just had from my childhood that I still had in my shelf. So I have 2 separate copies of this book, and they're both called Amelia Takes Command, and both of them have American Girl logos on them. So clearly the book was still called Amelia Takes Command under the American Girl label. So I'm not sure who published the versions called Amelia's Bully Survival Guide, and the wiki doesn't seem super clear about the timeline either. But we do know that a version called Amelia's Bully Survival Guide does exist because here's a picture of it. So I'm not sure what happened there. But either way, regardless of the timeline on the name change and all of that, I think Amelia Takes Command is a much better title for this book. The concept of taking command in her own life is Amelia's consistent symbolic and literal arc throughout this book, and the fact that she goes to space camp where she can take command of a spaceship or a simulation of a spaceship serves as an excellent symbol of her overcoming her difficulties and her gaining an overall ability to take command in school and in life. In this book, Amelia starts 5th grade. She has a new teacher named Miss Busby, and unfortunately she's in a different class from her new friend Leah, which sucks because first she had to move away from Nadia and now she doesn't have Leah anymore. But Savy, you might be wondering, just because Leah's in a different class That doesn't mean they can't still be besties, right? Like, they're in literally the same school building. She's just like a door down. Yeah, but did you forget that Leah is absolutely unhinged? Let's see what's up with Leah at the start of this book. Leah won't walk to school with me anymore. She walks with Gwen instead. Just when I started to like school, something rotten happens. I really need a friend now, a close by friend, not a far away friend like Nadia. I can't believe that I ever thought Hillary might be friendly. She's mean, mean, mean. She said I look like a doofus because I don't wear knee socks and I have a stupid haircut. What's wrong with my hair? And why does it matter what kind of socks I wear? But once she said it, everyone at school started believing it. Lucy and Matilda wouldn't play Foursquare with me, and when I sat down next to Susie at lunch, she changed places. It was awful. I knew this was going to be the worst year of my life. So yeah, Leah met this new girl in her class named Gwen, and Leah has now moved on. Oh, you thought Leah was just a shy, bookish, artsy girl who might be a little demanding of Amelia when she manipulates her into showing her the inside of her notebook, right? Yeah? No! Leah's even more than that. Leah is a clout goblin, okay? And to make things worse, as we just saw, there's a girl in Amelia's class named Hillary who is not passive-aggressive like Leah, but is just regular aggressive. While Amelia is dealing with all of these people being awful to her, she gives Leah a call after school to be like, are we still cool, okay? And here's what that little asshat Leah does. I called Leah on the phone and asked what's wrong. She said nothing's wrong. She still likes me, but she's so busy with Gwen, she doesn't have time for two friends. Of course she picks the person in the same class as her, and Gwen wears knee socks. Leah doesn't have time for two friends? Two friends is too much of a time commitment? Leah is a little girl boss, and time is of the essence. Time is money when you're Leah, perfectly organized future boss babe out here building her empire. I hate Leah, okay? I am not a fan of Leah. Amelia's year is off to a bad start, so to cheer her up, her mom tells her a story about her grandma and how grandma learned to stand up for herself. And because our girl Amelia is a writer, she writes down the story about grandma in her notebook, and we all get to learn about how badass grandma was. When grandma was a kid, it was the Depression, which was a time when nobody in the country had much money because the banks all failed. They couldn't give people their savings back. That can't happen anymore. Oh, Amelia. But it could then, and it was terrible. She was the oldest of four girls, and it was really hard for her parents to scrape together money to feed the family. Her father, my great-grandfather, was an engineer, not the train kind, the building kind. He made bridges before the Depression, but he lost his job since nobody had money to pay for building anymore. And the only work he could get was being a janitor in a big office building. He wasn't paid very much, but at least things were very cheap then. Chicken was 29 cents a pound, and bread was 10 cents a loaf. One day, Grandma was sent to the store to buy some bread for bread soup because that was all they could afford for dinner that night. Her mother was sick in bed that day, so Grandma had to go. She held that dime tight, 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 but on the way, a mean boy saw her. He knew she had a coin in her fist. So this boy's trying to steal the dime from Grandma because he wants the money, but Grandma stands up for herself. She's scared at first, but she explodes at this boy. She screams at him, and he runs away in fear because Grandma was so badass about it. I love how this story weaves in bits of American history, the details about how chicken was 29 cents a pound and bread was 10 cents a loaf, the entire concept of the Great Depression. Keep in mind, this was in the book before American Girl acquired the series, so that's pretty cool. I think it just goes to show how strong of a fit the Amelia's Notebook brand was with the American Girl brand of the late 90s, even before they decided to collaborate. So Amelia then follows this story up with a new fictional one she made up herself, which is called The Very Nasty Girl and Her Awful Fate. And this story is iconic. I appreciate that Amelia specifies for us, this story is mine, not Grandma's, okay? She doesn't want Grandma taking the fall for this. Let's read it. Once there was this mean girl who no one liked. She got no presents on her birthday because even her parents hated her, and she had no brothers or sisters because she was so horrible her parents didn't want to risk having another kid like her. One day she got a package in the mail. She was so surprised she opened it right away. It was a box of chocolates, the fancy kind. She stuffed her face with them. Unfortunately for her, they were poison. She keeled over and died, and no one bothered to come to her funeral. The end. I appreciate how Amelia draws this girl to look just a little bit like Hillary, the mean girl, the school bully. She looks just a little like her to show that she's inspired by her, but different enough for plausible deniability. We love that, Amelia. So Amelia's on the struggle bus, so her mom decides to give her an early present for her upcoming 11th birthday. During winter break from school, Amelia is gonna get to go to space camp, and you know what makes it even better? Her best friend in California, Nadia, Nadia's parents are also sending her to space camp, so Amelia and Nadia are going to get to go to space camp together over winter break. This is going to be the best winter break ever. As the holidays approach, Amelia looks for her Christmas gift for her pen pal Mako in Japan, and he sends her a letter talking about how near his home in Japan, a donut shop recently opened, and then Amelia writes this at the bottom of the page. Apparently this is called the Donut Song. I hadn't heard this specific song before, but I guess it's like, you know, one of those summer camp type songs, like, you know, like how what Baby Shark was before the internet ruined it, or like that's if I'm getting the vibe of this right. It could be like one of those repurposed military chants. Do you know what I mean? Okay, anyway. This is where I first heard the Donut Song, but it's not unique to this book. I thought Amelia made up this little joke, but she didn't. Anyway, this is how the Donut Song goes. Oh, I ran around the corner and I ran around the block and I ran right into a donut shop and picked up a donut and I wiped off the grease and I handed the lady a 5-cent piece. Well, she looked at the nickel and she looked at me and she said, "This nickel's no good to me. There's a hole in the middle and it goes right through." And I said, "There's a hole in the donut too. Thanks for the donut. Bye now." That's going to be stuck in my head all day, okay? That song was stuck in my head while I was preparing for this video. It's going to be stuck in my head now, too. So just like all the other books, the story is absolutely all over the place. It seems like a collection of events more than one story. But Amelia's got a strong arc in this book, too. Perhaps one of the strongest arcs we've seen in one of her books so far. I think this is one of the strongest books in the Amelia series. Its events manage to feel believably random, but the themes stay so consistent throughout the entire book. So Amelia gets to space camp where she gets to reunite with her bestie Nadia, but what new challenge might Amelia face when she's at space camp? That's right, systemic misogyny. Amelia really wants to be the commander of her ship, but the group is mostly boys and they don't want to listen to a girl commander. I know this sounds ridiculous, but keep in mind, this is 1998 and these characters are all facing the concept of gender for likely the first time. We're going to continue to explore that concept, the concept of kids entering early adolescence and suddenly becoming aware of the concept of gender. That's going to be in a later Amelia book that tackles that even more directly. But for now, this seems to be the first time that Amelia has experienced exclusion for being female. You'll notice throughout the books, when she makes friends, a lot of the close friends she makes are girls, but she does just strike up random friendships with boys as well. The concept of whether someone is a boy or a girl doesn't seem to really matter to her when it comes to who she's interacting with, how she's interacting with them, and how she's building friendships. But that's all going to change at space camp. There are 3 guys in the group named Brad, Evan, and Corey. Got 3 frat boys in this group, and all of them want to be the ship's commander, but they can't agree on which one of them it should be because all 3 of them can't stop fighting over it. The only thing they can agree on is that the commander shouldn't be Amelia, it should be one of them. So of course the adult in charge hears them fighting and then decides to make Amelia the commander and shutting these little asshats up for now. I like reading their extremely whiny dialogue in the talk bubbles about this. Everyone knows a girl can't be a commander. Who let you out of the zoo? Where did your parents find you? At a garage sale? And then they're arguing like, I should be commander because I'm a natural born leader. I should be commander because I built a model of the space shuttle once. I should be a commander because my dad bought me a flight suit so I look like a commander. I guess technically this is Amelia's recollection of what they said, filtered through her own subjective opinion of these boys, but Amelia's my ride or die, okay, so I'm taking her side on all this no matter what. While the group is in their flight simulator, they run into some issues, and once again, the boys start fighting. Amelia tries to give everyone directions, but they talk over her. They say they're not gonna listen to a girl, what have you, late 90s shit. But then Amelia gathers up all the courage she can find. She tries to channel Great Depression grandma in her soul, and she goes for it. My voice got very low and quiet. It didn't even sound like my voice anymore. It was sharp and hard and gray. All the other kids looked at me with big eyes, and Evan stopped screaming. It was amazing. I felt big and powerful because of that voice you just had to listen to. I said slowly and calmly, "We're not going to panic. We can still land safely." But I wasn't sure how. Nadia said we could stay in orbit for 15 more minutes, but we had to decide what to do by then. In real life, we could orbit for days. In the simulator, we had to finish by lunch so the next team could go in. Only 15 minutes. That's less time than a math test. Amelia gets everyone to chill the fuck out, and then she and Nadia come up with a logical, reasonable plan. Amelia for president 2028, please. Actually, that would work shockingly well. Like, if we imagine that Amelia turned 10 in 1997, she would be 38 now, so she's like the perfect age to run for president. And even if we don't go with that, even if we go with that Amelia turned 14 in 2006, she would then be born in 1992, so in 2028 she'd be 36. Girl, Amelia should be our next president. Anyway, after winter break, Amelia returns to school. She's feeling good about herself after taking command of her ship at space camp, but she's once again forced away from her friend Nadia back into her strange 5th grade classroom with nasty ass Hillary. Hillary decides to falsely accuse Amelia of cheating on a test, which she would never do, okay? And Amelia, fresh out of space camp, is ready to channel Great Depression grandma again. She is ready to take no shit. She grabbed my elbow and said, "I saw you cheating on that test, worm breath. Cheater." Hillary has said lots of mean things to me, but this was the worst. Maybe that's why for once I didn't feel all sad and crumbly inside. I was mad. I mean, really, really furious. I looked right at her and in my new sharp and hard and gray voice, "You are a lying fink." I almost said that wrong. And once I started, I couldn't stop. It was like all this stuff came bubbling up inside of me and it just had to come out. "You are nasty, nasty, nasty. I did not cheat. I don't need to cheat. And there's nothing wrong with my hair or my shoes or my clothes. The only thing wrong with me is that I ever let you bug me, but you're never going to bug me again. You're going to bug off." Then I turned and walked away. I wanted to look back and see if she was following me, but I was too afraid to, so I just kept going till I found a tree to hide behind, and then I sat down. I was exhausted and empty, like I'd run 1,000,000 miles. Then I felt lighter and lighter, like I could fly without the shuttle even. Carly told me that when I walked away, Hillary started to bawl. She sounded just like a cow. I felt sorry for her. Almost. The girl Carly that Amelia mentions is another girl in her class, and she's pretty nice. So Amelia starts spending more and more time with Carly and learns that maybe she can have a new friend in her class this year. Screw Leah, screw Hillary. Just because those girls couldn't be trusted doesn't mean Amelia has to give up on friendship as a whole just yet. We can still have good souls like Carly in this world. Amelia writes Nadia a postcard telling her that she finally stood up to Hillary, plus she's been spending more time with Carly, and Hillary's been leaving her alone. And even Leah's starting to be a little nicer to Amelia by offering her some fruit snacks at lunch. So maybe Leah's coming back around. Maybe Leah has found a way to rehinge herself for a moment. Amelia starts to feel confident in her own ability to stand up for herself, and then she gets an amazing surprise. Her uncle has located Great Depression Grandma's diary. Amelia is going to get to read a notebook from generations past, the notebook that walked so Amelia herself could walk on the moon. Unfortunately, I don't think we ever get to read Grandma's diary. I was hoping so much that maybe it would tie in with one of Marissa Moss's other books since she wrote so much historical fiction. But when I looked it up, her Great Depression diary graphic novel is about a girl named Rose, and Amelia's grandma is listed as being named Sarah, so unfortunately it's not the same person. I was really hoping it would be, though. I really wanted to read Grandma's notebook, too. Overall, I loved Amelia Takes Command, and I love that title so much more than Amelia's Bully Survival Guide. Amelia does have other books with the Survival Guide title in them later on, but this book doesn't feel like it belongs with those. It doesn't feel like it's a bully survival guide. It's structured a lot more like a book that, like the notebooks that came before it, just tells real-life chunks of Amelia's life in real time, where she learns to stand up for herself. That's her main character arc in this book, and considering the whole space camp section, Amelia taking command both on her spaceship and in elements of her life, that becomes like a unifying thread and a motif throughout the story. 5 stars to Amelia Takes Command. The next published book was another sort of experimental one. It wasn't a traditional narrative, but much like Amelia Takes Command, it really told a hard-hitting and impactful story. We're about to enter the next Amelia arc, an arc spanning multiple books in the series where we finally unpack why exactly it is that Amelia has a single mom. Book Review 5. Love Amelia, Love Nadia. Got the book right here. Love Amelia, Love Nadia. And I didn't have a good outfit for Amelia for this one, so since the book takes place around Halloween, I decided that Amelia could be Cinderella for Halloween for the purposes of today's video. The reason being, 1, I like this Cinderella dress and nobody's wearing it right now, and 2, it's a little Easter egg for the fact that at the start of the American Girl book Meet Molly, as you guys know, Molly's one of my favorites. I got a tattoo of her. At the start of Meet Molly, Molly really wants to be Cinderella for Halloween. So I decided that Amelia could be Cinderella for Halloween. Although the version of Cinderella Molly would have been in 1944 would not have been the Disney version. But regardless, it's still an Easter egg because I said so. So anyway, happy Halloween. I'm going to have Cinderella Amelia here with me while we read this book. So as I mentioned, this book is structured very non-traditionally, even less traditionally than the other books in the series. Love Amelia and Love Nadia is less of a diary and more of a scrapbook. It's the scrapbook of letters and postcards that Amelia and Nadia have been sending each other ever since Amelia moved away. I love this book, but I have one sort of criticism of it, and I'm not sure if this is a criticism or if this is just me overthinking a very simple concept, but how does Amelia still have the postcards she mailed to Nadia if she mailed them to Nadia? These are handwritten postcards on paper. She didn't type them. Like, it's not like she had a file in her computer of them. They're typed, or they're handwritten on a postcard. She mailed them all to Nadia. I understand why Amelia would have the letters and postcards that Nadia sent back, because Amelia's house was their final destination. So of course she could put those in a scrapbook. But how did the postcards that she wrote end up in the scrapbook if she mailed them to Nadia? I guess I'm gonna have to assume that, like, canonically, like in universe, she did something like make a photocopy of them. Maybe her mom let her use a copier at work or something. I don't know. It's never made clear, and I don't think we're supposed to think that hard about it, but it's something that I've always wondered ever since I was a kid reading these for the first time, and it just bothers me. But I should just get over that because the book's good. Let's get into these letters. Much like the fun of peeking in someone else's private journal where things say confidential and top secret, this book gives you the additional fun of getting to read somebody else's mail, which is a felony. I like when books play on our very human desires to be nosy and snoop on other people, but in a way where we can snoop on fictional people to satisfy that urge and not commit any crimes. This is also where we get Amelia and Nadia's little catchphrase that they love: deliver, de-letter, de-sooner, de-better. And we get a lot of their other fun catchphrases and jokes that they make up throughout this book. Amelia and Nadia get this really fleshed out friendship that just feels so authentic. They've got their little inside jokes, they've got their little running comedy bits that they do with each other, and that's in addition to the bits of story progression that we get through each of their letters. On the title page, we have some of this right away, like yours till the banana splits and yours till the sun sets, and of course, de-later, de-letter, de-matter, I get her. At the beginning of the book, I'm also a little bit confused about these like wallet-sized school photos that are taped in here. They're supposed to be like Amelia and Nadia's school pictures, but they're drawn in Amelia's drawing style. I'm not sure if we're supposed to think of these as their real canonical school photos, or if we're supposed to see these as drawings that Amelia made to replicate the school pictures, which she then taped into the book just for fun. Again, what's canon in universe versus what's meta in the book? It's not 100% clear, and I'm probably just overthinking it. This book is really fun because it has envelopes in the pages where you can slide the letters out. It has like these envelopes, you can open them up and slide out the letter, and then you can unfold it, fold it back up, and put it back in the envelope. Of course, I bought this book used, so some of the some of the letters were already out of their envelopes and stuffed into other envelopes, and I had to kind of rearrange them to figure out what order the story went in, so that was fun. And then, of course, we get Amelia's commentary on everything in addition to the letters, things like this. I got these postcards from Dee Dee's Diner when we ate there last week. Mom said she was too tired to cook, which is always good news to me. But now we can't eat out for a month because Mom got mad at Cleo for blowing her straw wrapper onto the back of a bald man's head. This book takes place during the fall of Amelia's 5th grade year, right before she and Nadia go to space camp, but right around Halloween time of that year, which was not covered in the previous book. Amelia has just gotten back from a field trip she took to the Museum of Comic Art, which is probably, that probably just had this girl foaming at the mouth. Imagine being Amelia and you get to go on a field trip to the Museum of Comic Art. Oh my god. That would be like if I got to go on a field trip to the Museum of bisexual 18-inch dolls. She bought a ton of comic-style postcards in the gift shop, and now she's including those postcards and some stamps and stickers that she bought in this notebook and in her letters to Nadia. As Amelia and Nadia both prepare for Halloween, their conversation soon turns to their dads. It all starts when Nadia's dad gets in a car accident. He gets hit by a drunk driver, and he ends up in the hospital, and he has to take a break from work. As a result, Nadia's mom has to pick up extra shifts, and Nadia has to stay home, helping to take care of her dad, which threatens her ability to go trick-or-treating on Halloween. Here's what Amelia writes to her. Get well hints, or what to do for sick people. Dear Nadia, that's horrible what happened to your dad. I'm so sorry. I hope they take away the drunk's car. He should never drive again. I'm sending a get well card to your dad, and my mom is sending flowers. At least he's home from the hospital. Hospitals are the worst. I hate the smell. Part disinfectant, part cafeteria food. It's funny, but your letter gave me an idea. Maybe that's what happened to my dad. Maybe he died in a car crash and we never found out. My mom never talks about him. I asked Cleo, but she says she was 2 years old when he left, so she doesn't remember him at all. He must have left right after I was born. Did he leave because of me? But I was such a cute baby. If he was in a car crash, that would explain why he never writes to us. Love, Amelia. Yours till the first AIDS. I love the art on the envelopes in this book too. Amelia's get well card to Nadia shows her holding yucko medicine, and it says letters are first aid for friends with a talk bubble that says a letter tastes better. So cute. As the book of letters goes on, Amelia starts writing to Nadia more and more about her journey to find her own dad. Here's the next letter she writes to Nadia. Dear Nadia, I bet you take great care of your dad. You've always been a good mother's helper, unlike Cleo, who pays more attention to the snacks than the kids when she babysits. I've been bugging Mom to tell me about my dad now that I've started wondering about him. I can't stop. I mean, does he miss us? Isn't he curious about what Cleo and I look like? I'm curious about what he looks like. Does he wear glasses? Is he bald, skinny, fat? Does he have a jelly roll nose like Cleo? Does he like to draw like me? So far, Mom won't say a word. Well, actually, she does say a few words. Stop bugging me about your father. I don't want to talk about it now. So I ask when? Later? Tonight? Tomorrow? Then I get sent to my room, but I won't quit asking. He's my father and I have a right to know, don't I? Love, Amelia. Yours till the nose drops. Outside of the main story of Amelia trying to find out what happened to her dad, another thing I found interesting is the use of the phrase mother's helper. I fixated on this way more than I should have, but we're in a deep dive, so we're going into this. This isn't the only time the phrase mother's helper is used in the Amelia books, and I've seen this term used in other books, but only books that I read like decades ago or books that were published like before the turn of the century. Mother's helper is a term I remember hearing a little bit as a child, and I find it interesting that it was still common enough this close to the turn of the century to use in these books, especially in this context. So little background, okay? Especially for the people who are younger than me in the audience, when I say mother's helper, I am not talking about benzos, okay? That is an entirely different issue, one the American Girl books still have not touched with a 10-foot pole, but in this case, mother's helper refers to sort of a babysitter. The reason they don't say babysitter is that in these books, Amelia and Cleo are too young to be left in charge of kids with no adults at all in the home, but they still want to earn extra money, so they offer out mother's helper services. The idea is even if the parents aren't totally away from the house, like if they're, on the property, maybe doing some yard work, or they're like at home doing work from home type of things, they're still physically nearby. If they need help taking care of the kids, they could hire a neighborhood kid to come over and help them out, even if the kid isn't yet old enough to be left home fully in charge as the surrogate adult figure. I guess it's like junior babysitting, like JV babysitting. Here's how care.com, the website that's like Tinder for finding childcare, how they explain it. A mother's helper provides support to an at-home parent by assisting with childcare and sometimes household-related tasks, explains Michelle Leroux, lead educator at Global Nanny Training. Mother's helpers, in other words, hang out with the kids while their mom or dad tends to duties such as making dinner, finishing up work, or even just taking a much-needed break. The kids are engaged and parents are able to get things done. It's a win-win. I was surprised to find that this article was last updated March 12th, 2025. Like a few days before I started filming this. I don't understand why the term isn't junior babysitter or parents helper. I think it's so weird that in 1999, when this book came out, and now still in 2025 in an article like that on care.com, people are still using the term mother's helper when I have never heard anyone ever say father's helper before. It seems like people are just still assuming that if there's a stay-at-home parent, it will be the woman by default. Or like if a kid is going to come by and help with parenting duties, it's the mom that they're really helping because childcare duties are primarily mom's responsibility, so mom's getting the most of the benefit. Dad wouldn't have had to do this anyway. Yes, I know that stay-at-home moms still statistically outnumber stay-at-home dads. There are so many of reasons for that. Most of them tie back to capitalism. I've talked about this again. It's a topic I've covered before in other videos and don't want to spend too much time breaking down here. And yes, I know that in some families, one parent stays home and that parent would be the primary one who would be helped by these services. And I know that stay-at-home parents often work a lot harder than parents who work outside the home. That can vary based on the specifics of the type of work that you do, the individual circumstances you have, but that can be the case, absolutely. But I think it's so weird that the term itself is still gendered. Like, what if a gay couple of two men want a mother's helper? Can they not have one because there's no mother? Would that be weird? What if a stay-at-home dad needs help while his wife's out on business? It just seems so odd to me that stay-at-home parent equals mom was still considered the default to such an extent that it was a normal part of vernacular to say mother's helper as the entire job title, especially in the context of this letter, which is about how Amelia has a single mom. And throughout this book, both Amelia and Nadia have moms who have to work extra to make up for the lack of a husband's income. Amelia because her mom is single, and Nadia because her dad was in a car accident. So the context of this letter already understands that women going to work and being the primary financial provider for the family is a normal thing that happens, yet it still uses a term that implies raising kids is the woman's sole responsibility. And in 1999, when these books were at their peak of American Girl distribution, I also had a single mom at that time. I could relate to Amelia in that sense, and I'm going to unpack that a little more later, just how strongly I could relate to Amelia. But I couldn't relate to the idea of child raising being the mom's default responsibility, especially since every family operates a little different. Maybe I'm being too pedantic about that. I don't know. It's one of those things that just doesn't quite hit right for me. And of course, that's not Amelia's fault. Again, she's my ride or die. And it's not even the point of the letter, which is just meant to show Amelia's failed attempts to learn more about where her father is. It was just something that really jumped out at me and kind of stuck with me. In Nadia's letter, she's starting to feel like her parents are making her grow up too fast by pressuring her to take care of her dad. She says, "Dad says he waits all day for me because I'm more fun than the helper. I remember when I used to wait for him to come home. It's nice he needs me, but it's also not nice. Do you know what I mean? Love, Nadia. Yours till the horse flies. To be or not to be." I like that Nadia writes in cursive and Amelia writes in print. It makes each of their styles clear. And I also like that Nadia ends this with yours till the horse flies and has to be or not to be because it's written on bug-themed stationery paper. At the bottom of the page where Amelia tapes this letter, she has things that make grown-ups grouchy. Bad grades on tests, the sound of Saturday morning cartoons, asking about dads who went away. I'd rather not discuss it. Socks left innocently on the floor. Anything spilled. As Halloween approaches, Amelia starts incorporating more spooky-themed stuff into her letters, like this little stamp that says U.S. Ghost Office. Amelia then has a whole page making fun of Cleo, including a little homemade stamp that says Post No Cleos. And then the following letter she sends Nadia, which I assume has to be a photocopy, or else how else does Nadia even receive it? Dear Nadia, guess what? I finally found out something about my dad. Mom didn't mean to talk about him, but Cleo was whining about her name, how strange it is, how no one is ever named Cleo, and Mom got all huffy and said, "What's wrong with Cleo? I love Cleo. I argued so hard with your father for that name that he finally gave in, but then of course he insisted on naming Amelia. My dad picked my name. He must have liked me after all. It shows he cared, doesn't it? P.S. I wish I could spend Halloween with you, even if it means watching an old movie. Love, Amelia. Yours till the name tags." Amelia suggests that Nadia and her dad go as mummy twins for Halloween because her dad already has his body in all these casts, and Nadia can just wrap herself up and stay home with him, and they can have a Halloween costume and hand out candy together. Thankfully, though, Nadia's dad starts on the road to improvement, and Nadia sends Amelia a letter about this, but calls it a Nadiagram, which is supposed to be in telegram style. Nadiagram, telegram, Nadiagram, or an old-fashioned kind of fax. Great news, stop. Dad's casts are off, stop. He is back at work, stop. But he says we can still play cards, stop. We won't stop, stop. And I won't stop writing letters either, stop. Write back soon, stop. Don't you ever stop, stop. Love, Nadia, stop. Yours till the bus stops, stop. These girls are such friendship goals! I cannot even handle it. I love them so much. Amelia ends up drawing a pumpkin comic for Halloween because she's inspired by the comic museum postcard she has, and then she mails that to Nadia as well, and she and Nadia have a phone call to talk about their dads. Nadia ends up being able to go trick-or-treating, which is great, and Amelia decides she's going to write her dad a letter, hoping she can somehow get her mom to give her his address, so that maybe she can get to know him. We're gonna return to this ongoing story about Amelia's dad shortly, but in between there is another book in the Amelia series that comes before that. So let's do that one. Book Review 6, The All-New Amelia. This book right here, The All-New Amelia, has a very funny cover. It might be my favorite cover in the entire series, all right? The All-New Amelia, cleaner, brighter, fresher taste, crunchy, with shinier hair, more bounce to the ounce, now better than ever. And then on the back, it's got like bullseye action with new patent and secret ingredients. Just love the cover of this book. Unfortunately, the book itself is not my favorite. It's not bad, it's just not my favorite. I've got Amelia in this little outfit right here. She's actually wearing a lot of Canadian Girl doll clothes right now. These jeans are American Girl brand, but this is a Canadian Girl doll sweater and some Canadian Girl doll socks. They had a Boxing Day sale, but it was really a Boxing Week sale. So I went crazy with the Canadian Girl doll outfits because I'm gonna be real, they're making better fashions than American Girl is making right now. American Girl is leading too much into the product placement collabs, and I don't like it. Canadian Girl is making clothes that it looks like kids would wear. I like Canadian Girl. Their brand name is officially called Maple Lee, but I call them Canadian Girl dolls, especially because that's like their tagline. It's like Maple Lee, Canadian Girl dolls for Canadian girls. Anyway, let's talk about this book. The plot of the all-new Amelia is that a new student comes to Amelia's school, a girl named Charisse, who moved here from England. She has a classy-sounding British accent, and she's absolutely beautiful, and everyone in class thinks she's just so fascinating because she's from across the pond. Amelia thinks Charisse is super cool too, and she immediately wants to be her friend, but she's not entirely sure of how to go about it. When I was Amelia's age, every time, I'm doing this again, I'm sorry guys, but when I was Amelia's age, every time I very badly wanted to be friends with another girl, but didn't know how to go about it. Like, we weren't organically friends. I didn't want to be friends with her specifically because we already had fun hanging out together. It's just like some new girl, don't know anything about her, but I really strongly have this desire to be friends with her. Every time it ended up being a gay thing. Every time. I didn't get nervous around people I felt platonically about. But I'm an extrovert, so maybe I'm just not like other girls. Anyway, I will die on the Amelia is bisexual and has ADHD hill. Maybe it's just because I related to her way too much. Anyway, I only remember one page from this book from when I first read it as a kid, and that's the voice page. On this page, Amelia starts coming up with similes to describe how other people's voices sound to her. Cleo's voice sounds like a sponge scrubbing a pot. Mom's voice is like dark chocolate. Nadia's voice is like walking on fresh snow. Charisse's voice is like water pouring into a tall glass. Carly's voice is like warm flannel pajamas. Gigi's voice is like pancake syrup. And Miss Busby's voice is like crackling autumn leaves. Leah's voice is like wool thread. My voice is like, it's hard to hear your own voice. I hate listening to mine when it's recorded because it doesn't sound like me. Amelia, become a YouTuber. You'll get over it real quick. So as a kid, I was totally lost as to what she was talking about there. But then again, I have auditory processing problems and late diagnosed ADHD, so again, I'm not like other girls. The context of this page is that Amelia thinks Charisse's voice, complete with her British accent, sounds so cool and so sophisticated, so she wants to upgrade her own voice to be just as cool. In this book, Amelia also becomes self-conscious of her appearance for the first time, which is another very believable moment for a kid her age. We don't often see much of what it's like before you become self-conscious, and then the immediate contrast of after you're suddenly like, wait, others can perceive how I look and I want that to be a positive perception. Oh no. The bad part about looking in the mirror so much is that I don't even look like me to myself anymore. I used to just see me, Amelia, but now it's like I see a face that's not mine. I mean, it's still me, but instead of feeling part of my face, I feel apart from it. I hate that. It's like hearing my voice recorded. My own face isn't familiar anymore. Instead, I keep noticing all the things I don't like about it. It's too round, my chin's too pointy, my ears stick out too much, and my hair just sits there. I suppose I should be grateful. At least I don't look in the mirror and see a jelly roll nose. I like that even when Amelia is having an existential crisis and is experiencing like the first symptom of body dysmorphia, and it is like turning over a new leaf in her teenage experience, or her, I guess, adolescent soon-to-be teenage experience, she still turns it, folds it, brings it back full circle into a way to dunk on Cleo every single time. Amelia draws an idealized version of herself and compares it to her real self, then has this meta little joke at the bottom of the page. They say you can't judge a book by its cover, and then, of course, the book is this very book that we're reading right now, and that meta-narrative makes sense because that's canonically the cover that Amelia would have put on her own notebook, so she just like drew a miniature version right there. I think it's pretty funny. Amelia then decides it's time to change up her look, so she starts painting her nails with Cleo's nail polish. She paints them rainbow colors, and I decided to do that too. just for this video, I decided to paint my nails what I thought would like roughly match what Amelia did in this book. I love her little side note about how her fingers looked like M&Ms and she thought they looked like little M&Ms because of their colors. So I decided I wanted my fingernails to look like M&Ms too, and I painted them these colors. In a very realistic 5th grade girl fashion, Amelia has a self-identity crisis over the concept of nail polish, which is a very 11-year-old girl thing to do. Today I tried nail polish, Cleo's of course. I don't waste my money on that kind of junk, but it didn't make me feel more glamorous like I thought it would. Instead, it was just distracting. I couldn't write or draw without noticing my nails, which got in the way of noticing what I was doing, so all my drawings turned out crummy and my handwriting was even worse than usual. Hard to believe that it could get worse, but it did. Oh, Amelia, your handwriting is beautiful. You should look at what adult men in the year 2025, what their handwriting looks like, okay? Maybe it doesn't matter if my drawings stink. I've been working so hard at getting Charisse to like me. I don't have much time left for making stories anyway. It's been a long time since I wrote a story in my notebook. Do I even remember how to write anymore? Do I even have ideas worth writing about? Nail polish sure would make a boring story. I don't think that's true. I think you could probably write something interesting about nail polish. Use your little imagination, Amelia. Get your noggin jogging. As Mr. Noodle would say, use your noodle. Amelia keeps trying to be more like Charisse, which includes talking in a British accent that sounds ridiculous, which is so funny because, like, if you guys remember being in late elementary to early middle school right around the turn of the century, everyone was talking in a British accent because that's when Harry Potter first got popular. And I hear nowadays little kids do it because of Peppa Pig, but I've only ever watched Peppa Pig in Polish, so I don't know what her accent sounds like. Anyway, she starts talking in a British accent and she sounds absolutely ridiculous. At one point, Charisse and Amelia get paired up together for a school project, and Amelia thinks they're going to become friends, but it turns out Charisse is the worst group project partner ever because she just keeps making Amelia do all the work, and Amelia starts getting sick of her, and she starts to realize Charisse isn't that great. She just makes me do all the work in the school project. I'm starting to get a little fed up with her. You guys know I love Amelia's new friend Carly, right? But in this book, Carly is a bit much. I'm not going to say she's unhinged the way that Leah is, because no, Carly is very grounded and normal, especially when we compare her to Leah, okay? But Carly's just, she does a little bit too much in this book. Leah has her super unhinged moments, and Carly is usually pretty calm and rational. She's not like Leah, but in this book, she has too many not like other girls moments that did not age well, but it feels believable as an exchange among 5th graders. But it still is like, Carly, don't go there. Unfortunately, at school today, Carly didn't appreciate all my hard work. What is it with you these days? You're wearing nail polish? Your sister sure is a bad influence. Good thing I only have brothers. And Amelia goes, I don't want to hear about it, which is valid, actually. Sometimes I don't know if it's Carly talking or that little voice in my head that criticizes what I do. Either way, I wish it would shut up. Like, I get what Carly's going for, okay? She feels like Amelia's been trying so hard to impress Charisse that she's not acting like her normal self. She's not spending enough time with Carly, with her real long-term friend anymore. I get it. I get why Carly's annoyed, right? I think she's totally valid. But it's the whole, oh my god, I'm so glad I have brothers, not a sister who would give me nail polish. Okay, that was uncalled for. And I don't understand why Carly is so mad about the nail polish specifically. Like, in a vacuum, absent everything else, Amelia can try out nail polish if she wants. It doesn't automatically make her a different person. I get that this is within the context of Amelia already behaving differently in other ways, but I think the nail polish hate is kind of misplaced. But again, Carly is also like a 10 to 11-year-old girl, so I can't expect to an extent, I like that the characters act believably immature. So Carly and Amelia have an argument, and Amelia realizes that she really has been trying too hard to impress Charisse to the detriment of her own personality. So she decides she's going to stop caring whether Charisse likes her or not. During the class project, Amelia starts acting more and more like herself, and it feels very freeing. Charisse is nice to her, and she basically admits that Amelia does deserve all the credit for the work because Amelia did basically all the work. Like, Charisse is not a mean person. She's just like kind of a little bit full of herself. So anyway, Amelia and Charisse are cool now too. Amelia ends the book by writing a story again, and this is called the Who Am I story. There was once a girl who grew up without ever once seeing herself in a mirror. She had no idea what she looked like. She only knew what she felt like from the inside out. She didn't know how her voice sounded to other people. She only knew how it sounded to herself. And she was happy that way until one day she went to a carnival and saw the funhouse mirrors. She saw herself stretched out, squashed down, pulled sideways, and all wiggly waggly. Nothing she saw matched how she saw herself in her head. It was like a nightmare. Who was she really? She couldn't tell. She didn't know anymore. She decided she needed to find a regular mirror, not a funhouse one. Then she would see what she looked like. She would know who she was. But by the guess your weight game, there was an ordinary mirror. She was nervous, but she went up to it and saw a girl looking back at her. She looked into the girl's eyes and smiled a big smile. There she was, herself, and she liked what she saw. The end. And that's the end of the book as well. As far as books in this series goes, this was okay, but it was nothing like Amelia Takes Command, and it pales in comparison to the book that comes next, Amelia's Family Ties, which we'll discuss in a moment. I do like that this book is exploring the concept of Amelia becoming like physically self-aware and experiencing self-consciousness about her appearance for the first time ever. I think that is huge and monumental. I like that. But I just don't like the writing. The structuring of this book felt too focused. The magic of each Amelia's notebook story is how random and unfocused it feels, only to get to the end and realize that it did have a satisfying conclusion. The loose ends were all wrapped up, and you did just read a complete story. It just felt random enough to feel like an actual kid's notebook. This book felt more like an episode of a TV show, maybe like an installment in a book series, which like technically it is, literally it is an installment in a book series, but it felt like I was reading a one-off Babysitter's Club book, if that makes sense. It managed to focus too much on one plot instead of documenting Amelia's daily musings, and then at the end, you're like, yeah, there was one plot to that, but there was so much random shit, and like, it wasn't like that. I was glad Carly snapped Amelia out of her funk, but I wasn't happy to see Carly hating on nail polish so hard. In any case, the all-new Amelia is more like a 3.5 out of 5 stars, whereas a lot of the other books in this series are a solid 5. For an example of such a 5-star read, let's discuss Book Review 7, Amelia's Family Ties. All right, I've got Amelia dressed in this Chicago Bears shirt because Amelia is about to take her first ever trip to my city of Chicago. That's right, Amelia's coming to Chicago to visit. When this book right here, Amelia's Family Ties, begins, we learn that Amelia has written a letter to her father, just like she decided she wanted to do, and she was eventually able to get her mom to give her his address, and so Amelia has now received a letter back from her father, and she is so curious to finally discover, where is he? What happened? Who is this man? When Amelia opens the letter, it is typed, not handwritten like her letters are, so we're already seeing a difference. This might be the first lettering in the entire Amelia series that isn't done by hand. So let's read Dad's letter. Dear Amelia, I've written this letter a dozen times trying to think of the right thing to say, but I'm afraid there's no good excuse for not writing to you earlier. I meant to get a divorce from your mother, not from you and your sister, but I'm a journalist and I began working in Japan after the divorce. I was there for 10 years. From that distance, it seemed too difficult to stay in contact with a toddler, Cleo, and a baby you. Now I'm back in the United States, in Chicago. I've remarried and have a new family. You're a big sister now. Your baby brother George is 6 months old. You have every reason to be angry with me, but now that you've found me, I'd like to stay found. I'd like to be part of your life. If you want to be part of mine too, I hope you'll come spend a week with me this summer. You'll get to know me, my wife Clara, and your half-brother. I've already talked to your mother and she's agreed you can come. Think about it. I hope you decide to find out who your father really is. Dad. Amelia's dad is a very flawed man, and his portrayal is very realistic. There were times that this book made me angry, made me want to see Amelia's dad suffering more consequences for his behavior, or Amelia getting more complete closure. And that happens a little bit as we move forward in the story, but more than anything, it's believable. It's a realistic portrayal of a flawed and self-centered man who wants to try to be better, but still just isn't that great of a person. Amelia decides to take a trip to Chicago to visit her dad. She flies as an unaccompanied minor. Her mom walks her up to the gate. Her dad picks her up at the next gate. And as someone who's reading this 25 years after it came out, it's a little surreal to see an old school airport portrayed in a book that came out like months before 9/11 happened. So Amelia's dad drives her from the airport to his house in Chicago, which was fun because I'm in Chicago. Amelia points out all the painted cows around Chicago, which are still a thing we have downtown somewhat, but they were really big around the turn of the century when this book came out. I looked it up on Wikipedia because I wasn't sure of the exact timeline. My memories of the 90s are a little bit clouded by the fact that I was in elementary school at the end of the decade. Apparently, the Cow Parade public art exhibit first began in Chicago in 1999, which is why they're burned so deeply into my childhood memories since I was like 6 to 7 years old at the time. And it's cool that we do still see some cow sculptures around downtown Chicago, or at least I did back like when I was in college. That's like a decade ago now. You know what? I haven't really looked for them in a while. I'm gonna look next time I'm there. Anyway, when this book came out, they were the new exciting thing in the city. It kind of places this book in space and time, if that makes sense. Amelia draws pictures of the pretty old houses that she sees in Chicago with a note saying, "It took forever to draw this, but it was the closest I could come to getting such a nice home." I love when Amelia points out how long her more detailed drawings take her. So it turns out that her dad actually lives in a boring looking concrete apartment building next door. Some things never change. She includes a puzzle that she made to find the errors in this picture with an answer key. So let's take a look at her little puzzle that she made. What's wrong here? So she's got me, ugly box, oh concrete, home sweet home, edge of dad. And then if you look at the answer keys, right? 1, girl is upside down. 2, her heart is in her ankle. 3, apartment building is not a cozy home. 4, dad is out of the picture. Oh my God. My favorite one is number 4. Dad is out of the picture. We see the edge of dad with his hand slightly in frame. Just a brilliant play on what people mean when they say that a parent is out of the picture. So Amelia meets her dad's new wife, Clara, and his new son, George, who's Amelia's new younger brother. He's just a baby. He's like maybe a year old. This page in the book has a little comic in the margins that does so much heavy lifting. Normally, Amelia's little margin doodles are jokes about what she's writing, silly pictures to help us visualize things. But in this one, she gets real, okay? She draws a picture of her new little brother, George, and she writes, "I look at George, who is so adorable, and I think I must have been that cute when I was a baby. Why didn't my dad adore me?" And that's a good question, Amelia. Amelia looks at this baby and she's like, he's so cute. A parent could never abandon him. Yet when I was a baby, my dad up and left. He was able to tear himself away from my adorable, helpless little baby self. What does that mean? Like usual, Amelia tries processing her feelings through a fictional story called The Orphan. Once there was a boy who didn't have any parents and he was happy that way. He lived by himself in a little house and he could eat pizza for breakfast and not make his bed and no one would nag him about it. But one day a man and a woman came to his house. "Oh, you poor thing," they said. "You must be so sad and lonely. How would you like it if we lived with you and took care of you and you could call us mom and dad?" The boy didn't like it, but he didn't know what to say. The man and woman didn't wait for an answer anyway. They barged right in and started acting like parents. "Go clean your room," said the dad, "and then we'll have some nice Brussels sprouts and liver for dinner," said the mom. The boy went to his room, but he didn't clean it. There was only one thing to do. He packed a suitcase with all his favorite stuff, climbed out the window, and ran away. He found a new little house, even nicer than the first one, and he lived happily ever after. Cold, thick Chicago-style pizza for breakfast. Yes! After this, Amelia ends up in a big fight with her new stepmom, Clara. Red alert! I've been mad at my mom. I've been mad at Leah. I've been mad at Cleo. But I've never been as mad at anyone as I am at Clara. She read my notebook. I couldn't believe it. At dinner, she turned to me and said, "So you're a writer like your dad. You're really good." I asked her what she meant, and she said, "Well, I saw the story in your notebook. Enemy invasion! Contamination has occurred!" I exploded. All the stuff I kept inside came pouring out. How could you? That's private. How would you like it if I read your diary or your letters? I hate you. I ran into my room and slammed the door. I was so angry I didn't know what to do, but I knew I couldn't stay in that apartment 1 minute longer. I started packing my suitcase. Maybe I could get an earlier flight home. If I couldn't, I'd just live at the airport until it was time to go. And then we have Amelia's idea of living at the airport. I could live off extra packages of pretzels and peanuts from the airplanes. All the comforts of home. My suitcase could be a cozy tent to sleep in. The hot air blower in the bathroom could massage my back. I love these tonal shifts that she goes through, just the randomly inserting humor while she's in these dire emotional states. It's so real. So Amelia's like, I am done with this dysfunctional ass family. She heads up to her dad's office, which is where she's staying while she visits, and she starts packing up, ready to head home early. Dad knocked quietly on the door and came in. I thought he'd yell at me for yelling at Clara, but he didn't. He looked very sad. "I'm sorry, Amelia," he said. "It seems like he's always apologizing to me. What Clara did was wrong. I'm shocked she read your notebook, but I promise you, she promises you, it won't happen again. She didn't understand how important your notebook is to you. But I do." He smiled a little. "Because I kept one too when I was your age." That was a surprise. Part of me was still mad, but part of me wondered what kind of notebook he had. And did he still have it? Did he like to draw the way I do? Would I ever get to see his notebook? Are boys' notebooks different from girls? It's funny, but knowing about his notebook made me feel a little like he really is my father. Cleo may have his nose, but I have his writing. "You're packed," Dad said, looking at my suitcase. I still didn't say anything. Dad kneeled in front of me and took my hands. They may have been hairy, but his hands felt warm and strong. I didn't want him to let go. This is Amelia's first moment of feeling any sort of connection with her dad. She can't imagine how he could have left her as a baby, but she can relate to the fact that he kept a notebook as a kid too, and that he's also a writer. She doesn't understand him as a person, but she understands this, and this is the first step. Amelia's dad is kind of the worst though, okay? I need to talk about this. This book hit really different for me as an adult. As a kid, I think the only thing I remember from this book was that I was like, oh my God, the cows in Chicago, the cows, I love the cows. But as an adult, I can relate to a very specific emotion in this book that resonated with me specifically that I don't see very often. So as I mentioned before, I'm adopted on my dad's side. I barely know my biological father at all. Amelia and I have that in common. Everything I do know about him is bad. I'm not going to get into details, but it's bad. Worse than a different plane of bad than Amelia's dad. So like there's no forgiveness the way she can. Anyway, let's go on. It wasn't until Christmas, like a year or two ago, that I learned anything else about him. So, okay, brief tangent. I was wondering where my curly hair came from. I love my curly hair, and I'm like, where the fuck did this come from? Everyone on my mom's side of the family, which is the side I'm genetically related to, they all have this thin, straight, light blonde hair, things like that. They all look very Polish. It's not super common to have this type of hair texture with exclusively Polish descent. And every friend I have who has similar hair, like similar hair curl patterns and texture to me, every single friend I have who has the same kind of hair is Jewish. So I was like, am I Jewish? I got too drunk at a Midwestern Christmas celebration and I asked my mom, I was like, Mom, am I Jewish? It turns out that no, my biological father is not Jewish. He's Italian. And I was like, okay, fine, more Catholics, whatever, go figure. So what I ended up learning was that he and I share a weird number of interests. We have like a weird amount in common, and it really unsettled me. It was very weird for my mom to see me start taking up boxing and taking up an interest in competitive weightlifting and getting interested in bodybuilding and things like that, because as she revealed to me, those were the sports that he competed in. It's really fucking weird, okay? To learn that someone who's in your past, who didn't raise you, who didn't influence you socially or emotionally, whose sole influence on you is genetic, that they share random qualities with you. It is absolutely surreal. And I don't think I can explain the feeling to someone who's never experienced it before because it's way too abstract for me to articulate clearly. It feels nothing short of absurd to learn that a person who I don't respect, who didn't raise me, who I see as both literal and figurative scum of the earth, gave me this hair that I love and also my passion for strength training based sports. That is weird, okay? That's weird. And Amelia is experiencing something very similar right here, although I think Amelia's dad has a little more margin of forgiveness as a person, but I'm not the best person to objectively discuss this, okay? Particularly this genre of man, because I'm very biased. In either case, Amelia is learning that yes, Cleo got the jelly roll nose from their estranged father, but Amelia got something that isn't physical. She got a passion for writing, for journaling, for recording her observations of the world around her. She inherited a passion and a skill from a person who abandoned her. I'm just in awe of the complexity of emotions we're seeing in this middle grade graphic novel, and I'm in awe of the way it hit me at 32 years old. This book is a lot, okay, and it's going to continue being a lot. It was hard to get up and act like everything was normal this morning. Clara said how sorry she was, but then she acted like she didn't want to be around me. She rushed off to work, leaving Dad, George, and me alone, which was fine by me. Then Dad had to go work in his office, that is, in my bedroom. He said he had an important phone interview and asked me to watch George. I'd never taken care of a baby all by myself, but I didn't think it'd be hard. At first, it wasn't. I read George a book and we played with his toys, then suddenly he erupted like a science fair volcano. This leads to a scene where Amelia starts bonding with George. She helps him calm down by letting him play with her sock, and she realizes she likes being a big sister. Okay, but real quick, can we talk about the audacity of Amelia's dad? The absolute gall, the absolute unfettered audacity of this man to ask Amelia to babysit for him for free, knowing that she almost stormed out of his house in anger last night, which she had every right to do because he abandoned her for more than a decade without even a single bit of communication, and he asked her to do him a favor. Amelia owes that man nothing. Also, if Clara normally has to go to work at this time and her dad would already have to do a phone interview at this time, who would normally watch George if Amelia wasn't there? Would they hire a babysitter that they'd pay with money? Then pay Amelia some goddamn money or hire someone else to do it. Don't make this girl do work. Oh my God. Amelia's too young to feel this bitter yet, I guess. And I can see why she didn't get into the nuances of her dad's audacity, because from her perspective as a kid, the real impact of the scene is getting to bond with her new little brother. But also, can we make dad's audacity a thing? Mom's spaghetti, dad's audacity. That night, Amelia's dad takes her out for a fancy dinner, just the two of them without Clara or George. They spend this time getting to catch up and finally talk about their feelings. And Amelia, the icon that she is, does not beat around the bush. She straight up asks Dad to his face, "So why did you leave me? Why did you stop talking to me? Why did you just exit my life? Like, no big deal.
No big deal. Like sucking dick and cock.
Dad explains it like this in the little comic that Amelia draws. Amelia, I'll be honest with you. It was a painful divorce. I needed to travel and I couldn't be with your mother as much as she needed. We fought about it for years. It had nothing to do with you or your sister, but after the divorce, your mother and I didn't want to see each other. The two of you were so young, I thought it would be easier if you never knew me. And Amelia, still on a roll, fires back. Easier for who? For us or for you?
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
Without the earlier book, Amelia Takes Command, we would have never seen this level of confidence and self-assertion from Amelia, but our girl is growing and she is gaining self-esteem like we've never seen before. Dad does his best to answer. I guess for both, Dad said. But I was wrong. It was a big mistake. I never should have left you just because your mother and I couldn't get along. I'm really sorry. Even if he was sorry, I still didn't feel better. Something important hadn't been said yet. I wasn't sure what it was, but I know it when I heard it. So, I said, is it true you picked out my name? Dad smiled then. Yeah, he said, I did. When you were born, you were so alert already, so eager to be part of the world. I thought you would be a great adventurer, someone willing to take chances. Someone like Amelia Earhart. So we learn where Amelia got her name. We learn that Dad regrets what he did, as he should. And then later in the final page of the book, Amelia and her dad share a hug for the first time ever. And Amelia writes a new story about a girl who tries to balance having two different sides to her family. But what I'm not clear on is, if this man has any human emotions at all, how did he tear himself away from his two children? How did he manage to get by during those 10 years with no contact? Did it not destroy him emotionally? Maybe it did, and he's still processing it himself. I don't know. I can't read his mind, but I still feel like this ending just wasn't quite enough. But then when I reflect on this book, I'm like, what would have been a good ending in that case? If her dad got murdered or something? If his wife Clara learned about how he abandoned Amelia and Cleo and then decided to leave him? I'm not sure. Like, I kind of like that one. That would have been funny, right? I realized that my own expectations for closure in this story as a reader all involved some sort of vengeance. I wanted to see Amelia's dad suffer more and more, and I think that's a product of the way we view stories as having heroes and villains, and as having a comeuppance that the villain needs to experience where they suffer badly enough to make the wronged party feel good. But that's not what this book is about. In real life, we sometimes get answers to the mysteries in our own lives, and sometimes we don't. Amelia was able to find an answer, and even if that answer isn't as dramatic or exciting as she might like, it's still an answer. In real life, the answers to our mysteries about those in our lives who have disappeared, they're often anticlimactic. They're often even more anticlimactic, and we never even find out what happened to those people. Amelia at least gets that far. A man was selfish. His consequence for that is that for the rest of his life, he'll always have a strained relationship with his daughters. He's just empathetic enough to feel guilty over this, and that's the consequence he lives with. It's not dramatic or satisfying, but it's very real. This book was so much to process emotionally, okay? I think we need another break from reading all these books, so let's move on to another craft break. Yay, it's time for another craft break! So I'm in my notebook dress once again, and we are going to go through more of the stuff I did in my notebook with help from Amelia, which, remember, I'm showing on screen the pages of what this looked like before I filled them out, so feel free throughout this. Pause the video, look at that, listen to my description of it, and try these writing exercises on your own at home as well, so that way we can write together. I'll also show some footage of me working on it. So anyway, we are now going to head into the next thing I did in this, which was, if you guys remember, we ended the last craft break with talking about recipes for writing stories and how Amelia inspired me to go ahead and use that extended metaphor. After that, we got another fully blank page. So since on the last one I did Amelia Flash fan fiction when I had a blank page, on this one I decided to write questions I want to ask Amelia, like things I want to know about her. If I were to meet her as an adult, what would I ask her? So here are the questions that I asked her. Do you feel like you deserve some credit for the bullet journaling craze that took off in the 2010s? Do you ever get all hipster about it like I did this before it was cool? I wonder that, right? Because like Amelia, her style is very much in common with the bullet journaling style that we see like planner influencers doing and things like that. People who get their planners really decorated with all the little planner stickers, all their little doodles, all the different color coding and things like that. I feel like Amelia might be like, hey, I did this before it was cool. I feel that way, at least. And then, just because I can't let this fan theory go, how old were you when you finally got diagnosed with ADHD? I was 29. How popular did your eventual Tumblr webcomic get? Amelia definitely had a Tumblr webcomic, right? Like, again, Amelia goes from 4th to 8th grade throughout the books, like the book series as a whole. So she starts off at 9, and I think she's 14 at the end. So, but the books were published over a longer period than that, right? So was she 9 years old in 1995, or was she 14 years old, I think, in 2006 when the last one, like, we don't know. Amelia is a millennial. That's all we know, right? So, like, she's probably roughly the age I am. Amelia's probably in her 30s right now. I imagine that when she was in college, she probably had a Tumblr webcomic. Like, I just don't see how she wouldn't. Under what pen name do you write gay fanfiction? Straight fanfiction too, for that matter. Are you a Raylo? Amelia is either a Raylo or she hates Raylos. I think I was high when I wrote this. I don't know where I got the idea that, but Amelia's the kind of girl, she would have strong opinions about Raylos one way or the other, right? She's either a diehard Raylo, or she's like mad at the Raylos and thinks that they're destroying Star Wars. Let me know in the comments below. Do you think Amelia is pro or anti-Raylo? Which American Girl doll would you most want to do shrooms with? I mean, definitely Lindsay, right? I could also see Amelia and maybe Courtney doing shrooms together. Now I'm fascinated. What American Girl doll do you guys think Amelia would do shrooms with? Let me know. And then I say, I feel like you and Lindsay dated in high school, but she won't tell me. Also, did Cleo's friend Gigi cause your bisexual awakening way before you were old enough to understand that's what was happening? Good questions, right? What do you guys think? So on the next page, Amelia has filled out the prompt at the top where she says, I also love to draw pictures and make up stories about them. I just start to draw, and whatever I draw starts to talk. I draw some more, things talk some more, a story happens. So believe it or not, Amelia also has a drawing guide, and that is this book right here called Amelia's Easy as Pie Drawing Guide. It has spiral binding across the top. On one of our next craft breaks, we are going to go through Amelia's Easy as Pie Drawing Guide. So just so you know, that's there. While I was filling out this notebook, I was kind of alternating back and forth with doing drawing tutorials from that book versus writing prompts from this book. So I did, right before I did this one, I had done Amelia's mug drawing tutorial and her party hat drawing tutorial. So that's what I started doodling on this page because it was in my mind. I just finished the mug drawing tutorial and Amelia's drawing guide, so I was in the mood to draw a mug again. And then I drew some party hats because, again, that was on my mind from the drawing tutorial. And then she was having her pictures start to talk to each other. So I was like, I got to do a comic here. So one party hat says, "Hi, I'm a talking party hat." And the other one says, "Go on ahead." And the first party hat says, "We sure do." The next page was blank, so I filled the margins with stickers, and I wrote the date at the top, Friday, February 21st, 2025. That's the date that I wrote this. I noticed also Amelia doesn't really write the dates in her notebook, which I like. A lot of like journal type novels will have the character say what date it is, which is a good way to orient you in time and space. But I also think it's interesting how Amelia doesn't do that. It's just like she's this girl who opens up her notebook and starts writing whatever's on her mind at the moment, whether or not we're on the same day as before. We'll just pick up from context. I think that's also interesting too. I kind of like that formatting for it. But I wrote the date. Anyway, I said, right now I'm working on a deep dive video for YouTube about the entire Amelia's Notebook franchise. I thought this series was significant enough to warrant an in-depth retrospective and a nostalgic 90s revival. So I'm trying out all the Amelia stuff. I'm rereading the entire book series and even reading some of them for the first time. Plus, I'm trying to do all of the activities. That includes the online games, the Windows 95 PC games currently en route from eBay, and of course, the writing and drawing guides. We'll get to the PC game, all right? I've been meaning to do more low-stakes journaling lately. It's good to practice the skill of simply putting words together into sentences. Plus, it's a good creative exercise to try writing and drawing in another creator's style. In this notebook, my goal is to both emulate Amelia's style and to add my own flavor and perspective to it. Honestly, I'm having so much fun doing this that I might buy a new notebook and make this style of journal a permanent practice. Stay tuned for the end of the video, we'll see if I did that. But I'm not sure a blank notebook will feel the same. The writing and drawing prompts get my noggin jogging. Maybe I'll have to invent my own prompts. The next page, Amelia has written at the top interesting things to write about, and she has little doodles in the margins that say things like shell with eyes glued on to make a creature, souvenir ball you shake and snow comes down, goofy eyeball cap. So she just have a bunch of random items and it's like interesting things to write about. You could write something about one of these. So I just started writing about what I think are interesting things. And then the next page is where I had my epiphany, okay? We had another blank page that I filled up with stickers and little doodles. I've been doodling little pencils. I'm using these new markers that I recently got. And while I was journaling about this, I had an epiphany, okay? Okay, I just had a realization and I think I should include it in my video. I always wondered, why was I so invested in American Girl stuff as a kid? It was expensive, I couldn't afford it, and I didn't really get into toys until I was already an adult. As a kid, I preferred writing and drawing to toys. But then it hit me. In the 90s, American Girl / Pleasant Company was really into getting kids to write. In the American Girl deep dive I did at the end of 2023, I showed off their writing guides and books they sold to write stories about your own dolls. Now I'm diving into Amelia's notebook, which contained writing prompts and drawing tutorials. American Girl used to create so many writing resources for kids. That's why, if I ever do create my own doll company in the future, it will be targeted at adults to awaken their creativity. Maybe RPGs too. So that was a cool realization of why I got so invested in American Girl and why I keep getting so annoyed and disgruntled with the direction they're going in now, because they were really about like awakening creativity in kids. This was a brand for kids who wrote, okay? On the next page, I came up with another idea that I ended up using for something that I'm going to tell you about in a second, okay? So there was like a hand that says, yeah, go for it, that Amelia drew there, and then I drew a little sign in there that says dump Trump. So this page says write on, and that's all it said. So Amelia's like, just keep writing, just do it. I say, these writing exercises have been doing a lot for me. I'm coming up with so many ideas. The main one being American Woman 2025, a politically motivated American Girl spinoff. So like, I've been journaling on this page about how American Girl used to be encouraging me to write and doing these things. And then on the next page, I was like, I'm just going to take that and run with it. I'm going to take that idea and make what I want it to be out of it right now as an adult. We treat 2025 as a historical year. This would be a strange performance art project, not a book, not a company. It would be free to the public. Perhaps it's a blog or a newsletter and a photography project. It's photos of my doll self with captions about what's going on in the US, but written as if we're looking at history. Example, in 2025, the president of the United States was Donald Trump. A lot of people, especially women, felt like their country was on fire. And then I drew a bunch of fire at the bottom of the page. So I didn't end up doing this with my doll self, but I did end up doing this. I have this doll right here that one of my viewers gave to me like a year ago. Sometimes people reach out to me and they're like, I have old American Girl dolls that I don't really feel like trying to sell, and I would just give them to Goodwill or something, but also, do you want them for a video or so? And I'm like, yes! So someone gave me this doll, and I decided that this doll was going to be the 2025 historical girl or historical woman. So that's, if you guys remember, I did a live stream a couple weeks ago where we started this Substack blog called American Woman 2025. It's like American Girl, but the girls are all grown up and they're dealing with the issues that women of that era face. So this is our first American woman character. Her name is Sophie, and she is an English teacher living in Utah, trying to fight against book bans while also leaving the Mormon church. That's what my audience and I all came up together. We did like a live stream where people would give suggestions in the chat, and then we'd write things down and brainstorm ideas. And so now if you look in my description below and you go to my Substack page, American Woman 2025, it's a free Substack page. I don't ever have like any paying to join or anything. You can follow that page and get the American Girl / American Woman fan fiction style posts we do. We're currently in the process of developing a 6-book series for Sophie. Not book as in like novel, but like a 6 books, 6 different stories to go through her time as an American woman in 2025. And if you remember the American Girl deep dive I did in 2023, we also talked about Charlotte, who's over there, who is a transgender teenage girl in Philadelphia. That was the doll, the Girl of the Year style character we created for that video. So we're also, I'm taking the handwritten books we did for that deep dive and typing them up and putting them on that Substack page as well. So right now, Charlotte's first book is up there, and some of the front matter for Sophie's first book is up there. I want to do more live streams for this. What I've been doing is hosting live streams randomly when I have time, having people in my audience come in and give me ideas, and we work on these projects together. I do some photography of the dolls to put in the blog, and then I unlist the live streams just so I don't clog up my channel, and I post the recordings of them on my Patreon page, but anyone can join the live streams live. You don't have to be a Patreon member or anything. So anyway, I just love that through journaling in this, I came up with an idea that was something I got so excited about that I immediately wanted to jump on and start doing. This book was great for generating creative ideas. Shout out Amelia. I think this is such a high note to end this craft break on. So we are going to head back into our book reviews, but don't worry, more craft breaks are coming for ya. Book review 8. Amelia Works It Out. All right, so I've got Amelia dressed in this outfit today. The cover of Amelia Works It Out, she's got a green t-shirt on, so I wanted her to match that. And if you guys remember, I always talked about how I thought she'd be friends with the American Girl of the Year doll Lindsay from 2001, the first ever Girl of the Year they did. So I have her wearing Lindsay's t-shirt from her meet outfit, which says dogs with the O as a heart, because in this book there's going to be some dogs. So this was overall just like the perfect outfit for Amelia to be wearing to discuss Amelia Works It Out. We couldn't have a series published by American Girl without having a Boss Babe book, now could we? It's time for the next book in our series, Amelia's Great Girl Boss Adventure, also known as Amelia Works It Out. This book feels very episodic in the same way that the all-new Amelia felt episodic, and that's not my favorite structure for Amelia books, but it's like kind of relatable in parts, and so is Amelia, so we're gonna go with that. It all starts when Amelia sees a new pair of shoes she wants called the Lightscape Nightscape shoes, and honestly these do seem like the coolest shoes ever. As a kid roughly Amelia's age in the Y2K era, I would have laid down my life to have shoes like those. The shoes are light sensitive, so they show a daytime picture in the day, and then at nighttime the scene changes with the light. I'm obsessed with this shoe concept. But Amelia's mom is like, hey, girl, those shoes are way too expensive, so I am not buying you those. I already got you a trip to space camp for your birthday, so no more expensive gifts for a long time. If you want them, find a way to get the money yourself. There was a lot of really fun stuff in this book. To make matters worse, all of Amelia's friends are getting these cool shoes from their parents, and worst of all, even Cleo has the shoes. Cleo, who's in 7th grade now, has made some money babysitting, and she spent it all on these shoes, and she can't stop rubbing this in Amelia's face. So Amelia tries to figure out how to make some money, and Boss Babe Amelia is born. Amelia starts by doing a yo-yo repair service at recess, and she makes a little bit of money, but not enough. Then she and her friend Carly decide that they could try walking dogs together, so they make business cards for their new business called Woof Walkers, hence Amelia's dog t-shirt here. And Amelia has a blast making business cards for this, drawing the logos, doing the lettering on the business cards. I bet you can guess where this is going. Amelia starts booking tons of dog walking clients, and I love how she draws the pictures of the dogs in this book. They're extremely cute. I can't get over it. However, one day Amelia is tasked with walking 3 dogs at once, and here's what happens. I was getting pretty tired of being walked, really run, by Rusty instead of me walking him. Today when I walked the dogs, I decided things would be different. I didn't let Rusty yank me around. I started out with his leash really short and tight. We were walking, not running, very nicely. Even Precious actually moved her legs once in a while when disaster struck. Yipster saw a squirrel and of course started yapping and running after it. That got Rusty all excited. Then when he saw the squirrel, he really went wild. Rusty took off chasing after the squirrel, and when it ran up a tree in someone's yard, he followed it. Rusty jumped over the fence and ran into the yard, pulling all of us along. Yipster ran through the fence slats, Precious was dragged up against the fence, and I was left on the other side with her, yelling at the dogs to stop. They didn't stop. They barked like maniacs, plowing through the flower beds, racing around the tree. I thought things couldn't get worse, but they did. There was a rake leaning against the tree. Rusty crashed into the rake, slamming it against a nearby window. Smash! The window broke. I stopped yelling. The dog stopped barking. I couldn't believe it. Now I was in big trouble. A woman came out of the house and she was really mad. I wanted to sink into the ground, but I had to just stand there and listen to her yell at me. I practically crawled home. I felt so bad. I would have quit right then, but I had to pay that woman back for the broken window and the crushed flowers. So Amelia, of course, has to pay for all of this now, and guess what? The costs are about everything she's made walking dogs, so she's back to square one. She still doesn't have the money for these cool-ass shoes. But remember what the actually fun part of this whole ordeal was for Amelia? It was making the business cards, of course. Carly said her dad loved the business card I made for her. Now she wants me to make a birthday card she can give to him. She says she's a terrible drawer. She's so shy about it, I've never even seen her draw. I made a card like this. Cleo saw me drawing it, and I thought she'd make nasty comments like she always does, but she didn't. Instead, she said she'd pay me to make a card for her to give to Gigi, her best friend. Brilliant idea! That's when the light bulb went on. The best part of all my jobs was drawing business cards for them. If I make cards, greeting cards for other people, I can get paid for what I have fun doing. I was so excited, I gave Cleo a big hug and a kiss. Carly thinks my idea is terrific. After school, she went with me to the art store to get supplies. I used my yo-yo and Woof Walker's money to buy paper and envelopes. I also just love these moments where Amelia and Cleo briefly get along and love each other. When I read this book as a kid, read about Amelia's process for selling her art, I was like, oh my God, I should try this. So at school in like 4th grade, I started drawing portraits of my friends and like pictures of them dancing like pop stars and stuff, and I would give it to them for free. They weren't that good. They were just like an average 4th grader's drawing. But in my mind, I hoped that they would like show them off to all their friends, and then people would start requesting them from me, and I'd start getting paid drawing requests. It never took off. Nobody was ever that excited about it, but that just goes to show you, even for 10-year-old Savy, the hustle never sleeps. I was a boss babe since the day I was born. So Amelia buys cardstock, stuff like that, and while she's out, she sees a really cool art kit that she wants. It's got glitter pens, it's got watercolor pencils, it's even got glow-in-the-dark paint, but unfortunately, just like with the cool shoes she wants, she doesn't have enough money for it. Thankfully, Amelia does great with her business cards and greeting cards business, and she ends up making enough to afford the cool Lightscape Nightscape shoes. But when she gets to the store, she realizes that she's actually kind of over the shoes now. Working so hard caused her to reflect on what she was actually excited to buy with her hard-earned money, and she realizes that she wants that cool art kit way more than she wants the shoes, so she buys the art kit instead. And that is Amelia Works It Out. I think this book is fun, but it's very episodic. Like I said, it feels very focused on one storyline within the series rather than feeling as authentic and chaotic as a typical Amelia notebook. At the same time, I love seeing creative people get paid for their work, so I approve of that. That's a very good message to be putting out there in the world. Book review 9. Oh boy, Amelia. So for this one, this book is Oh Boy, Amelia, and on the cover she's wearing like an orange sweater. So I put her in this orange jacket, which is considered one of the like most iconic late 90s, early 2000s, like the most iconic turn of the century Y2K American Girl outfits that was sold at the time. It was one of the meet outfits for the Truly Me dolls, which were then the Girl of Today dolls that were sold at that time. And she's also wearing a t-shirt that says Proud to be an American Girl. This is both because at this point we're well into the years of American Girl being the primary publisher of the Amelia's Notebook series. Like books like Oh Boy, Amelia and Amelia Works It Out. A few of these books came out under the American Girl IP. We're already in the American Girl era. Plus, this is the book where Amelia faces gender roles for the first time ever. So she's saying proud to be an American girl because this is her feminist arc beginning. While some books in the Amelia series feel very episodic, what I always love about this entire universe is the fact that Amelia ages. She gets older and time passes as things go on. She learns more, and even though it doesn't really matter what order you read the books in, they do compound on one another and build as time goes on, even if they are standalone enough that you could still read them in any order and it would be fine. So since Amelia is like 11 years old at this point, it's not going to be long before she starts middle school. Amelia is about to enter the beautiful world of puberty. This book really isn't going to get that much into puberty specifically, but it does address the very specific feeling that a child has at the beginning of adolescence in the early preteen years when they first become conscious of the general concept of gender roles and what that means, what it means for there to be male versus female expectations. This often comes along with the realization that people you know and people in your life are starting to like each other romantically, and that early feelings of attraction are going to begin among people in your life and people in your age group. Even though Amelia herself doesn't yet experience anything like that in this book, the fact that those around her do takes her on this journey of understanding the social context of the expectations that exist for girls versus those that exist for boys. You're going to see what I mean in this. The title page shows us a rainbow pencil that is labeled for boys and girls because, of course, we love our woke LGBTQ conscious queen, Amelia. It all starts with Cleo, who's 13 right now, and she gets her first boyfriend. Amelia refers to Cleo's behavior around her new boyfriend as goony, which I like because this book is from 2001, and if Amelia were an iPad baby who was in middle school today, she'd definitely be using gooner as an insult. Amelia calls Cleo a gooner live in 4K, shots fired, right? I love that. So Amelia meets Cleo's boyfriend, Oliver, and she thinks Oliver seems nice, way too nice to be dating Cleo. That is, until Oliver starts patting Amelia on the head like this and treating her like a little kid and being like, oh, hello, nice to meet hate you, little sibling. Now Amelia is annoyed. She wants to prove to Oliver that she's actually super cool and grown up and not a little baby, and that he should treat her with some respect. As this happens, Amelia starts taking a new class at school called Life Skills, which is kind of like a combined version of home ec and wood shop. Basically, they learn general life skills, sewing, building things, repairing things. Mom thinks Life Skills sounds like a great class. When she went to school, she had to take poise class. One of the things she had to do was walk around with a book on her head for good posture. No wonder Life Skills sounds good to her. Only the girls had to take the poise class, and they also had cooking and sewing while the boys had wood shop. Definitely unfair. At least now we're all taking the same stuff together. I guess that's an improvement. Now we can all be miserable. Once Mom starts talking about the old days, she can't stop. Can you believe it? We were graded on our fingernails. I flunked cuticles because my moons didn't show. And if you chewed your fingernails, watch out. This is so wild, but it's so believable. I would have failed Amelia's mom's poise class too, mainly because I can't stand up straight due to scoliosis, and so I definitely could not balance a book on my head, and I doubt that disabled women were given a pass for anything at all, especially a pass for poise class when we're still not given a pass for anything today. So they start learning to use the sewing machine, and Amelia is not that great at it. She's struggling, but I do like her little drawing of the sewing machine. I think it's cute. It's fun to read right now while I'm in the process of learning to sew myself, because she's right. It can get intimidating. It can get difficult. Oh wait, hold on. Why is Amelia not wearing the outfit that I made her on the sewing machine? Should I put on Amelia's outfit from the sewing machine? Of course I should. Hold on. All right, now Amelia's wearing the outfit that I made her. She's even got cozy little slippers on. I love this. Amelia's wearing something I sewed for her to symbolize the fact that she sucks at sewing. So from all the gossip Amelia hears around her, she learns that sewing is considered a skill that women are usually good at, while men are usually good at the woodworking part, which this class is going to start doing later on. They also have a unit on bicycle repair. There's 3 units, sewing, woodshop, and bicycle repair, which I guess bicycle repair is for the non-binary kids, which actually kind of makes sense. Non-binary people in the chat, are you good at bicycle repair? Amelia starts to worry that she's failing at being a girl because she can't get the sewing machine to work. Meanwhile, she notices that Cleo is acting differently around her boyfriend. While she's always so rude and annoying to Amelia, she's being polite and gentle and kind with her boyfriend, and Amelia's like, what? Which, to be fair, I was also kind of like, what? This book was funny to read as an adult when you are neurodivergent and struggle with social cues. That's me I'm talking about. I've always struggled with understanding male versus female socialization when I was growing up, and even now as an adult, since, you know, I struggle with nonverbal social cues in general. So the idea that people would act differently around their boyfriend or girlfriend was something that I never noticed as a kid, and it was something that I still forget happens as an adult until I see it in fiction. For the longest time, I thought that people like acting differently around their significant other was just a TV trope or like a book or movie trope. And to be clear, I'm not talking about like people who behind closed doors are secretly awful in their relationship or things like that. I'm talking about like when people act like someone other than themselves to impress a significant other. That's the thing that I had never picked up on as a kid. This book is going to keep bringing up memories like that for me. Anything that deals with gender roles or social roles in general, things that people were supposed to pick up through nonverbal cues or could pick up through verbal cues but couldn't understand in a way that fit through their mind's flowchart. I always tend to get a little confused about those type of things, and I always struggle to work through how these things work in the world simply because I often didn't pick up on a lot of them, what others expected me to when I was a kid, when this would have solidified in my head. I hope that makes sense. Hot girl autism, right? Okay, so on the next page, Cleo does exactly this thing that I struggle with understanding. She pretends not to understand the science homework so that she can listen to her boyfriend explain it to her, I guess because that makes him feel smart. Amelia learns that Cleo's boyfriend Oliver is planning to go to a big science fair, and Amelia's hoping she can go with, first because she likes science, that's been shown throughout the books many times, and second because then she's hoping that if he sees that she's smart and interested in science, then he'll stop seeing her as an annoying little kid and like a little baby, and will stop patting her on the head and show her some respect. So now Amelia has a little subplot about hoping Cleo and Oliver will let her tag along to the science fair. I like this part of the book. The only person who's worse at sewing than I am is Charlie. He refuses to sew anything because he thinks sewing is girly. I'm sure tired of hearing that. I don't see why pushing a needle through cloth is so feminine. I think Charlie just wants an excuse not to sew. And I was like, Amelia, you're right. I can't understand that either. And yeah, Charlie's just being a lazy fuck. But then this part confused me later on the same page. But to make Charlie feel better, Mr. Bipka said we'd start a new project while we're still working on our sewing. He promised we'd use real tools like hammers and nails, not just needles and thread. I wondered what we'll make. Whatever it is, it's gotta be better than a crooked bunched up jumper. So yeah, Amelia's making a jumper and it looks awful. So I got confused, right? because she was talking about we're going to use real tools. So I was like, but aren't sewing machines and needles and thread also tools? They're not woodworking tools, but they're sewing tools. Hammers and nails are woodworking tools. They're tools as well. Tools is a very broad category, right? Is it normal for, this is again a genuine question, is it normal for people not to consider sewing machines, needles, thread, etc. to be tools? Like if you referred to tools, would you not consider those to be part of the umbrella of tools? Because I don't know what else I'd call them if not tools. Do people really think that woodworking tools are more real than other tools? Where do tape measures come into play? Are they real tools? Are tape measures a tool? Is a blade a tool? You'd use those things in both activities, like a blade or like an X-Acto knife you could use in woodworking and in sewing. There are certain, that's a tool, right? So then I was just like, what is a tool? And then I was like, Matt Walsh is a tool. Question answered. Let's move on. So during the woodworking unit, the class has to make a clock, and Amelia realizes she's way better at this than she is at sewing. Sewing just wasn't her strong suit, but making a clock? This girl can make clocks all day long. Also, in this class, the kid Max, who I believe is the main character in the Max Disaster series we discussed earlier, he's starting to fall in love with the British girl Charisse. That's like a little side plot. And Charisse is the best at sewing out of everyone in the class. So Max is trying to be really good at sewing too because he wants to impress Charisse. And I kind of like that. I kind of like how the book is telling us both that sewing is culturally considered feminine, but also that sewing could make you feel more masculine if you're doing it to impress a girl that you like. I think that's kind of the point of the book, right? A lot of these gender roles are so arbitrary, especially in the 21st century, and it's more about your personal strengths and how you use them. I just think that that was a nice detail to include. Everyone's acting like, oh, of course everyone knows sewing is girly, and Amelia sucks at sewing, so she must suck at being a girl. Max is over here just like completely oblivious to gender roles, trying to be really good at sewing to make the girl he likes notice him, because he's like, yeah, I'm gonna get the hottest girl in class if I can sew like she can. So like sewing is the most masculine thing ever because I'm about to impress the cute girl. In the end, Amelia learns that she's better at woodworking than sewing, but that she's no less of a girl for it. And eventually she goes to the science fair with Cleo and Oliver go to a school dance together, and we never get to the bicycle repair unit in their class, which is some non-binary erasure if I've ever heard it, but it's 2001, so what can you do? I definitely think some of the gender discussions in this book feel a little outdated in 2025, but for 2001, they definitely make a lot of sense. And it's very believable to see a character Amelia's age becoming more aware of these distinctions for the first time. And with that said, we've got just one more book to get through in the main series. Book Review 10, Amelia Lends a Hand. So here we have Amelia Lends a Hand, and here is how Amelia's dressed. I dressed her for summertime because it's summertime in this book and she's wearing a red shirt on the cover, so I thought she should wear a red shirt as a doll too. Amelia Lends a Hand was published by American Girl in 2002, and it originally came with a bunch of sign language flashcards. The version I got is used, of course, and since this book is long out of print and this one is a former library book as well. I got one that was like used from a library. They sent me that. So there are no sign language flashcards to be found in this book. Maybe they sold a separate edition to libraries or something. I think they probably did, since like in this one, a lot of the typical notebook stuff, like the class schedule, things like that, that's not on the inside cover anymore. It's just like blank page. Like it looks more like a typical hardcover book, so this is a library edition, so I guess it's a little bit different. But basically, we are in for a story about the wonders of different types of communication. It is the start of Amelia's summer vacation. 5th grade has just ended, and it is the summer before Amelia is off to middle school. A new family moves in next door, and they have a son Amelia's age, this kid, whose name is Enzo Rutelli. The most Italian name I've ever heard in my life. He likes to fire off rockets in the backyard, and Amelia thinks that looks fun and wants to join him, but whenever she tries to talk to him, he just ignores her and won't respond. At first, she thinks he's being rude, but soon she learns that Enzo is actually deaf, and he communicates through sign language. So Amelia gets a book about sign language, and she starts to learn, and as this is happening, Amelia's mom tells her that they're going to a family reunion this summer, so she's preparing for that too. Amelia and Enzo start hanging out and communicating mainly through notes. She writes him notes and she works on sign language, but Amelia has mostly just learned the letters so far that she can do by hand. It's taking her a long time to talk to him because she's spelling out each word individually. She hasn't yet learned how to sign full words. We then get Amelia's dictionary of sounds for the deaf and non-deaf too. I thought this page spread was funny because it feels a lot like our typical Amelia notebooks. While a lot of the last few have felt very episodic and very focused on one particular story, this one felt like Amelia was once again out here journaling about her summer and happened to make friends with a deaf guy and then happened to start doodling about it. Plus, I like how the Dictionary of Sounds plays with figurative language and how it relates to the five senses. It reminds me a lot of the exercises that I'd have kids do when I taught creative writing, like use your five senses to describe things, and then we're going to compare those senses or see if we can describe something using a different sense than what we can normally use. Like this, barking dog sounds like how quick gasps of air feel. Bees buzzing sound like how the stubble of an unshaved beard feels. Cat purring sounds like how it feels to wear a shirt warm from the dryer. So a bunch of things like that, very figurative language, which is very interesting. Amelia considers giving Enzo the Dictionary of Sounds she made, but she's not sure if he would like it. And I feel the same way. I wouldn't be sure if he'd like it either. There's a part of me that would be like, well, he'll probably find this funny, but then I'd be like, would he find this rude? Would he just be like, sounds don't sound and feel the same way to everyone, so who are you to tell me that a cat purring sounds the way warm clothes from a dryer feel? How would you know? So she holds off. She doesn't give it to him right away. When she sees Enzo next, he's sad because his older brother Gianni, I'm sorry, I love how Italian this family is. They're like an episode of Kitchen Nightmares set in New Jersey, or like a Bizarro Everybody Loves Raymond. No offense if you're Italian. Remember, when I was drunk at a Midwestern Christmas, I learned that I'm genetically half Italian, so I'm allowed to make these jokes. Anyway, Gianni Rotelli, older brother of Enzo Rotelli, has a bunch of his friends over, and Enzo couldn't understand anything they were saying, so he felt invisible. He felt left out. Amelia gives him the Dictionary of Sounds to cheer him up, and he feels better and laughs at it because he thinks it's funny. On the next page, Amelia has an emergency. She eats an apricot, and it triggers an asthma attack. Amelia didn't even know she had asthma, but she has to go to the emergency room because she almost dies of asphyxiation. We're back to our original Amelia in full swing. I love this. It's like Amelia Writes Again. Remember that book we discussed a little while ago? On one page, Amelia is like, my friend Leah's being annoying, asking to see my notebook, but what if numbers could talk? What would they say to each other? Here's how 2 would talk to 3. Boom! Arson! This book is like, Amelia, it's summer! Family reunion coming up! Oh my god, new neighbors! One of them is deaf! I should learn sign language! And you have life-threatening asthma! So Amelia's now using a bunch of different inhalers, and for the next couple days she can't really talk much other than small whispers, which sucks because she's about to go to a family reunion! At the family reunion, Amelia can't talk much, so she starts to fade into the background, eventually just sitting down on a chair and reading while everyone else talks, and Amelia starts to understand how Enzo felt invisible when his brother's friends kept talking around him and ignoring him. Amelia goes to Enzo's house and writes him a note about this experience, and he decides that he's going to help her learn as much sign language as he can. So they work on sign language flashcards together. And then Amelia writes another story. She writes a story about a girl who has the power to talk to birds, but then one day meets an owl who's basically Morpheus from The Matrix, and that movie had only been out for 3 years at this point. He said, it's time for you to choose between bird language and human talk. You can't do both anymore. He showed her 2 seeds, one bright red and shiny like a jewel, one dull and black like coal. If you eat the red one, said the owl, you will sing like a bird, but you won't be able to speak to people. If you eat the black one, you will talk like a human, but not chirp like a bird. You must decide which world you want to belong in. Why can't I do both like I do now and like you do? Asked the girl. The owl ruffled his feathers, annoyed. I'm a special case, you're not, he harumphed. Besides, your time is up. No, it's not, said the girl. Quick as a wink, she grabbed the seeds and swallowed them both. No, yelled the owl, but it was too late. The girl smiled. I guess I have more time after all. Don't worry, I'll use it wisely. And she did. This owl is like red pill or blue pill. And the girl's like, both! Gulp, swallow. She was like, I am not going to get red pilled today. Amelia gives Enzo the story and he reads it and he enjoys it. And that's when Amelia realizes that stories are a universal form of communication. I guess Enzo understood my story. That's another great thing about writing and drawing. You don't need to hear to do them. I'm excited that I not only have a new friend, I'm learning a cool new language. So I'll keep working on my sign language flashcards. Enzo helped me make some terrific ones today. Now I know how to sign private, keep out, and top secret notebook. Or I can just do it the old-fashioned way with a drawing. Amazing how much you can communicate with just your face. And then she gives us her classic, I I love it. Amelia ends this book by bringing us full circle back to all of those catchphrases like keep out and top secret that she used at the very beginning, and she adds amazing how much you can communicate with just your face, then shows herself making the exact same face she made on the cover of her very first notebook. This book brings the American girl years of Amelia to a close, and even though this book feels a bit episodic, it does do a great job of ending in a similar place as the series as a whole started. Everything that's coming next is going to be outside of this main series, but before we do that, I think we need another one of these. Who's ready? Craft break! It's time for our third craft break. And during this craft break, we are going to finish up all the stuff that I did using my notebook with help from Amelia, and then the next craft break is going to cover the drawing guide instead, so get excited for that. Let's pick up where we left off. We had just talked about how I created the American Woman blog and Substack page from this, and then on the next page, Amelia had like free samples of sentence starters. Try to grab one of these sentences and use it to write a story. So she's got things like, she shook the package and tried to guess what was in it. The dog burped. First he put on one shoe and then the other. It was a dark and stormy night. But the one that I used, the first line she gave us that I used was the one that said, once upon a time I had to go to the bathroom. I used some of the ideas I'd been coming up with, and I wrote this story called The Endless Stall. Throughout The Endless Stall, there are parts there where like the pages are roughly blank or just have a few doodles in the margin, so I continued this story. But then there were other pages that had writing prompts, like write characters on this page, write about shoes on this page. So I have like story will be continued on the next page here. So you know what? We'll just do this chronologically. You know how we're taking craft breaks? We're going to take breaks in the story that I wrote in here to look at the other pages and the writing prompts. It's going to be very disjointed, but very authentic. Once upon a time, I had to go to the bathroom, or at least I thought I did. I noticed that I didn't feel anything in my physical body telling me I had to go, but something in my brain compelled me to search for the bathrooms anyway. It was almost as if the bathroom, or maybe the general concept of bathrooms, was magnetically pulling me in its direction, down the hallway, right? It was then that I realized I had no idea where I was. Well, I knew I was in a hallway, a long beige hallway. The walls seemed to be patched up drywall with a coat of paint on top. The paint looked fresh enough to smell like paint, but I couldn't smell anything. When did I enter this hallway? When did I enter this building? Was I even inside a building at all? After walking for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, it was hard to know for sure because when I went to look at my watch, I saw that the face was melting off my wrist like I was living in a Dali painting or something. I finally reached the end of the hallway. The moment I stepped out, I found myself in the center of a giant food court. Was I in a mall? I hadn't seen any stores, but just as a magnetic force had pulled me this direction, something in my brain told me that yes, this was a mall. The second story of a mall specifically, but how did I know that? I didn't see any stairs, elevators, or escalators, just a giant hexagon-shaped room filled with pizza restaurants, each of their logos illuminated in giant neon signs. Near the tables in the center of the food court, two pizza restaurants parted, and in between I could see a giant floor-to-ceiling windows. The sky was pitch black like I was looking out the window of a spaceship. I walked to one of the pizza places and got in line behind a man wearing a giant orange costume and a pointy hat. He appeared to be dressed up as a carrot. I didn't bother asking him about it. I just waited for him to finish ordering his California roll so I could take his place at the front of the line. The worker behind the counter wore a hat that said Goober's Pizza, but with only one Z. He grabbed a giant cafeteria-style ladle and spooned a giant pile of blue mush onto a silver tray. Your California roll, sir, he said, handing the tray to Carrot Man. Carrot Man took his tray and headed for the tables. Welcome to Frank's Pretzels, the worker said to me. How can I help you? Where's the bathroom? I asked. He gestured toward the dark night sky. It's just over there behind the windows. I'm not even sure how I got behind the windows, but just seconds later I was there. It wasn't a bathroom right away. Rather, it was a tall staircase with a bathroom sign mounted on the wall. I couldn't see the top of the staircase from where I stood, but I needed to go to the bathroom, even if I didn't physically need to go. So I stepped on the first stair and began to climb. To be continued, ... On the next page, Amelia has this thing where it says characters I've known and some I've made up. And then she has examples of characters in the margins, like the monster searched everywhere for his screwdriver and has little Frankenstein. The little cat who's dreaming, a little witch that says the witch was having a bad hair day, but a great wart day. So I was like, I'm going to come up with characters. And at the time that I was writing this, I kept falling asleep listening to evolution documentaries. I lately have been having this weird fixation on human evolution. I really like watching videos where people try to recreate what the Homo habilis or the Homo erectus would have looked like, or like the Neanderthals or the Denisovans, or my favorite is the Australopithecus, because that's not even a Homo, right? So anyway, I decided to use this to come up with like a 90s rom-com concept. Coming to theaters soon, Bob is an early Homo, potentially a Homo habilis, definitely an ancestor of both humans and Neanderthals. He was accidentally sent through a time portal. I wrote 20 million years into the future. I meant 2 million years into the future. 20 million years, that's ridiculous. 2 million years, okay? He was accidentally sent through a time portal 2 million years into the future, and now he's trying to blend in with human society. Can he fall in love with a human woman? Find out in Later Homo. So Janice here is a later Homo, but Bob is an early Homo, and they need to find out. Someone said it sounded like, I was talking to my friends about this, and someone was like, it's like George of the Jungle, and I'm like, no, George of the Jungle was a Homo sapien. Like these are different species, same genus, and that's what makes it weird. So I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about that. And then on the next page, Amelia says, when I imagine a character and write about them, it's kind of like wearing someone else's shoes. I had a bunch of stickers. I thought maybe I'd have some stickers that looked like shoes, so I flipped through all my sticker books. I had a ton of stickers of rollerblades, but no stickers of shoes. I don't know why there were so many rollerblades and roller skates, so I just wrote about rollerblades and roller skates, and then I tried to draw a picture of a roller skate. And then on the next page, we return to my story, The Endless Stall. So we're going to return to The Endless Stall. So remember, when we left off, the character had just exited the weird food court and started climbing the stairs to the mysterious bathroom. I barely remember climbing the staircase. One moment I was staring up the stairs, taking in how intimidating their supposed endlessness felt. The next moment I was climbing, and then, as if making the decision to climb the stairs had transported me effortlessly, I was at the very top, facing a giant wall with 2 bathroom entrances. So it has the blue one has a dress and the pink one does not have a dress. It's like the opposite of what you'd expect for men's and women's bathroom signs. And instead of saying men and women, they say wen and mimmin. Which was for men, which was for women. Just as I started to wonder, a tall woman with a high ponytail reached the top of the staircase. Which bathroom should I enter? I asked her. She just shrugged. It really doesn't matter, she said. It all leads to the same place. I had no idea what she meant, but for some reason her words calmed me anyway. I followed the icon of a dancing blue figure and entered the bathroom. The bathroom was much bigger on the inside. I knew it wasn't logical, but I couldn't deny what I saw. This bathroom was endless. The woman at the top of the stairs was right. It all led to the same place. Men, women, and everyone in between walked through this bathroom. The stalls went on forever, curving like a maze. I started walking between the rows of stalls, which now began to feel like hallways of their own. The lighting was low. Fluorescent lighting panels hung from the ceiling, but they were all turned down to maybe a quarter of their full brightness. The entire never-ending bathroom was a mix of blues and grays, gray center block walls and muted blue doors and cubicle walls on each stall. I pushed open the door to an unlocked stall to my left, but there was no toilet inside, just 4 shower heads with the floor covered in puddles of used shower water. An abandoned white towel hung on the hook mounted to the back of the stall door. I closed the dirty shower stall and opened a new door. Behind this stall door sat 3 toilets just in a row, one right next to the other, like a group of friends could all hold hands while pooping. The next stall I saw had no door, just 2 blue walls leading to an open floor plan full of urinals and toilets. Some of them were in use, but the people sitting on them seemed unbothered by how exposed they were. One man crossed his legs and leaned back on the toilet, fully relaxed, as he opened a giant newspaper in his lap. Finally, I found what I thought was a normal stall. A door that locked? Check. Only one toilet inside? Check. As I walked into the stall and closed the door behind me, relishing in the satisfying click that came when I slid the shiny metal latch closed, but something was wrong. My thumb, which I just used to lock the bathroom door, was painted metallic blue, but I thought I'd painted my nails green last night. Maybe it was the strange low lighting of the bathroom playing tricks on my eyes. I held my hand up toward the fluorescent ceiling lights and wiggled my fingers around, but what I saw served only to confuse me more. When I moved my thumb toward my face, the nail was electric blue. When I pulled my thumb away, the blue color disappeared, leaving my thumbnail blank and naked. No green nail polish anywhere, only disappearing electric blue. Had I bought some type of disappearing nail polish by mistake? Did that even exist? Or was this a dream? A dream that could, in a matter of seconds, turn lucid once I felt certain I was dreaming. I just needed to perform a test. Maybe the disappearing nail polish was enough of a test, but what if disappearing nail polish was a real thing and I'd just forgotten about it? You're also in an endless maze of bathroom stalls, I reminded myself. That seems pretty dreamlike, doesn't it? It definitely did, but it wasn't enough. What if this mall, a mall I can't even remember entering, I reminded myself, just happened to have an entire floor dedicated to toilets and showers? Plus, how did I even know it was endless just because I hadn't yet found the spatial limits of this restroom doesn't mean nobody ever had. In retrospect, I guess I should have asked myself about the man in the carrot suit or the combination pizza pretzel shop that seemed to primarily sell California rolls, but I must have forgotten about them. They just never crossed my mind again in that moment. Okay, here's a test, I told myself. Turn around and look at the toilet. If the toilet is actually just a giant wicker basket in the shape of a toilet, then you know it's a dream, because how would a wicker basket toilet even work? It could never hold water, and God forbid someone tried to poop in there. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and spun around to face the toilet. It was the moment of truth. I opened my eyes and saw a regular toilet, water and all. Should I use it? I wondered. But wait, what if... And then it says, to be continued on page C4. These pages are not numbered, but I thought it would be fun because like in newspapers, they would have like story continued on page C4. So that's what I did. Amelia had a little thing at the bottom that said click to continue with an arrow. I actually didn't fill out the hairdo page on the next two pages because I ran out of time and couldn't think of any hairdos. So instead we just skip ahead to page C4 here, which is where the endless stall story is going to continue. What if this was still a dream toilet? Sure, the toilet being a wicker basket would prove for sure it was a dream, but the toilet being normal didn't necessarily disprove the dream theory. In fact, it kind of felt like dream logic that I even thought up this test in the first place. There is only one test that would work for sure. One test that never failed me when I had lucid dreams in the past. I had to try to fly. I guess it had the same flaw as the toilet test. I technically could still be in a dream even if the flying didn't work, but in the past I'd always been able to get myself to fly in dreams. Plus, it was the only other test I could think of short of just trying to wake myself up. And if I woke myself up, sure, I would know I had been in a dream, but I'd never be able to enjoy the lucid dream. If I could know for certain I was in a dream without waking up, the possibilities would be endless. I could fly all around the endless maze of bathroom stalls, which might truly be endless. I could slow down time and go take a free beach vacation. I could have sex with every celebrity I'd ever imagined. I could do anything I ever dreamed about while dreaming about it. I had to know. I unlatched the stall door and walked back into the toilet maze. I took a deep breath and I leapt, waving my arms like wings. And I flew! I flew through the rows of toilets, past the man with the newspaper, past the conjoined shower heads, all the way back to the entrance where I eased myself onto the ground. A real lucid dream! I smiled. I could do anything. I walked out of the big bathroom maze where I saw nothing. Just endless blackness. Where was the mall? Or my vacation? Or anything? It's your dream, my brain told me. You have to render it all yourself in your own subconscious, in graphic detail, or else it won't feel real. Good luck! My body froze. My heart raced. The endless abyss laughed at me, and then my eyes snapped open. For real! I was in my bed, staring at a dark, blank ceiling. And you know what? I never even had to go to the bathroom. All right, that was the end of the endless stall and the end of the exercises that I did in my notebook with help from Amelia. I had so much fun writing that story. And what was fun about it was that, like, there was no outline, there was no draft, there was none of that. I just started, like, writing it on the pages where it fit. And then I skipped ahead. I skipped pages where I didn't think that story would fit. And then I continued it more. And I didn't know. It ended up being 10 handwritten pages. I had no idea how many pages it would be. I was like, maybe it'll be 1 page, 2 pages. Maybe it'll be 20 pages. I have no idea. So it was really just like what they talk about when they say like the pantser style of writing. It was really just writing off the cuff, which felt a lot like the exercises I would do as a kid. And if I ever like wanted to develop that story further, like expand it into a longer story or a novel or something like that, I now have a basis for that. But it was fun to just write that as it was and see what ideas I could generate along the way. I had a lot of fun writing that one. Throughout the rest of the notebook that I didn't fill out yet, there's things like drawing your own stamps so that you can use a stamp to tell a story, a page for writing poetry and coming up with rhymes. There's even a page later on that says dreams are like stories your brain makes up for you, and sometimes I hate that. And Amelia says, I had a nightmare that a ghost came in my bedroom window, but when I woke up it was just a tree clawing at the grass, which is like, that's cool. So maybe I could write about dreams or like journal some of my dreams down in this page, but it's cool that I already wrote a story about dreams before we even got to the dream page. Amelia and I are on the same wavelength, I guess. Oh, and then later, she has like a talking carrot. Like, remember how I wrote about there being a man in a carrot suit? You know what? I filled out this notebook twice as a kid. It's entirely possible that this man in a carrot later in the notebook and the fact that she was going to talk about dreams, that those were like buried really deep in my subconscious from the times I filled this out before. And I just had absolutely no active memory of that. What do you guys think? That would be so funny. There's more notebook to be had here. She has a page for like writing postcards and coming up with your own comic postcard designs. So I'm definitely going to continue filling this out, and I'm definitely going to continue doing these types of journaling. We're going to have a couple more craft break type things as we go along through this process to see more things I made along the way. But this was my notebook with help from Amelia. It's out of print, unfortunately, so you have to get it used and hope that if somebody did fill it out in the past, that they only filled out a quarter of the first page and said they were mom. Thanks for sticking around for this craft break. We'll be back for another one pretty soon. Let's get back into it. Back to our book reviews. The Simon & Schuster years. In 2003, Amelia's Notebook began publication through Simon & Schuster instead of through American Girl and Mattel. It kind of makes sense that the series switched ownership at this point because we do get a few key differences. We are absolutely not going to review every Simon & Schuster book in this series. First, because we still have the games, movies, and more to get to. And second, because look at these. Look at these. I didn't even intend for them to fall off like that. But there are a lot of them, and this video will never be finished at this rate if we go through all of those books. So instead, we're going to talk about the key differences of these books compared to the original Amelia notebooks and the American Girl publications of them. So first thing we're going to notice is that these books are a lot smaller. The books used to be sized like the standard composition books, which gave the vibe that Amelia was just decorating her school notebooks and writing in cheap notebooks that she got from the drugstore, or that like her mom or Cleo gave her as a gift, because that happens sometimes too. But these books are just like standard chapter book size, which makes them feel more like journals and less like notebooks. Notebooks and journals are not really that different, but there's a difference that there was like a different vibe that came with this new packaging. These books didn't have like the standard black composition book covers either. They came in different colors. And yes, notebooks absolutely come in different colors and sizes. But the point is, Amelia's Notebook had not utilized these styles before. There was a clear formatting difference when the book switched over to Simon & Schuster. The other big sign that Amelia had changed production companies was the title of the next book in the series, Amelia's 5th Grade Notebook. This book covers Amelia's entire 5th grade year from fall to spring, and that may sound weird because Amelia already started 5th grade in the book Amelia Takes Command. She finished 5th grade right before Amelia Lends a Hand. I didn't even realize those rhymed, but she does. She goes to space camp during the winter break of 5th grade. Her following books, like the all-new Amelia Works It Out, Amelia's Family Ties, those take place during her 5th grade year as well. But now we have a notebook that is supposed to cover her whole 5th grade year just without any of those particular stories because it's a different book. So I guess we can imagine that Amelia was one of those girls who had different journals to document different stories and different subjects, and all those notebooks were for dedicated stories, and then this one was like for general 5th grade stuff. I mean, I guess it is in character for like a chaotic writer girl to have dedicated notebooks and be like, I can only write about these topics in this, like whatever. I get it, I've been there, I'll let it slide. But it was just clear that something different was going on because these books were no longer just sequential, but rather this book canonically took place during 3 or 4 of her other books. The Simon & Schuster books covered Amelia's time finishing elementary school, starting middle school, and graduating middle school, so these definitely get into that As Told by Ginger style territory, which makes sense because these were published right around the time that Ginger was super popular on Nickelodeon. We're not going to go in depth into these books for the sake of time, but we're going to talk about them a bit. I went into Amelia's 5th grade notebook thinking I'd never seen this book before, but after I read it, I felt like I'd read all these stories before, and I was confused. I had like a very vague memory, but I was like, are these stories repeated from her other books? They seem very familiar. Is this a clip show book? What's happening? Sort of. So I looked into it, and it turns out the stories in Amelia's 5th grade notebook were repurposed short stories from their original publication in American Girl magazine. As the Amelia's Notebook fandom wiki explains, the stories first appeared in the magazine sometime around 1998 when American Girl began publishing Amelia's Notebooks. Amelia was later retired from the magazine around 2003. 16 of the stories were compiled into the notebook Amelia's Best Year Ever 2003, which Simon & Schuster would later rename Amelia's 5th Grade Notebook 2006. So now I understand why this book felt so disjointed, but also felt like I'd read it before. Amelia's 6th grade notebook takes us into Amelia's journey starting middle school. Her biggest problems in middle school include how heavy her backpack is, which is the most relatable of all the problems to me since 6th grade was one of my big years for scoliosis treatment at the Children's Hospital. And her other big problem is the fact that one of her teachers hates her because Cleo used to pull mean pranks on him in the past, and he thinks Amelia must just be the same as Cleo. I like this book because similar to Amelia's Notebook, the original one, it has a lot going on and everything feels so random at the time, but when you get to the end, you get the satisfaction of every story being wrapped up, everything having a conclusion. You can look back and say, yes, this book does have consistent overarching themes about learning to adapt and cope with change, but the story feels very slice of life. That's what some of the later books, especially the We all knew Amelia and Amelia Works It Out, those two in particular. Those books were missing some of that element, in my opinion. While the Simon & Schuster era helped continue Amelia's story, Amelia didn't have the whole lifestyle influencer brand that she had over at American Girl. So we're going to return briefly to the American Girl era now. We're going to head back to 1997 to talk about the rest of Amelia's universe outside of her main book series, starting, of course, with the self-help books. We're not reviewing these in full either because I am just about spent when it comes to book reviews for today, but there were 3 self-help style books that American Girl released under the Amelia umbrella, and these were Dr. Amelia's Boredom Survival Guide, Amelia's School Survival Guide, and Madam Amelia Tells All. What's interesting about these books is that all 3 of them were formatted in that half-size notebooks rather than full-size composition books. So they look a lot more like the Simon & Schuster releases when it comes to the layout and binding of the books themselves. Amelia's Boredom Survival Guide featured tips for keeping yourself immersed when you're in a boring situation. It starts with Amelia being forced to sit in the waiting room while Cleo's at the doctor, and she's bored with the magazines that are meant for adults and the toys meant for little kids, so she needs to come up with something to keep herself occupied. So she writes in her notebook all about various ideas of how someone could cure boredom. I like these tips, they're very silly, like this one. Thing to do number 22, make up brand new words of your own to replace ordinary already used words, like bummitchel for bored. Then when the doctor asks, how are you today, you say, I'm bummitchel. And then Amelia says, my carnoople is especially blotcha today. Translation, my sister is especially grouchy today. Time used up, about snargle minutes. This is the format of the whole book. It's kind of meta and I love it. I'm not sure how useful it would be to a kid Amelia's age in 2025 who likely already has access to a smartphone. Kids today don't know how to be bored anymore, I guess. Amelia's School Survival Guide felt very on brand for the type of things American Girl was releasing during the Y2K era. I guess we wouldn't call it necessarily the Y2K era it was, but in American Girl terms, we'd call it the Pleasant Company to Mattel ownership transition years. They had a lot of things during that time like quiz books, advice books, self-help books to teach you how to have more confidence in yourself or how to develop better study habits, that type of thing. These were the years when American Girl was expanding from being a doll and historical fiction company into being an overall lifestyle brand for preteen girls. And nowadays, they're neither a historical fiction brand nor a lifestyle brand for preteen girls. Nowadays, they're more of like an anything goes as long as it makes money brand, but I'm not going to get into that now. We might get into it later. I can't always help myself. This book has a lot of funny gags like Amelia's school year resolutions and a thing called the group project game, basically sharing relatable things that annoy kids at school but making them into fun little graphics with advice woven in. I bought it used. It has a certificate at the end for completing Amelia's school, and some girl who had, because I got it used, remember, some girl named Emily had this book before me and she filled it out in pencil so you can barely read it, but it's just like drilled in there. So congratulations, Emily, for finishing reading Amelia's School Survival Guide. What I was gonna say is that the book has stickers in the back, which is super fun because I've been using them as I make my own notebooks, do Amelia's crafts and things like that. They've been super helpful. And then the third one, Madam Amelia Tells All, is mostly a book of quizzes and games, like the type of games you might do at summer camp or a sleepover, that kind of thing. I like that Amelia's magic 8-ball in this book is a bowling ball sitting on top of a dog bowl. I also really like her take on palm reading. All those little lines and whorls on your hands are supposed to mean something, but I can read hands in a different way. Hands with chocolate smudges means this person just ate candy. Hand with white dust sprinkled on it means this person baked cookies very recently. Hands with a poison oak rash means this person went on a hike and wasn't very careful. Hand that's cold and clammy means this person was holding an ice cold can of soda. Hand with dirty under the fingernails, this means the person has a green thumb or at least a brown one. Hand with a mitt on it, this person wants to catch a ball. Things like that. She has a quiz about pajamas where you can choose pajama types to see what type of person you are. And the type of person you can be include comfy cozy, snuggly wuggly, cuddly wuddly, and fuddy-duddy. I had a hard time with this quiz because I love all types of pajamas and all types of slippers. I just like being comfy all the time as much as possible. I love pajama pants. I love onesies. I love matching pajama top and pants sets. I love robes. I love slippers. I love all of it. So I guess I'm a snuggly, wuddly, cuddly, duddy. Or as Amelia says, you have a very distinctive style. The book also has a lot of fun games like use your birthday to find out your future career, the type of games that used to be fun until people started using them to siphon personal information out of boomers on Facebook. According to the quiz, my career should be dazzling movie worker. And wouldn't you know it, I'm a YouTuber who dazzles you with my movie making skills using a camera and editing software, so I guess the quiz was on to something. There was also a page, it's like crystal ball reveals, it's got the crystal ball, and it told me to ask the crystal ball a question, so I asked it, will my Amelia's Notebook deep dive video that I'm spending months of time working on, that's going to probably be the biggest video I make all year, will it do well views-wise? And the crystal ball said, no! Give the video a like, subscribe to the channel, share the video, leave a comment. Let's prove this stupid ball wrong because I want it to be right. These books were definitely a lot of fun, but they were nothing compared to the much more active and hands-on books that American Girl released also around 1997, the craft books. And you know what that means, right? It means it's time for another, bub-a-da-bub, drum roll please, craft break. For this craft break, we are going to be looking through Amelia's Easy as Pie drawing guide. Now, I tried to dress Amelia kind of similar. She's got like a rainbow striped shirt on the cover of this, and I think this look really works for her, so I might keep her in this outfit for a very long time. This is Amelia of Amelia's Easy as Pie drawing guide fame. Right here. So lately I've been in a rut when it comes to drawing. If you saw the video that I put out about how I'm closing down my business, the one that was like a very personal update on my career and mental health, that video that I put out like a little while ago, I talked in that video about how I haven't wanted to draw in like a year. I have been in a rut when it comes to visual art. And there are some reasons for that I get into in that video, but I thought this would be a good way to jumpstart getting me drawing again, would be to follow Amelia's drawing guide. So I ordered it used. I did have this book as a kid, I'm pretty sure, because there were certain pages in it that I remember, especially there was a page about like how to draw different ages of people, and it talked about making kids' eyes lower on their face the younger they are. And so I never realized that could be like a shortcut for making people look young, but apparently if you put their eyes down lower, they look like a little baby. So I was like, that's fun. So this book has lots of fun drawing exercises you can do. The version I got was already somewhat filled out, so shout out to this kid who did some drawings in this book. They're very cute. The kid did a pretty good job drawing Cleo's jelly roll nose. I was actually very impressed with that, so good job to that kid. I didn't want to draw on the pages that they were already drawing on because I was like, I want to do my own thing, and this kid drew on a lot of pages in this book. So the first one I did was I did the mug, band-aid, and pencil drawing tutorials a few pages into this. Do them along with me! I'll put up footage of me doing the drawing tutorials while we talk about it. So okay, so the mug tutorial is like, draw a squashed oval, draw a curved line under it, add a handle, put a bigger squashed oval underneath for a saucer, decorate however you like. For more realism, add a curve of darker color inside the cup and make wiggly lines above it for steam. I think that's a great breakdown of how to draw this. So I hope you guys are looking and following along and you're drawing it along with me. The Band-Aid one, I just could not get the Band-Aid to turn out right. So if you guys get the Band-Aid to turn out right, let me know in the comments below. But we're going to go over the step-by-step instructions for how to draw a Band-Aid right now. So get your paper ready, get your pencil, and we're going to draw a Band-Aid. So to draw a Band-Aid, draw a square, add rectangles with curved sides. I know they're not rectangles, but you get the idea. Put small dots on the square part. Ta-da! And I'm like, okay, it looks good when she draws it. Maybe it's because I didn't have a good color marker to go with that, but I just could not. Mine, I don't know if it was that I just can't get the sides to be even. I feel like it would look better to just draw like a hot dog shape first and then just put a square in the middle of it because the lines are straight anyway other than that. So there's a part of me that feels like that would make a better Band-Aid. Maybe I'll attempt that after this. I also had fun drawing the pencil, and pencils became kind of a recurring theme in the notebooks that I was making. Here's how we draw a pencil, friends. Get ready. Get your pencils ready to draw a pencil. Make a skinny rectangle with one ragged end. Put a triangle on the ragged part. Add a curved rectangle with two lines on the other end. Color it in and you're ready to draw. A bite mark adds realism. I liked the pencil drawing. I didn't end up drawing my pencils all exactly the same way. I did things a little different with the eraser, but I'm curious what your guys' pencils looked like. I can put some of my pencil pictures up here. I had so much fun on the next page, which was about how to draw birthday cakes. And I feel like I had to have done these tutorials as a kid because this is how I always drew birthday cakes, was following this exact method. So I think Amelia taught me how to draw birthday cakes. Shout out to Amelia for that. So we're going to draw both. We're going to first draw an entire cake. And then after we draw a cake, we are going to draw just one piece of the cake. So for a birthday cake, you're going to start with a squashed oval. So the oval is going to be nice and thin, and then you're going to add 3 sides of a curved rectangle under the oval. Place a bigger squashed oval under it for a plate. Now add fancy frosting. Don't forget the candles. So I'm sure the candles and frosting are taking a little longer. When I did this tutorial, the issue I had was that I drew in pen from the beginning, which I probably should have been drawing in pencil, but I was drawing in pen, and then the lines I made to make the ovals, like where you draw the frosting, you have to draw that over, like imagine it's like on a layer on top of it in like a Photoshop type program, right? It would be like a whole separate layer on top of that. So theoretically, I should be erasing the pencil line that made the oval when I'm adding the frosting. But I didn't do that because I drew it in pen, so I just tried to color over it and hope it looked okay for the sake of this exercise. But I kind of liked my cake. I think I then went on and drew some of those in my notebook with help from Amelia as I was working on that. I then went and did the tutorial for drawing a slice of birthday cake, and I think this individual slice is very good too. This is fun too because I think it helps kids learn perspective. I think perspective is the most difficult thing when drawing, like knowing what angle you're looking at something from, what's going to be bigger and smaller, how things are going to be positioned, especially because a lot of times our brain tries to fill in what we think it's going to look like, and it's not necessarily going to look like that at the exact angle we're looking at it from, so parts might look like they're meshed together from different perspectives, and that's why it's difficult to learn to draw. That's one of the hardest parts. So I think breaking this down into shapes and the way that those shapes relate to each other is actually very smart for a drawing education. So now it says, cut the cake, draw a squash triangle like this, put a rectangle under it, add a big squashed oval under that for the plate. Frosting time! A candle makes it extra fancy. Now blow it out and make a wish. She had a tutorial as well about drawing presents and party hats. The party hat one was fun. I drew a lot of party hats in my notebook. If you remember in an earlier craft break, I read the little party hat comic that I drew that was like, go on ahead. We sure do. So for drawing presents, I had fun with like drawing different types of presents here. Make any size rectangle, put a bow on top, add a ribbon, decorate. So it's not as much like a specific shape by shape tutorial. It is a little bit, but how to make different bows and stuff, she doesn't break that down as much. But I just had fun experimenting with it. And then for party hats, here's what we do. Start with a triangle that has a curved bottom. Top with a pom-pom or a ribbon. Decorate. Let's have a party. So the presents and party hats are pretty easy to draw, but they were still fun to practice. She has a human face tutorial, which I think is super useful because it breaks down facial proportions. I learned facial proportions when I was in high school art class, and I think that once I learned like how the face is divided up, it makes drawing a face, I don't know if I'd say easier, but you have more of a guideline of where to practice because it's so easy to just keep drawing a face with the eyes too high or the cheeks wider than the top of the head or things like that, because that's the way we read faces. We look at the eyes first. The eyes look like they're at the top because our hairline is partway down. Like there's so many things that our eyes play tricks on our brains when how we process a human face. So when the proportions are broken down for you, it's very quick to feel like you're making a lot of progress on how well your face drawing looks. And this book just then has a lot of space for drawing different types of things, for drawing hands, for drawing people in different positions. It's actually legitimately a very good drawing guide to get started with drawing different types of things that you can then practice and, you know, develop your own style a little more, get more detailed with it, things like that. But overall, that is Amelia's Easiest Pie Drawing Guide. I hope you guys had fun drawing with me today and doing some art. Now we are going to head into our next bit of the overall Amelia universe, the Amelia expanded cinematic universe, literally, because it's the movie that's coming next. So let's do it. The movie. I tried to sort of match with Amelia for this one. We've both got like these multicolored striped shirts going on. I thought it'd be fun. The first official movie in the American Girl universe is believed to be Samantha, an American Girl Holiday, which released in 2004. I love that movie. I watch it most years at Christmas time, even though it's not solely a Christmas movie. However, today I would like to put forth a different conclusion. Today I would like to argue that Samantha was not the first American Girl movie. No, it was Amelia, whose movie came out in 2001, 3 years before Samantha's movie. Now, to be fair, Samantha's movie is feature length and Amelia's movie is more of a TV special. It's like a little under 30 minutes long. Amelia's Moving Pictures first premiered in 2001, and by premiered, I mean that American Girl released it on home video, like it was a direct to VHS release, I'm pretty sure. I love the title of this movie, Amelia's Moving Pictures, first, because as we know, movie as a word, the word movie is short for moving pictures. Second, because Amelia's books are full of her drawings and her pictures that can't move because they're in a book, but now that we can see her drawings move on screen, it's her moving pictures. And third, because it's the story of Amelia moving from the first Notebook. Amelia moves, so it's her moving pictures. This movie basically retells the story of the first Amelia's Notebook, but with some new scenes, some added details, some additional things, and a few changes. We see more of her friendship with Nadia, more of her time packing to leave, her attempts to thwart the moving process and try to stop the move from happening. There's so much humor in this movie, so many bits of hidden humor in the art, just like we see in the Notebooks, even though the dialogue of the movie itself never calls attention to those background jokes, like when Amelia opens her closet while she's packing up all her stuff. Inside her closet, she's got these boxes labeled lost tempers, missing puzzles, lost opportunities, toys missing batteries, stuff you saved but you don't know why. And then she pulls out this dress that looks like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, and it says, I went to Oz and all I got was this dress. And it's like blurry, you can barely read the lettering, but it's there anyway. Amelia's mom is kinda unhinged in this movie though. In the books, we know that Amelia's mom is a super mom, even if Amelia sometimes finds her annoying. As an adult, when you're an adult and you're watching this movie, we know that Amelia's mom has it together. Her mom is a single parent who's raising 2 kids, trying to be the bigger person after her asshole ex-husband left, making sure her kids get a good education, helping them relate to the world around them. We love Amelia's mom. In this movie, Amelia's mom is unhinged.
Amelia, are you listening to me? Amelia, your sister's almost finished packing and you're just sitting there like a zombie. Now get packing.
First of all, we see Amelia's mom packing, and Amelia's mom being like, Amelia, have you started packing yet? It's literally moving day. The truck is outside, and you haven't even started putting your stuff in boxes yet? I'm someone who waits to the last minute. Like, I can pack a bag for the airport 10 minutes before I leave for the plane. But you're packing moving boxes on the day of? What are you doing? Second of all, why are there so many ants crawling down your counter? Miss Amelia's mom, this is not the version of you I knew in the books. What is happening? And finally...
Wait a minute! You're not throwing that away, are you? I made that for you.
I know and I loved it, but look at the big crack in it, honey. You'll make me something even nicer this year, I'll bet.
What? 2 things are wrong here. It's like back in Amelia's Family Ties when she asked us, find 4 things wrong with this picture. Find 2 things wrong with this clip. I'll tell you right now. First, Amelia's mom has never been the type to get rid of a handmade gift just because it's cracked. Second, and perhaps even more puzzling, why is she putting it in the charity box? If it's so broken that she, the mother of the girl who made it specifically for her, doesn't even want it anymore, then who is she donating it to? Who else does she think is going to get use out of this broken mug? Why isn't she donating it to the trash can? If she thinks it's too broken to salvage, why is she saying, but someone else can? No one can use it. What? Why is it in the charity box? Is Amelia's mom okay? Something is not right with her brain in this movie. It's legitimately worrying me.
Cleo's cracked. Why don't you throw her away?
We see Amelia and Nadia's friendship necklaces that they made for each other, which of course was my inspiration for making my Amelia doll her own necklace. I'll pretend, of course, that this is her half of the friendship necklace. Then we get Amelia attempting to thwart the moving efforts by writing on all of the boxes that they contain things like explosives and nuclear waste. Which is great, okay? You know why it's great? Because this movie came out exactly 6 months before 9/11. That's why it's great. On the road trip to their new house, we get Cleo's obnoxious singing out loud, which is so much better than I ever could have imagined.
Oh baby, marshmallow pie, yeah, yeah. Oh baby, being stuck in a car with Cleo was worse than being stuck in a bedroom with her.
When they're staying at a motel, Amelia gets under the covers with a flashlight to write in her notebook, and she writes a story.
The mystery of the magic fingers. It was about real ghost fingers moving the bed. The ghost was the ghost of this kid who didn't want to move, but her mom made her pack up and leave anyway, so the girl's heart was broken and she died.
Then Amelia mails the story to Nadia. I'm sure Nadia is going to love how this girl just up and died in the book. I'm sure she's going to love that. After they get to the new house, Amelia sleeps on the couch because she's not used to her new room yet and it doesn't feel right. She's also very nervous about starting at her new school, which prompts the body-snatched version of her mother to say this to her.
Okay, it could be fun. You'll be with kids your own age again.
Why do grown-ups assume that if you're the same age, you'll automatically be friends? Did you ever hear a grown-up say to another grown-up, "Oh, you should meet this guy. He's 41, just like you."
Based. All right, Amelia, that was based. Mom doesn't even have a response. Amelia was right. There is no comeback to that because Amelia was objectively right. Mom doesn't even attempt to rebut against that. Instead, she's just like, okay, go to sleep. Because what else can you say? On the first day of school, Amelia is nervous, but Cleo's excited because Cleo's like, I'm going to reinvent myself. So this prompts Amelia to look in the mirror and think of all the ways she could reinvent herself with different hairstyles, which leads to a very fun animation, which feels very adapted from the notebooks.
Sweet person. You can call me Spike. I am pizzazz. Ta-da! I said pizzazz, not pizza.
I love how she's like, pizzazz, not pizza. And then at the end, her hair has the Leaning Tower of Pizza. That's a little callback. I think that's fun. At the end, we see the Leaning Tower of Pizza show up in her messy hair right before she leaves for school. And this whole section just felt like it was taken out of the notebook and adapted, and it done in such a faithful and fun way. We're getting some real moving pictures right here. At recess, Amelia is working on her drawings, and that's when she meets Leah. The story continues on as normal, just like it does in the first Amelia's notebook story, and it's basically the same throughout the rest of it. Overall, I really enjoyed Amelia's moving pictures. I wish American Girl had kept this going because I could imagine this being an entire little TV series with this, or maybe it was just too early in the internet age because I think this would have done really well as a web show, like specifically the type of web show that ties it in with toys, like kind of what we see with Monster High and Rainbow High and things like that. So I'm going to chalk the failure of Amelia's moving pictures up to being in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is unfortunate because I think there was a lot of potential there. While Amelia's moving pictures remains a largely forgotten piece of the fandom, you know what doesn't? You know what everyone remembers when they think of Amelia? The computer games, of course. So we're going to talk about two pieces of the Amelia video games. First, the PC game from 1999, and second, the old school Flash games on the American Girl website. The PC game! All right, let's play.
What are you doing? I'm waiting.
Oh, Amelia's waiting for me. Sorry, Amelia. I'll knock once I hear what your mom and that baby have to say.
To get into my room, you have to move the cursor over the door and click.
Oh, I see. Cursor over the door. Okay.
Knock hard. Amelia might have her headphones on.
Thanks, Mom. Oh, I just knocked. Come on, Amelia. Ooh, who goes there? Who goes there? Savy. Yeah. All right, let's do it.
Congratulations, you're in. Now let's see what fabulous fun is in store for you.
Ooh, I can't wait. Are we loading? There we go. Hey, Amelia. Marshmallows.
Glad you made it. This is my room, but I guess you know that.
Yeah.
I got a lot of things in here to do. Really funny and weird stuff. Weird is good, as long as I don't have to spell it. Play with anything you want, have fun, and don't worry. You won't break anything. Even if you did, my mom would just blame me. And when you're ready to write or do any other stuff in your notebook, click on the top middle drawer of my desk. Oh, and watch out for falling marshmallows.
Okay, that's cute, because in the book she had the falling marshmallow where she and Cleo threw the marshmallows on the ceiling. I thought that was at their old house, though, and this is clearly her new house, so I love that she's still throwing marshmallows on the ceiling and hasn't learned from that. We see on her bulletin board we've got her friend Mako that she met on her road trip. That her pen pal over there. It's kind of hard to see the other things on her bulletin board, but I think that's a picture of her and Nadia together on there. Let's see what we can do. Do I just click on things? It's like a little point and click. Let's see. Have you ever wondered what chairs would look like if our knees bent the other way? Oh, now I'm wondering. How do you keep a skunk from smelling? I would guess you plug his nose. Plug his nose. Let's see. Yes! I got it! Oh my goodness! Oh, I'm sorry. Amelia, I didn't mean to do that.
How do you like my new wake-up invention?
All right, this is pretty cute. Let's head over to her desk drawer.
Well, that was fun. Before you start your notebook, you can go on Amelia's state-of-the-art guided tour.
Ooh,
That's
a tour.
where I explain everything you ever wanted to know about having fun with this notebook. It's such a good tour, I wish I was going on it. Hey, I am! If you want the tour, just click on the tour button and we'll start.
Okay, so this is going to be the tutorial. All right, we're going to do the Amelia's Notebook tutorial. Let's go.
Welcome to Amelia's state-of-the-art guided tour, or as I call it for short, the Tour de Jour. But you can call it the tour. On this tour, you'll learn how everything in this notebook works. First, you'll observe an icon that looks like either a piece of paper or a beach towel. Well, this is a notebook, so the beach towel is out.
It's the icon that takes you non-stop to a place where you put your notebook together. The ABC is one of my favorite icons on the tour. It's the symbol I use for writing. The letters whisk you to the writing pages. Next on our tour is the icon Picture This. What you'll see when you get there is a place that will let you add pictures, drawings, or even photos of anything you want.
Ah, the sound of teeth chattering. Of course, you figured out that clicking on those choppers takes you to the dentist. No, just kidding. It's my sound effects icon. I collected tons of sounds that you can add to your writing.
Pretty cool, huh? Now see that spot down there? That's where I hang out. At least my face does. When you click on me,
I deliver piping hot right to your screen Amelia's Deluxe Pizza of Information. Here you can change files or music. Take this tour, print, or take the express back to my bedroom. It's the mind your own beeswax bee. If you're writing real private stuff and somebody comes snooping around, you press the bee, and your real stuff gets covered up with the phony baloney screen. Once they're gone, just click it again.
here you can rearrange the order of the pages by clicking the one you want to move, and drag it to where you want the page to be, and click again. You can also get rid of pages by highlighting them and clicking the minus sign, or you can press the delete key on your keyboard.
And this is only the beginning. Are you ready for the middle? Just click the Go On button. If you love hearing about fonts, I'll gladly repeat this. Just press the repeat button. Or, if you've had enough of the tour guide spiel, click the Scram button.
All right, I think we're going to click the Scram button because I'm getting a little tired of this tutorial. I want to get started on actually trying this. This is very fun, though. Now that I'm doing this, I get the feeling that I did have this game back in the day. I need to go look through all my stuff. I need to take apart my entire closet and like look through all my old PC games. I didn't do that before ordering this one on eBay, this one right here. But I think I might have actually had this because a lot of this is starting to look familiar, but like so vaguely familiar. So this game came out in 1999, and in 1999 I would have been 6 to 7 years old. So that does kind of check out. Like, I could see myself having played this on the Windows 95 at that age, and that would be like the right age where I would have such a vague memory of this that it would make sense that I don't fully remember playing this, but I do, like, sort of remember, if that makes sense. I will say, I do have a very distinct memory of Amelia being the one to teach me how to do cut, copy, paste, like the Control-C, Control-V thing, but like before I knew those shortcuts, like I did not know what that concept on a computer meant until Amelia, and I don't know if it was this game. I think it was actually one of the website games, which we're also going to take a look at in this video. I think it was one of the American Girl website games where she had you cut and paste some things, and I was like, I don't know what cut and paste means, and I got so confused and I like couldn't progress because I was like, what do you mean cut it and paste it? What does this mean? And I don't think it had the scissor button and things like that. I think it was like you had to right click and hit cut and then, or copy, and then right click and hit paste, and I just never heard of this concept at the time because, you know, it was a different time. It was a different time. This game looks very basic right now, but I'm sure that like if you played this on the Windows 95 like I did, this game did not feel so incredibly basic, or at least maybe I just had low standards because I was a child. But let's see, we're going to do Scram, and then we are going to get started on writing our notebook.
Are you back to mess around? It's okay to play in my room, but when you're ready to write in your notebook, click on the desk drawer.
Okay, well, I would do that if the, do I need to relaunch this game? All right, we're back. where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. All right, here we go. We're gonna knock on the door. Make this.
To get into my room, you have to move the cursor over the door and click.
Who goes there? It's me, Savy.
Congratulations, you're in. Now let's see what fabulous fun is in store for you. Before you start your notebook.
No tour. All right, we're doing a new notebook. Type in a name for your new notebook. My name is gonna be, the notebook is gonna be called, well, I already have Savy's notebook that I'm making already for this on paper, but maybe I'll make this one called Savy Makes a Video. Ah, that's too long of a title? Okay. Call this one Savy the Gamer Girl. No, Savy the Gamer. Let's go with Savy the Gamer. All right, we're gonna try that for the notebook. Ooh, a password. Yeah, I'll set a password. At least set a password. Ooh, it does this. All right, hold on. I need to not type random letters. We're gonna make the password Amelia's notebook. Yeah, now no one can snoop in the Savy the Gamer story. Are we gonna get to the notebook? Come on, let's load. There we go. Savy the Gamer. All right, I need to turn down this music. Well, the cover we're going to use is going to be the black and white cover because I only have a black and white printer. I don't have color ink, so we are going to be doing black and white. I want a font choice that's like Amelia's cursive, but it doesn't seem to have one of those. And they don't show you what the fonts look like, so that's a little difficult. I think I'll just keep it in this font for now. All right, I'm gonna do this in black and white as much as I can so that I don't, well, so I can print it and it'll still look fine, but we'll see. Let's do a fancy title. Ooh, I can do it like this. Oh, that does not look good. That looks really bad. How about this? Oh, that didn't do anything at all. I think it might be frozen. Oh my god, what is happening? Maybe I should have done the tutorial. Maybe I'll just make it go back to plain. How do I fix this? Oh my god. This looks bad. Why is the green in the back? Oh wait, I see. It's not supposed to be green. That's just the highlighted. Do I want to italicize it? Will that do anything? No, oh, okay. I'd have to, oh, I gotta highlight the text. I see. Why is it like this? How do I make it back to normal? Maybe I need to, she said to hit the underwear button to undo. But that button's not available to me. Oh no. Yeah, help me with just this part. I don't want to take your whole tutorial.
All those blank notebook pages?
No, I need the cover.
Now sit back and observe the ways to make your pages even more powerful. Let's say you have words that you want to really shout out loud. Click on this button and you get words that demand attention. Click this button and your words lean over like they're in a big hurry. Click the underline and it's, hey, I mean this.
Okay, basic Microsoft Word
Even
tutorial.
the letters can look different. That's because every computer has a selection of type styles or fonts to choose from. You know, Amelia, you're really good at this explaining business. Give yourself some applause.
Okay, I'm proud of you, Amelia. Can you tell me how to get rid of the background?
Thank you.
That you put there for me?
Did you ever find that your fingers want to write, but your brain is kind of taking a nap and you can't get started? Then click on the light bulb, and we'll brainstorm.
All right, we're going to stop this because this is not helpful, and I just want to get rid of the background. I don't want to have to restart this game again. What I've learned from this is that we cannot go in and out of the tutorial because all it does is send us to this black screen. This is what I get for playing a Windows 95 game. I guess we're gonna have to relaunch the game again. So we're gonna do that. Oh wait, no, we don't have to. It's back. It's turning the music. Maybe this game doesn't work. Oh wait, hold up. There we go. Okay. Click red. Will that change it? No, it's still green. What the fuck? Why is it green? All right, maybe I'll put it in this shape. What? That is not what I clicked on. So I'm in the text. The text is black. Can I change the color? Can I make it like purple? That just made my computer make weird noises. Maybe I'm just gonna give up on the cover because clearly this isn't working. Let's move to the first page, okay? Hi. Okay, now it's purple. I don't want it to be purple though. I want it to be black. Hi, my name is Savy. Welcome. Why is it purple now? I wanted to start a new line. Why is it green?
Everything okay?
No, why is it's making my text my background green? I don't know how to change it.
Well, I was hearing you raging about that, and I was curious if that was an emulation issue or a real issue.
I have no idea. How would I know?
I don't know. I don't know how you'd know.
So I'm on. Here's what I cover. It's called Savvy the Gamer. It won't let me. Okay, now it's purple.
Yeah.
I told it to be black text, and I want it to not have a green background.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the green is like an error.
It's gotta be, because I don't know where that came from.
There's a way to do accessibility mode. You can change the color palette, but it should be at least 6. It said 16-bit. That's strange though, because it's not an issue anywhere else.
I mean, it's an issue in every part of the game.
Anywhere where there's
text. It doesn't. I don't know why it has a green background on all my text.
Have you Googled this at all?
No, this game, like, there's not even gameplay footage of this on YouTube.
Okay.
I don't think this game has help on you. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I just didn't look. I don't know.
Should it have a background at all?
No, or at least I didn't give it one. Maybe it did that automatically, and I. The problem is when you go to her tutorial, she talks forever about every single thing, and she has some funny jokes in there, but like, I don't need her to tell me how to bold and underline things for the millionth time.
Yeah.
I need to know, why is it green?
Is it only if you make the text black, or is it no matter?
No, it's just I think it's just all the let me see, if I turn the text, let's say I turn the text red. Well, the background's still green.
What happens if you make a new piece of text?
Hold on, let's find out. So we're gonna make another text box. Oh my god, I didn't ask you to do that. I want to make a new text box. Okay, there we go, new text box. Hi, my name is Savy. This is my notebook.
Hit enter. Wow.
It's all green.
I think it might be like or maybe it's like is there like a save and a load? Maybe this is like new things are put on a green background?
I don't know.
What happens if you like save it?
Click on the okay, it's here. So if I click on Amelia, she gives me a pizza, and then this should be the save button, I think.
Okay.
Save. All right.
Savvy the Gamer.
It's called Savvy the Gamer.
All right, now what happens if you open it? The pizza menu is lovely. I love that.
I love the pizza menu. Okay. Do you want to go back to, if I say you bet, my screen might freeze black for a solid few minutes, but let's try it. Very nice. Okay, that's good. So now we can go back to the notebook. Let's see. We're going to open Savvy the Gamer. Yep. Oh, that's right. I gave it a password. The password is Amelia's Notebook. There we go. Savvy the Gamer is back.
Yeah, it's like all the green... It's everything that goes in the notebook with a green background with a transparent background.
Yeah, it's like maybe it didn't translate properly from the transparent background.
I'm guessing it's a compatibility problem because we are running a Windows 98 game.
It's a Windows 95 game, thank you.
Well, it's compatible on 95 and 98.
Yeah, you can play it on either one.
We are running it as though it's in Windows 98. Yeah, this is probably a compatibility problem.
Okay, so let's see. Let's ameliorize something.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's fun.
That's cool.
This is my notebook.
All right, I'll give that a thumbs up.
It's too bad it's on that green background. But yeah, this is definitely, like, green is transparency.
Got it. Okay, yeah, that's what was driving me nuts. I was like, is there a setting on? I didn't know what was going on with that.
You might be able to fix it.
Let's try ameliorizing. Hi, my name is Savy. Oh, it's the word my. Okay, so she's got like trigger words. I see.
Yeah, it's basically there must be specific words.
Yeah, it might be the words that are in this menu right here.
Oh, that would make sense.
Like any of these, if you use any of these words, then she'll turn it into art. That's what it looks like.
That's fun. I
like that it's a pizza. Like this game, the theming of this game is very fun.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, like looking back, I am pretty sure I played this as a kid. I don't remember ever having a green background issue, but I do remember like parts of this. I remember this weird little dude at the bottom, this little weird little head down here. Today, I am playing a PC game called Dude, the quotation marks are backwards. Your Notebook with help from Amelia. Okay, the apostrophe goes the right way at least. I'm making a video all about Amelia's notebook, and I thought it would be fun to revisit revisit this 90s classic video game. All right. This is way too big of text. Actually, it's all too big. I thought I tried to put it in size 12. Why is it all in size 18? I like this. Okay, so Amelia's got her trigger words that when you use them, it turns it into this. That's fun. That's fun. This would have been like, this would have been great for like blogging practice. Okay, but it's actually, I'm gonna unameliarize this. I'm gonna give that a thumbs down because it's cutting in all weird. Like in the middle of the word making, it just says I'm right here. How do I unameliarize this? It'd be cool if like Mattel or whoever released another version of this game that ran properly on later computers. But again, there would be no reason to, because like everything you can do on this, today's kids are already doing way more advanced versions of this on their iPads and stuff. So like for me, playing this in the late 90s as a child, this was like mind-blowing how cool this was. And like playing it now, it's like a throwback, but I can't imagine any child today playing this and being impressed by it. Which is a shame because I would love to have a re-release of this and get to play it like all the way through. I think that would be so fun. I guess that means you could say we're gonna say gamer girl, and I'm gonna do that in fun text. Oh, we're gonna do a little ... here, ... And then we'll do another text box, and we're gonna say gamer girl. Maybe the word girl gets ameliorized, so let's try that. Yeah, it does. I thought it might. I think that's the best we're gonna get with this, to be honest. I think Canva would be a better video game than this at this point, but oh my god, am I having a good time with this. Oh, we can draw. Ooh, yeah, we can draw with a green background too. Oh, okay, my line is too thick. We're gonna undo. No, that's what happens when you hit undo, is it turns the whole fucking page green. My whole notebook's green now? And there's no going back! So this, I'm gonna draw a heart. Wow, that is not showing up over here. Okay, I'm not sure why that is. So anyway, we've got like a butt up here with... You know what, let's do some stamps. Actually, let's undo all of... Oh, can we not? My game just crashed. I guess that's what I get. That's what I get for trying to play the Amelia's Notebook PC game. But don't worry, we're also gonna play the no longer existent American Girl website Flash games for this too, so get ready. The website and mini games. Hello everybody, we are over here on the Wayback Machine, where we are on American Girl's website. This is copyright 2004, so this is one of the later versions. There were also archived versions of this website from 2002, I think. So I think 2002 was around the time Amelia's desktop first became much of a thing. So we're gonna look at some of these American Girl Flash games for Amelia's desktop, and we're gonna have a great time with this. At least I hope so. I love this. I love this. First of all, let's just enjoy the old American Girl website. I might not need headphones for this. Let's just enjoy the old American Girl website for a second, okay? So we're on the Amelia's desktop section of it, but we had the American Girls collection. Who remembers Girls of Many Lands? All right, who remembers Girls of Many Lands? Those girls were not just American. They were all types of like everything, right? They had like a girl from, they had some European girls. They had like British girls. They had Chinese girls. They had girls from like all different countries from different points in history. They didn't have like the same type of book series, and they were much smaller dolls, and they weren't as much like for playing with as much as they were for displaying. So I can see why that didn't last in the same way, but Girls of Many Lands was cool. I never had any of them. I just like have knowledge of the fact that it existed. Then we have Amelia. We have Coconut, transgender icon Coconut. If you know, you know. E-Card Central was a fun place to send people e-cards back when e-cards were like a big deal. So yeah, and then you know, for parents, that's where you can shop because kids don't have money. All right, so we're gonna see which Amelia thing we can play with. I remember a few of these. I remember the Ameliarizer, which was where you would like turn your text into Amelia's special type of enhanced writing, her like, you know, fun block letters and things like that. I remember using that. I think that was the one that taught me how to copy and paste when I was a kid, because I had never heard of copy, like right click copy, right click paste, or control C, control V. I had never heard of that before at this point. I think I was maybe like 10 when I was playing this game. So yeah, if it was up here in 2002 and I was born in 92, 10 would make sense. I think I was around 10 when I was playing these games on the site, and I was like, whoa, cut and paste, I've never heard of this. It was mind-blowing to me that this was a thing you could do on the computers. This was just like a new concept. Let's see which things work. I don't think all of them are still gonna work, but let's give some of these a try. Let's try the quiz. Let's start with the quiz. Oh yes, we can take the quiz. All right, the quiz doesn't, you know, not all the images totally load. That's okay. Okay, so I guess we're seeing if we're her friend Carly, her friend Nadia, her sister Cleo, or if we're Amelia. Okay, so I'm washing the dishes and I break a dish. What do I do? Oh, I like this one. Telling your mom an alien's face in the window startled you and made you drop the dish. I guess, you know, if we're talking about what I really would have done, I think I would have thrown the dish away and told my mom, which is not a very Amelia answer. That's probably more of like a Carly or a Nadia type of answer. You have a big test tomorrow. Glance at your books and notes, but don't worry about it. Stay up late studying because you have to finish the chapter. Study and wake up. Dude, these are all like, pretty much all of these answers involve you're going to study for the test. Like how much you're going to study for the test and how you're going to study for the test varies, but there's no option that's just like, forget about the test, go take the test, failed, and don't give a shit about that. There's no character in this universe who is just like that apathetic about their schoolwork. I find that fascinating. Probably study and go to bed early, right? That's what, I don't know. No, oh, it's okay. Not found. That's all the quiz that is archived, so we're never going to find out which character I am. That's okay. So just bop around on Amelia's desktop a little more. What I like about this is I remember this had like the same energy that parts of the Homestar Runner website had, but which, I mean, I guess this one came first, right? Because this one started in 2002. I don't remember what year Homestar Runner started. And it's not like, it's nowhere near as advanced as what that was, but it had the same energy in some of the jokes, like same tone. Let me know if you guys understand what I mean by that. So like, you go to file, right? You go to file new, but this one, it has the menu, but then Amelia has like written little things on there to add her own flair to it, like new and improved, save the whales. Save as, and it's supposed to, she changed it to like as if, so it's like save as if. Open sesame, quit whining, and then edit is cut it out, copycat, paste the pasta, clear the air, help yourself, clean up your room, find your socks, sleep tight. I like that. I like all this stuff she's got going on. Let's try school survival. One of these has to still work. This doesn't seem right. Ruffle. Is that okay? What is this? And now there's nothing here. See Amelia's video. Let's see Amelia's video. Come on, our video's gotta work. I'm putting on my headphones for you, Amelia. Your video's gotta work. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, there's the video. Okay, so it looks like this is, you know, a trailer for Amelia's Moving Pictures. Although, what's in this TV right here? American Girl celebrating 25 years. So 25 years would have been 2011, right? Okay, so 1986. 20 years would be 2000. Okay, so it looks like this was archived in 2011. Whatever's in here, this is what the website looks like in 2011. They're coming up on 40 years now. What is even in here? Welcome to Fun for Girls. Okay, this is the American Girl Flash game site that is embedded into this TV. It is not a trailer for Amelia's Moving Pictures, unless that's supposed to be down here. Yeah, and then we've got like a not found error. Let's try this. Words of wisdom. Words of wisdom. Okay, so this is, I remember this was like getting like a daily fortune cookie or something where Amelia, you could just click on it and she'd just like give you, it kind of reminds me, if you guys remember watching the show All That, when they had, with Lori Beth Denberg, and she had that thing where it was like advice for your everyday life, and she would just like say a couple funny things, and it was like a 10-second long skit. That's kind of what this reminds me of, okay? So, bad luck sign, 555.55, the line you're in is always the slowest. And then it says to go read the book. Madam Amelia tells all, which I have right here. Let's try the magic washing machine. Ooh, okay, the magic washing machine works. You think socks are being lost in here, but really answers are being found in the box below. Just type a question that can be answered yes, no, maybe so, then press the ask button to start the magic wash cycle. Okay, so this is like one of those magic 8 balls, right? Will any more of the games on this website work in 2025? We're gonna ask that. What does the washing machine say? It would be funny if the washing machine doesn't say anything because this game doesn't work. That's all the answer I would need. It's hard to tell. Try another wash cycle. Let's try again. Give it another wash cycle. Oh, what a definitive answer. I think that tells us all we need to know about that. But that was what the magic washing machine would do. You could it was like a little magic 8 ball that was in this fun art style. This is what you get when you go to Amelia's email, so, ooh. Ah, okay, yes, I love this. We've got the inbox and the outbox. So it looks like this is, it doesn't look like you can write any emails. It looks like this is bonus content, basically, where it's like, okay, you see in, like, her books, you see her postcards with Nadia and things like that. So you see the mail that goes back and forth as like almost like a found footage as a book, like a scrapbook collage journal type of thing. And so this is kind of part of the expanded universe now. We also could look at the email to get other bits of the story. I love how interactive this is. I can't guarantee that we're going to see any of the emails, but let's see what Nadia sent her. Open the attachment for a surprise. Is this the attachment? Am I going to get 400,000 viruses? Is that the other Homestar Runner reference we're going to get today? Oh, we do get the attachment. Oh my god, I'm pleasantly surprised right now. Okay, it's a joke.
Will you remember me in 5 years? Yes. Will you remember me next year? Yes. Will you remember me next month? Yes. Will you remember me next week? Yes. Will you remember me tomorrow? Yes. Will you remember me in another minute? Yes. Will you remember me in another second? Yes. Knock, knock. Who's there? You forgot me already.
Okay, so it's a silly joke. So that's what the attachment was. It was a joke. So canonically, that is something that Nadia sent her. Or was that Leah? I don't remember. So her mom sent her an email saying, I expect the laundry to be sorted, folded, and put away by the time I get home. Dude, imagine your mom emailing you to remind you to do the laundry. In 2004, I guess. Or this one was from this one was copyright 2003. All right, it's 2003 and you get an email from your mom reminding you, which is wild because like that's not a thing. Like you wouldn't have access to check your email so regularly in that time. In 2003, I turned 11. I was finished up 5th grade that year. And I had an email address, but, you know, you sat down at the computer, you logged into AOL, you waited for the dial-up to finish, at least I did, and then it would go, you've got mail, and then you would click on your email. So there was no, like, just right. Maybe the joke here is that Amelia's mom knew that now that Amelia has internet access, she's going to be on the computer all the time instead of doing her chores. So she figured, oh, I can tell Amelia verbally to do the laundry, but if I send her an email, then when she's on her computer, it's going to go, you've got mail. And then she's going to know, it's going to remind her right when but like also, would Amelia's mom allow her on the internet during the day like that when it's going to be tying up the house's phone line? I don't know. Again, it's 2003. I may have just not upgraded to better internet yet. I think I was maybe in like 8th grade, like around 2007, 2006, something like that when I got internet that was not like the AOL dial-up. So it might be different. I don't know. But anyway, I just thought that was funny, like in context. Okay, and here we have Amelia's downloadable goodies. I love it. Here are some screensavers you can download and use on your computer if your parents are okay with that kind of thing. My parents definitely were not okay with that kind of thing. My mom is better with she's not better with technology now, but she's less afraid of it. Like when in this era of the internet, my mom was just terrified that I was gonna get a million viruses on the computer. Like, don't ever download anything. Don't ever, like, it was just like, don't. It's gonna mess up the computer. Just don't. So I don't know. Now I don't need my parents to be okay with it. So maybe I will see if I can download this one that says My Desktop. Okay, so then we've got Wit and Wisdom from the one and only Amelia. Read the journal of Amelia's summer car trip through California. I love that. All right, so if I download, I love when everything was like Mac or PC version. You're not just going to save this as an image, or can I just save it as an image? I can only save it as a GIF, though. Each screensaver will take approximately 7 minutes to download on a 28.8K modem. Dude, this is nostalgic as hell. I love this. All right, I'm going to download the PC version and see what happens. Nope. Can't do it. But here's Girl of the Year Sage 2013. Okay, so where you can't download, I do like that. What did it say? My desktop? Maybe I can find the image of it somewhere, because I kind of want to make that my screensaver on my computer now. I think that's kind of fun. And then finally, this is the address book, and it looks like it's kind of just like a character directory where you can like learn more about the individual characters. We love Nadia, love Mako, Carly's great, Mom's pretty cool, Amelia's dad we have hella mixed feelings on. Leah's an okay friend, but she's like, you could do better than Leah, okay? Gigi is Amelia's first girl crush, and then Cleo, her annoying ass sister. Maya, I think, was one of her other friends at school, right? Yeah, okay. So yeah, let's learn more about Maya. Oh my god, this is so cute! And then, so it's her address book, and then you go back home. Carly, Maya, and I jump double dutch together. I guess we're kind of a threesome, but sometimes I do stuff just with Carly, and sometimes Carly does stuff just with Maya. What I like best about Maya is that she reads a lot, especially history books, so she always has something interesting to tell you. All right, that's awesome. Good for Maya. Let's look at Mako. I like Mako. He's cool. My Japanese pen pal. We met when we were both at the Grand Canyon, and we've been writing to each other ever since. He tells me cool things about Japan, like they have donut shops where you can win prizes. I try to write him interesting things about the US, but sometimes I don't know what to say. Oh, Amelia, come join us here in 2025. You'll have plenty to tell him about. All right, we still hate Hillary, right? I'm putting her in so I know which street to avoid. Yeah, oh yeah, not Cleo, Gigi. Gigi's the coolest. Cleo's best friend. I know why Cleo liked Gigi. Everything she does is cool. Like, she knows how to juggle and ride a unicycle. I've never met anyone who could do that before, but I can't figure out why Gigi likes Cleo. I just don't get it. I love it. Gigi and Cleo like to practice putting on makeup. Mom says we can't wear makeup in public till we are older. There's Gigi's sophisticated smile. I love that. Yeah, Gigi's cool. Polite Gigi, she chews with her mouth shut. Cleo looks goofy no matter what. And then Amelia's always jealous of Gigi because Gigi has earrings and Amelia doesn't have pierced ears yet, and she is waiting for her mom to let her do that. Charisse is a girl in my class who moved here from England. I love her accent, and she uses different words than we do. She calls the trunk of the car the boot, and a parking lot a car park. I guess I don't speak English after all. I speak American. And then like the images cut off over here. I wonder what she thinks about Dad, because Dad's kind of we have mixed feelings about Dad, right? Dad's first letter to me felt like a time bomb, right? Like Dad is emotionally loaded, but he lives in Chicago. So maybe I'll go visit Dad. My dad is a writer like I am, but he writes for a newspaper instead of in a notebook. The building he lives in is the ugliest chunk of concrete I've ever seen, but inside it's a pretty nice apartment. I'm not used to having a dad yet, and he's not used to having me, but we're working on it. That's probably the nicest thing she could have said. Amelia is very mature. Like, she doesn't always seem mature in the books because she's doing things like throwing marshmallows at the ceiling and like doing weird experiments where she makes a little egg catapult. Like, she does weird shit, but like, her emotional maturity is pretty impressive as a character. Like, me with my short fuse at that age, and even my short fuse just like, even as like a young adult a few years ago, I would have been like, this is my dumb fuck dad. He is a lazy ass deadbeat and I hope he dies. Like, I could not be able to handle the situation with the level of nuance that she does. So like, cheers to Amelia. She is legitimately a good role model. Leah's also the other person we have mixed feelings on. For a while we were best friends. Now we're just friends, but I still like Leah a lot. She's a great artist. If only she weren't so neat. I mean neat as in folding her socks and underwear. Okay, so Leah's got like a Marie Kondo level system to keeping things clean. I like this. This is such like an accurate, like, what's Amelia, like 10 or 11 years old at this point when she's doing these things? For a while we were best friends, but now we're just friends. Amelia's like, yeah, Leah and I were close, but I can't trust that girl as much as I used to, which we get. I don't really like Leah. I get it. So I think that's about all we can do on the Amelia's desktop site, but I do want to see, can I get an Amelia's desktop wallpaper? Is that what it said? I can't seem to find it, but maybe I can make this my desktop. You make this grainy ass picture my desktop. Yeah, it doesn't look like the My Desktop screensaver exists anywhere anymore, unfortunately, but that's okay. If someone knows how to find it, let me know. All right, well, I think that's about it for all of this. Let's head back. Amelia merch. Check it out. I've got my Amelia's Notebook t-shirt on right here. And with me for this section, I've got the little Amelia plushie. So now, like, the Amelia doll has her own doll of herself, which is cute because my doll of myself is right here. So, like, Amelia and I are twinsies and that we both have dolls of ourselves, too. I love that for us. While American Girl never released an official Amelia 18-inch doll, hence why I had to make this one myself, they did release a lot of other merch related to Amelia, some of which I have here to show you, some of which I couldn't get, and some of which I used to have as a child. So let's talk about it. We're gonna go through all the Amelia merch, the good, the bad, and the long out of print. The Lunchbox. I wish I had the Amelia Lunchbox to show you guys physically in person. I wish so much I did. I'll have to show you pictures instead. Because guess what, guys? I actually had it as a kid, but I have no idea where it went. I probably sold it or gave it away or something, so I'm going to have to show you pictures. I tried to get everything secondhand the best I could, but I wasn't able to get my hands on a Lunchbox in time for this video, unfortunately. I remember having this Lunchbox in 2nd grade. It was right around the time my mom had gotten into a relationship with the man that she eventually married who adopted me and became my dad. And my dad at the time liked to bond with me. When I say my dad at the time, he's my dad now. He adopted me. He wasn't my dad at the time, but he is my dad now. Anyway, my dad, you know, my dad, he liked to try bonding with me, his new daughter, by taking an interest in my hobbies, which is by far the best way to bond with your kid. He took me to the American Girl store as our first father-daughter bonding activity in the year 2000, and I imagine that he probably bought me the Amelia's Notebook Lunchbox as well, because this was like right around that time. I brought it to school in early 2nd grade a few times. It had this little plastic box that you could use for your food inside of it, plus an ice pack, and even the ice pack had cute Amelia-style art on it. This ice pack still lives rent-free in my head. It has a little comic of a penguin and a polar bear, and they're like, perfect temperature for me, because it's ice. The Lunchbox also came with a purple fork and spoon, which I absolutely loved. The spoon gave me sensory euphoria as a kid. It was the perfect texture. It was the exact right shape. It was the perfect roundness for a spoon. It just felt so good in my mouth. I was in love with the spoon. And then one day in 2nd grade, I accidentally threw the spoon in the trash, in the big trash can in the cafeteria, along with the rest of my garbage. And then I dug through the trash can trying to find it, but I never found it. I went home and I cried, mourning the loss of my once prized plastic spoon, who to this day lives on only in my memory because I did not acquire it again for this video. I wish I had. If I'd been able to get it used like at a good price for this video, that would have been such a cool full circle moment. That would have been such a nice resolution. Instead, we just have to hang there with that in purgatory forever. The little plastic box itself also has a little comic on the front where Amelia blames Cleo for taking a bite out of her cookie, plus draws some cold pizza like what you might bring to school in said lunchbox. Plushie. Amelia's plushie right here came out as part of what American Girl called the Amelia doll kit, which did not feature an actual American Girl doll like the one I had to make with my own 2 hands, but rather this little version of Amelia. The kit included a lot of other things too, though. I was not able to find the entire kit being resold at a reasonable price when I went to make this video, so I bought the parts I could get individually, and as many of them as I could find. So that includes our little plush friend right here, of course, and it also includes the stationery set. You likely remember this book that we discussed earlier today called Love Amelia, Love Nadia. In that book, we looked at Amelia and Nadia's letters to one another, which included canonical bits of stationery and postcards that Amelia had, like stationery she made herself, postcards she got at the Comic Art Museum, things like that. Well, in a true immersive fashion, American Girl released the postcards from the Comic Museum, the postcard with the little pumpkin comic that Amelia drew for Nadia for Halloween, and pieces of Amelia's in-universe stationery as part of this set you could get to write your own friends letters. So I thought it would be fun to write you guys some letters with these. So here's what I'm going to do, all right? Here's what I'm going to do. A little incentive, since that crystal ball earlier told me that this video wasn't going to do well, and I'm really paranoid about that now. Here's what I'm going to do. If this video gets to 100,000 views, once it hits 100,000 views, the giveaway is on. Hits 100,000 views, then I will send out 5 postcards from this to you guys. If you are interested in getting a postcard from me, please leave a comment on this video that says something to the effect of, I want a postcard, or send me an Amelia postcard or letter or something like that. Just make sure the word postcard is in it, because I'm definitely going to control F postcard to go through the comments and use those to go through the entries, right? So do that. I'll leave a comment like that, and then if this video hits 100,000 views, I will mail you a letter or a postcard thanking you for your support of this video. I'll reply to it first and be like, hey, what's your email address? Like, we'll figure out a way for me to get your mailing address for the postcard. But I want to send people some of these cute postcards in here. It's got the delivered the letter, the sooner the better. It has some stickers, which I've been using in my own notebooks. And so you might not get stickers, or you might get some on there. But it's got envelopes, so it could be a letter in an envelope. It could be a postcard. There are so many different things that I could send you guys from this set. So enter the giveaway, but it has to hit 100,000 views first, so share the video. Just as a side note, I'm sorry to do this, but I am going to limit this giveaway to US only, because when I did the handmade bracelet giveaway for 90s Kids, I had that one open internationally, and I ended up actually having 2 winners outside of the US, and that was so cool. It was really cool to know that people in another country were like interested in it and things like that, so I am grateful that you guys entered it and helped share my book. But for this one, I want to keep shipping a little more simplified, since we're just doing straight up like postcard, stamp, in the mail, things like that. I want to simplify it a little bit. Entries in the US only. Hope you win. In addition, the Amelia doll kit also included a copy of my notebook with help from Amelia, a copy of Amelia's Easy as Pie drawing guide, and a few other objects that are out of production and I couldn't get, including a friendship frame. The Amelia fandom wiki explains it like this: a frame with the school pictures of Amelia and her best friend Nadia in Love Amelia, Love Nadia. The pictures can be replaced with 2 different pictures. The friendship frame is very rare, but only ever found in the doll kit. There is nothing, though, that I wish I could have found more than the rumored, legendary Amelia's Notebook denim jacket. I cannot find it anywhere. The only place I can even find a low-resolution photo to prove it ever existed was on an Instagram post from the doll archive account American Girl Magazine Nostalgia, who posted a photo of the 1999 American Girl catalog advertising this jacket. So it does exist. Since the jacket is blank in one photo and covered in patches in the other, I assume that means you can also get these patches to iron on as another piece of the merch. Plus, it has a little stamp referencing Amelia already sewn onto it. And the best part of it all, the lining is the pattern of the composition book cover. It's the jacket lining. How incredible is that? Instead, I'm just out here customizing my own denim jacket. If anyone sells Amelia's Notebook patches, hit me up in the comments. I will buy them because I want to put them on my jacket. The same Instagram post shows the other Amelia's Notebook clothes that you can no longer find anywhere, like the baseball cap plus other items like Amelia-themed school supplies. There was a binder, a pencil case, more notebooks that you can take to school, you name it. They all seemed a little bit expensive though. Remember, this is $19.99, so we have to run it all through an inflation calculator. I used the one you can find on the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The baseball cap was $10, which is equivalent to $18.96 today, so that's not unreasonable for a cap. The denim jacket sold for $38, which today would be $72. There is no way in hell my mom was going to spend $72 on a denim jacket for a 7-year-old. Joke's on my mom though, because when you grow up in the Midwest with a Polish mom and grandma, both of whom love to cook, you're fat as fuck as a little kid. Little did my mom know that I was about as big at 7 years old as I'd be for the rest of my life. Shoulders, biceps, and glutes excluded, of course. My point is, if I had the jacket, I'd still fit into it now in my 30s. Referenced by the fact that I'm still wearing the t-shirt that I've had this whole time. The composition book cover pattern as lining made a reappearance in Amelia's backpack and sweatshirt as well. I kind of love the backpack and I hope I can get my hands on it at some point. I'm going to keep looking around on the secondhand market for these kind of things because I would legit use that as a bag to carry all my stuff. Amelia's excellent notebook, which was a regular notebook but with funny art on the cover, was sold in $19.99 as a school supply, retailing for $12.95, which today would be $24.55, which is absolutely batshit insane for a child's school notebook, especially when you could get like 3 regular composition books in a pack for like $1 back then. Amelia's sweatshirt retailed for around $30, which today is equivalent to about $56, which is definitely pricey for a kid's sweatshirt. I can see an adult paying that amount for a good, sturdy, durable sweatshirt, especially if it has a cool pattern or like a special meaning. And I've definitely spent more than that on a hoodie, like on merch at a concert and things like that. But for a kid's sweatshirt, I would say that's a bit overpriced. Her backpack retailed for $24, which is equivalent to about $45 today, which isn't that insane for a good backpack, assuming it's sturdy with well-secured straps and that it had enough room that it could be the kid's like one school backpack for the year. I don't have kids, so I don't know how much parents are spending on backpacks nowadays, but to me that sounded more reasonable. Basically, Amelia's merch ranged in price. Some of it was reasonable, some of it was overpriced, but that's kind of how every American Girl product was then and also now. According to the Amelia fandom wiki, this t-shirt, the one I'm wearing right here, was released between 1999 and 2002. I'm going to go ahead and say I got it in 1999 or maybe 2000. So whoever's running the Amelia wiki, okay, it wasn't 2001 or 2. It came out in either 99 or 2000. I'm positive I've had it since then because I got the shirt when my parents were still dating and they got married in the year 2000. As the ad here says, this t-shirt was $6.95 with the purchase of an Amelia book, and I think that was the only way to get it at the time. I'm sure my mom probably bought me an Amelia book because she liked that I enjoyed reading, and this shirt is equivalent to about $13 today, so that's not really a price that would break the bank. So yes, I've had this t-shirt for a quarter century. While Amelia's notebook was only part of the American Girl brand for about 5 years, it made a huge impact on many of the dedicated fans in the late 90s and early 2000s, and it represents something about this company and its ever-changing branding that I'm going to delve into in our next section. What does Amelia represent? All right, for this one, I need both Doll Amelia and Doll Amelia's Doll Amelia all here for this. We're all here together for this. The Amelia's Notebook series, even though it began before its acquisition by American Girl and continued on long after American Girl gave up the rights, the series still serves as an example of how great the American Girl properties used to be, specifically in this era. As I discussed when we talked about my notebook with help from Amelia, American Girl used to be a brand that sparked creativity among its readers and fans. It used to provide materials that encouraged literacy and writing prowess among middle grade students. As the American Girl company is in another strange transitional period right now, having just gone through a rebrand and having some more controversies, the brand identity once again feels very largely unfocused. One of their most controversial recent decisions that I see a lot of adult fans especially arguing about, has been giving characters a journal packaged with their doll instead of their usual Meet book, like Meet Samantha, Meet Kirsten, Meet Molly, things like that. A lot of adult fans and parents have expressed concern that the transition from their typical Meet This Character books to a journal format is part of another effort to abridge their literature, to make the books shorter and easier, less of a challenge for kids as the brand skews younger and younger, and as younger kids veer further from long-form books and towards games and technology. But when we put American Girl as a brand into the context of one of its greatest former properties, Amelia's Notebook, I think there's a more nuanced discussion here. First, if kids are into video games, like Amelia was all about the computer games, just make more Amelia computer games. Also, we all remember the American Girl Flash games from the website. Like, we can do more of those, okay? I agree that American Girl's literature was at its best when each doll character had a complete 6-book series, so I will always die on the hill that we need to bring back the 6-book series for every doll, and if that's not financially feasible for the company anymore, then why the fuck are they owned by Mattel? All these arguments I get into on the American Girl subreddit are always people being like, guys, you forget that American Girl is a company that needs to make money, so if something isn't profitable, they can't do it. Wouldn't you rather they have some safe, whitewashed, non-controversial doll products to appease angry conservatives on Twitter so that they'll be able to afford to stay afloat so that they can make more things? And I'm like, no, I don't care about American Girl having success for the sake of Mattel shareholders. I care about the success of the brand as a purveyor of educational toys. If the company fails, it fails. And if them staying afloat or succeeding involves them retiring more and more of their substantial historical fiction and instead releasing more Harry Potter collabs or car play sets or dolls to represent wealthy white girls with no real problems, then I don't give a fuck if the company lives or dies, because at this point it makes no difference to me. All the stuff I like from American Girl at this point, I either have to buy secondhand or make by myself with my own 2 hands at this point anyway. I'll care about the company staying alive once they get back to releasing products that I actually care about and want to buy. American Girl in the 90s and 2000s encouraged kids to want to make things with their own 2 hands, to write stories, to use their brains. They made learning history, reading books, writing stories, and doing DIY projects cool. And even when something like Amelia was not historical fiction but rather modern day fiction, it still managed to tie it in with the development of a character as a piece of history and as a part of the era where they're growing up. And that's where these graphic novels and journal style stories can really thrive. I don't mind at all that American Girl is releasing their new Girl of the Year dolls with a journal instead of a story that's told in third person. But I wish they would take those journals a step further, use them as a way to get kids emulating what what their favorite character is doing by journaling. Maybe each doll could come with the doll's journal plus a journal for you, the reader, to fill in, one that includes writing prompts like my notebook with help from Amelia. Maybe the Truly Me dolls could come with a DIY journal that has prompts in it, or comes with writing guides like what they had back in the day. See the interlude of my 2023 American Girl deep dive where we made Charlotte if you want more details on how the writing guides used to look. Kids already love graphic novels. The joy of pretending to read someone else's journal has never gone out of style, and that's why in the quarter century between Amelia's notebook and American Girl now releasing the dolls' meet stories as journals, the world in that time was filled with Diary of a Wimpy Kid and Dork Diaries and a growing planner influencer community on Instagram for the crafty adults. Amelia inspired me back in the 90s, and she still inspires me to this day. She inspired me to get back into handwritten journaling and to practice my drawing again. So guess what? I made Savy's notebook. I had so much fun with this. We're going to take a look inside Savy's notebook right now. But I started thinking like, all right, Amelia has these notebooks that like the really good ones don't feel super focused. They feel very stream of consciousness, very all over the place. They have little doodles, musings about her day, fictional stories, all of that all in one place. What if I just did that? And I said, Savy, it's time to write right now. Write whatever comes into your head, whether it's what you're thinking about today, whether it's a story idea, whatever. So I was like, all right, I'm going to do that with Savy's notebook. This is just going to be my general default notebook. So I got a bunch of stickers. I had a lot of fun making this notebook like a little bit absurd. So the Savy's notebook page is just covered in stickers. And then normally where a book would have like a copyright thing inside of it, I said copyright 2025 by Savy. Just kidding. This book has no official copyright date. It's not for sale. Still, I'd prefer if you didn't plagiarize from me. That's all to say this journal starts in the year 2025. And then I put in like a coupon I got that said you've earned a $20 reward because it was one of the American Girl coupons they were sending me, and I'm not buying from them right now because I don't like any of the decisions their brand is making. So I stuck it in this notebook instead, and I put the part here that says enjoy your reward. You've earned it. I have spent it wisely. Then I got some book themed stickers, and I found one that said bookish baddie and one that says yes daddy. It was a romance sticker, so I guess they wanted yes daddy in there, but I liked that those two things rhymed, so I put them together. So anyway, I started journaling in this. I made Savy's notebook. I started making this into a weird art piece. I've been putting stickers everywhere in this thing, okay? I tried to continue emulating Amelia's style a little bit, like writing with certain words highlighted in a color, certain words in all caps or bubble letters, and like trying out different lettering styles for things, doing random little doodles in certain parts. So I started doing that in this notebook. I also gave myself some writing prompts, like I was talking about when I thought that my notebook with help from Amelia was really fun because it had writing prompts in there and those got my noggin jogging. But I was like, the writing prompts weren't like specific to anything. It was just me saying to myself, oh, there's something already written on this page. How can I jump off from that? Where can I take that next? So I really could just put anything random on any page and then sit down for my journaling time and tell myself, take this somewhere. So for right here, I took an ad of these 90s twins, Nikki and Isabel. I have so many rants about them. If you want to look at my American Girl 2023 deep dive, you can find out all the reasons I don't like Nikki and Isabel, the 90s twins, right? But I had an ad for them that I got in the mail, so I stuck it in here. And I was like, write a story about them. So I decided to rename the 90s twins. I named them to Brittany and Jennifer, and then I mapped out a 6-book arc for what it would be. I don't know if I'm actually going to do this. I might as like a live stream thing at some point for fun, or I might just journal about it. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Their story will span 1991 to 2000. The story will span 1999 to 2001, or maybe early 2002. Book 1, meet Brittany and Jennifer. This is where they do all their twin antics and we get our 1999 nostalgia. Book 2, Brittany and Jennifer learn a lesson. The public school landscape changes after Columbine. Book 3, Brittany and Jennifer surprise. This is when the Seattle 1999 to 2000 party gets canceled and they learn why. That was a whole thing I had with that too, that like there were terrorist threats after World Trade Organization protests that threatened the safety of a big New Year celebration in Seattle that the 90s twins were going to attend, but the book never explains the political landscape of why that happened, which just infuriates me to no end. So I was like, in Brittany and Jennifer's book, it will. Happy birthday, Brittany and Jennifer. All their friends get MP3 players, but the girls have to learn that they're poor. Book 5, Brittany and Jennifer save the day. 2001 starts, still no Y2K drama, so they learn about conspiracy theories. Book 6, changes for Brittany and Jennifer. 9/11 happens. They're annoyed about airport changes, but learn to stand up to Islamophobia. So that's my arc for Brittany and Jennifer. And then I was like, what could I do with this? Maybe I'll do it on a live stream, or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just fuck around. I don't know. I'm working on revising a YA novel right now. It's called Not Straight. I've been working on this since NaNoWriMo of 2023. If you guys remember my big 2023 NaNoWriMo vlog, I talked about it in that one. About done with the first draft, and I've been kind of stuck in a rut because I know it needs a lot of changes, but I didn't know what, so I started journaling about potential ideas for changes, and I was like, I think the love interest character needs to like take sort of a different role in this story. I think that the character's journey in physical therapy needs to take a little bit of a different role, so I started just free writing and journaling about potential ways that I could restructure the story, what parts of it I like right now that I want to keep going forward versus which parts do I think need to be changed and completely rewritten. It's a YA novel about a high school powerlifter who she has scoliosis and she gets injured at the state tournament during the squat, and then she has to go to the hospital and she has to go to physical therapy, and while she's in physical therapy she meets a girl there and falls in love with her, and she learns that not only is her spine not straight but also she's not straight. It's a pun. And also there's a lot of Catholic trauma in it. Anyway, I kind of was stuck in a rut on that book and didn't know where I was going with it for a little while. And then at the start of this year, I injured my back and now I'm back in physical therapy. So I'm like, oh, maybe this is the universe telling me that I need to take my own experiences from physical therapy and put it into this book. And the way I portrayed physical therapy is just not like what my experience with it is now. Is closer to what my experience with it was 10 years ago. I've been to physical therapy a lot of times, you guys. Anyway, I was like, it was helping me come up with new ideas, and then I was just free writing and seeing where the ideas took me. I'd be like, well, maybe it's like this, or maybe it's like this, and I'd keep going and just writing whatever comes to my head. I did some sketches of my dog, Harlow, being cute. Writing in this, I'm just like journaling every day. Some of it sucks, some of it's great. Oftentimes I just get stoned off my ass at night and I sit on the couch and I just write in this as much as I want to with no plan about what I'm going to do going forward. I just sit there and I treat it like I would treat playing a video game at night or watching TV at night, because it's just me having fun and losing myself in creativity. It's me just playing instead of working, because if I don't come up with anything, there's no risk because I'm not selling this to anyone. I don't have any deadlines on anything in here. So I thought this was great. I made Savy's notebook. I've bought a bunch more notebooks to make more of these, and I'm in the process of buying more stickers. I put a thing on my community tab asking people to let me know if their shop sells stickers, if they like have an Etsy shop or something. So revisiting the Amelia's Notebook franchise as a whole definitely helped me get back into the habit of writing every day without stakes or consequences. As a professional writer, I often have to worry about deadlines and editors and what's going to make me money, whether something is good enough to sell, or if a customer will be annoyed that they paid money for something that sucks. But being good at something requires practicing that thing and working on improving it. Even throughout your adult life, even as a professional, I firmly believe that writers should always be trying to improve and keep writing better things. So handwriting in my notebook, using these stickers, using markers, having fun, making it like a full playful and playtime tactile experience has been a great way for me to engage in some low stakes creativity. So just play around with ideas to create a notebook that's an all-purpose place for all kinds of ideas. Highly encourage you guys to do this too. I think it's awesome. Amelia definitely inspired me. The way she'd write her own stories mixed in with her daily journaling, then back to some doodles, then to some more random fictional concepts, then back to reality. It made me realize, hey, I'm gonna do that too. I'm definitely one of those writers that sometimes lets myself fall into that trap of like, oh no, I got this beautiful journal and it's so pretty and the paper's so nice. I can't write in it until I know I have a purpose for it. This process right here has helped me realize that no, I can't just put everything all in one notebook. I can put whatever different things I want in the same notebook. I'm not that organized physically anyway, so it's not like I'm not gonna be able to find things I'm gonna have any harder of a time than I already do, right? So not only did this deep dive take me on a crazy nostalgic adventure, but it also got me back into some good writing habits that I desperately needed as I'm working on developing some new story concepts and working on revising a few novels that I still have in the works. I also want to know what memories you guys have of the Amelia's Notebook universe. I really want to hear your guys' stories, especially what memories that this deep dive may or may not have unlocked for you, something hidden in there maybe. And if Amelia ever inspired you to write a story or practice drawing or to take on a new creative project, I want to hear about that too. Please let me know in the comments below, because I think it can be so fun to reflect on our past, take a look at where our creativity comes from, what early influences we had that made us into the writers and creative people we are today. Tell me all about it. I want to hear about it. it. But I guess that's just about it for today's video. Don't forget to check out the description below to support my Patreon friends, or check out my novel 90s Kids, or check out my American Girl fan fiction blog on Substack. See you there. Don't forget that in April, I will be at C2E2 if you want to do a meet and greet with me. But otherwise, I'm going to be back in a couple weeks with some more videos. But in the meantime, as Amelia and Nadia would say, love Savy, yours till the book ends. Bye.